He comments on the lack of beauty of the other women not only in the room, but in all China. Then he sharply criticizes the members of his panel. I was raised never to say anything that would be humiliating to others, but when I recite, "If you strike with the right hand, you must soothe with the left," the room goes stunningly quiet. In publicly chastising the tea master, I've put myself in his same category, either ruining or securing my prospects.
Haley Davis, Miss Henderson's 3rd grade class, December 10th, 2004. Things I need, huge. Liquid, food, sun, earth, air, moon. Things I need, big. Good education, parents, peace, body, house, Whiskers, my cat. Things I need, small. Ski boots, friends, violin strings, dress for Easter, my stuffed bunny, new Harry Potter book.
The world has come. I begin to wait. I want this. I lie awake at night, weighing my chances of getting into the poor program, doubting the answers I gave Tea Master Sun, and questioning why I had to be so rude to him when all he had done was show interest in me. After 5 days, I'm distracted, impatient with guests, and sharp with the maids. I've never taken a vacation from my job, but I need one now. When I first heard about vacations, I was surprised because the closest we Aka had to anything like that was rainy season, the months of darkness when spirits were considered to be mischievously active, and we worked on our weaving, sewing, and embroidery. Hence, I've always turned down the opportunity to go on holiday. Even if I'd been forced to take one, where would I have gone? Home, to where people might still blame me for Sampa's terrible death? To tourist sites, alone, to remind me that I have no one to love me? So I've earned the gratitude of my coworkers because I cover their shifts when they take time off. But now, I need my family. I want them to see how far I've come, but I also need their good wishes. It's a momentous decision, and the outcome may not be what I hope for, but I ask my manager if I might return home for 3 weeks. It's spur of the moment, he tells me, but how can I say no? You've been an exemplary employee for many years, and you've never asked for a single favor. I leave on the eve of what Westerners call Christmas, promising to be back in time to cover the absences of others who wish to visit their families during Spring Festival. I buy a ticket for the evening bus to Munghai. The road has been improved, so the trip lasts just 12 hours. In the morning, after an uncomfortable and mostly sleepless night, I board a minibus, which takes me and about a dozen others into the mountains on a new, roughly carved, extraordinarily bumpy and very narrow dirt road. After a few hours, I get off at the stop for Bamboo Forest Village. When I was a girl, the village was nothing, no better or worse than Springwell. With the new road and the bus stop, Bamboo Forest has opened a small cafe and started a morning farmer's market. About half the women wear their traditional Dai, Bulang, or Aka attire. The rest are dressed like me, in blue jeans, t-shirt, and tennis shoes. I'm taking in the surprising changes when a motorcycle skids past. The rider shouts at me to get out of the way. I'm stunned. I swing my knapsack onto my back and head out of Bamboo Forest. Not long after, I dip onto the trail that will lead to Springwell. I pass a construction site with bulldozers moving earth and workers building massive retaining walls. The main structure is still a puzzle, shrouded in bamboo scaffolding on which dozens of men crawl like ants. I can't imagine what it is or why it's here, but soon enough the noise and ugliness are behind me, and I am on a quiet forest path. People are out, tending to their trees. Songs come to me on wafts of air. It's winter, but tea-picking season is around the corner, and each tree seems ready to burst forth with emerald green buds. Every leaf, so alive, reaches for the morning sun and sends forth a fragrance that's light and brilliant. I pick a leaf and chew it. With each breath, another layer of huigan is released. I am home. I know things are now better for my family. When I was first hired at King World, I worked to repay Amma. Then I sent money to help the family. But 2 years ago, Teacher Zhang wrote to tell me that life was going so well at home. Income from tea work had increased 50-fold, an amount difficult for me to absorb, that I no longer needed to worry about my family. Still, I expect everything to be more or less the same, believing that our culture and traditions are so old and deep that they would withstand all attempts to transform them. I'm reassured when I arrive at the spirit gate that protects the entrance to Spring Well. But as I walk farther, dogs nap in the middle of the lane that divides the village and chickens peck at the ground, but everything else is different. Many of the bamboo and thatch houses have been replaced with gray brick boxes. Plastic troughs in pink, orange, and green lie about, filled with soaking laundry, vegetables to be washed for the evening meal, or animal feed. Empty plastic water bottles stand at attention in a neat row on one veranda. And, just like in Bamboo Forest Village, many of the people wear Western-style clothing, although every woman still covers her hair with a scarf of some sort. I don't recognize a soul. No one seems to recognize me either. But what's most shocking is the number of people sitting on the ground with piles of tea leaves spread before them, negotiating with outsiders. I passed one group of visitors bargaining hard. They're Korean. When I reach my home, it's gone, as are all the newlywed huts. Where our house once stood is a building that resembles a greenhouse. Glass panes held together with aluminum struts. Nearby are 4 stucco structures, all of the cheapest and ugliest materials, soulless, antiseptic, not one with glass in the window frames. None of them are built on stilts, so there's no place for livestock to live. One is slightly larger than the others. I don't see separate verandas for the women's and men's sides of the house. The single door stands open. "Hello?" I call at the top of the stairs. I peer into the interior of the house, where people bustle back and forth. "Hello?" I say again, uncertain. Young and old, men and women, all stop what they're doing to glance in my direction. After a long moment, someone says, "It's girl." I recognize Abba's voice. The others part, clearing a way for him. He wears plastic sandals and jungle fatigues, as though he's in a war movie, which is about as disconcerting as anything I've seen so far. Otherwise, he's still my Abba, small and wiry. Then Amma comes to his side. She wears her indigo tunic, skirt, and leggings, and her headdress is as magnificent, welcoming, and comforting as I could hope. That night, Amma and the sisters-in-law prepare a meal unimaginable when I was a child. Pork 4 ways, crispy skin, barbecued ribs, braised belly, and meatballs in clear broth, a soy sauce roasted goose, bitter melon with scrambled egg, rice, and a fruit plate. Instead of eating on the floor around the warmth and glow of an open fire in the main room, we sit on tiny chairs at a small table. This furniture, built little to save cost and for easy storage, nevertheless shows my family's improved circumstances. During dinner, my relatives pepper me with questions about the world beyond Nanuo Mountain. My brothers ask about banks and loans because they now have so many expenses. The sisters-in-law want to know about cosmetics, and I give them my lipstick to share. They are 3 daughters who were all born within 1 month of each other, are now 8 years old, attending Teacher Zhang's class and irrepressibly inquisitive. Do you think I can go to secondary school, Auntie? How old should I be when I first steal love, Auntie? When can I visit you in Kunming, Auntie? After dinner, we gather around the space heater with a single, bare, and very dim light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Electricity! When tea is poured, I gather the courage to question the changes in Spring Well, pointing out that after centuries of steady life, so much has been upended during the 8 years I've been away. And it all started with Mr. Huang? Our lives changed rapidly after the Hong Konger came to us, Abba agrees. But we haven't seen him in years. You know how he is, always looking for something no one else has. He's probably experimenting with leaves in a village on one of the other tea-growing mountains. So be it. With all the traders and collectors visiting us, we don't need him anymore. But what about our traditions? I ask. Faces stare back at me silently, but their message is clear. Who are you to ask this question with your city ways? Everyone changes, Abba says at last. We still live in the forest, but the world has come to us. We continue to have the swing festival, build a new spirit gate each year, and consult with the Ruma about when to plant our crops, pick leaves, and select propitious marriage dates, but we don't have time for all the cleansing ceremonies, sacrifices, or worrying about dog days and buffalo days when we have so much work to do. Tea growing is very lucrative, you know. Truly, what is stranger, the matter-of-fact way he's just dismissed our customs, or the way he speaks about business? Business! We have to guard our product, he continues. Some especially greedy tea traders have sent hooligans onto our mountain to look for the most ancient trees and chop them down because it's easier to harvest the leaves that way. They would chop down a tree? I ask, shocked. What about its soul? But no one seems interested in that. When the government instituted the quality safety standard, first brother carries on, we could no longer dry our leaves or artificially ferment them on the ground or on the floor of the house. All tea processing had to be done 50 meters away from animals, so we were forced to sell our livestock. The new rules turned out to be good for us, because now nothing can taint the flavor of our tea. We borrowed 50,000 yuan to build the drying and processing building where our old home once stood. And we all have our own houses with indoor plumbing, third brother chimes in. Their optimism and free spending ways have been buoyed by an early 30-year extension to the 30 years no-change policy. Knowing he would own land until 2034, first brother ripped out the tea bushes on his terraces, while second brother took out his pollarded trees so new tea trees could be planted from seeds. Abba gave up on his vegetable plots. We can buy what we need in Bamboo Forest Village, so that he too could plant tea trees. For all 3 of them, the few wild tea trees on their respective properties have helped pay for these improvements, while third brother's once worthless old tea trees are now the most valuable asset in the family. His trees and your grove, Abba adds pointedly. Of course, we can't get your Amma to let us take a look. Mercifully, first brother cuts him off. None of us could have predicted today's situation. Buyers now visit from all over Asia to buy pu'er to drink, sell, and collect. We have to host big banquets, hoping to make them happy. There's a lot of competition. That's why we need to borrow at better rates. And the price of tea keeps going up and up and up. Everyone pesters me about my chances of getting into the tea college. If you do well, first brother claims exuberantly. You can sell our family's tea and make it famous. I have only one response to that. I have to be accepted first. No one embodies the changes in spring well more than Site, whom I see the next night at a banquet my family hosts for a buyer from Japan. Her giggling ways seem to be gone, and any embroideries that would mark her as an aka have been packed away as well. She's gained weight, as has almost everyone in Springwell, and her stomach and breasts push against the buttons of her flowered cotton blouse. Visit me tomorrow, she urges, and I do. Her house is the nicest in the village, naturally. The first with electricity, Site boasts. She's also the first person in Springwell to own a cell phone. She insists we exchange numbers, so we never again lose our connection. We were once very close, but our lives have taken different paths, which she reminds me of again and again. You abandoned me. You left without a word. So hurtful you are. While the things that happened to me remain a secret, the steps in her life are well known by all on Nanuo Mountain. After her parents died, Site consolidated the land awarded to her family in the 30 years no change policy. In addition to her own groves, she also leases stands of tea trees from other families, which has earned her the title of the single largest grower on Nanuo. She further strengthened her status when she paid the Ruma and Nima to allow her brother, Si-do, to return to Springwell after a spiritual cleansing, of what degree or intensity no one tells me, plus 9 days of feasting provided to every man, woman, and child in the village, all paid for by her. The things money can buy. He has a new wife and 2 children. Times change, but the stain on him from fathering human rejects will never be completely erased, Site confides in an offhand manner. It's best for everyone that he and his family spend most of the year visiting the great sights our country has to offer. But for all her money, success, and power, she's been unable to control or influence the child-maker spirits. She and La Ba have 3 daughters and have broken with Aka naming practices to show their disappointment. Ma Ko, go find a brother, Ma Lo, go fetch a brother, and Ma Zu, go buy a brother. Why haven't you remarried? She asks me another day when we sip tea in the bamboo pavilion she's built to entertain her international buyers. If a wife dies, a man can remarry in 3 months. When a husband dies, a woman must wait 3 years, but that has come and gone for you. Does she spout these old-fashioned aphorisms just to goad me? She's obviously let go of many traditions herself, but our loving but contrary relationship is the same as ever. I give a bland answer. I want to get ahead in life. The reality is something murkier. I've been alone and lonely for 8 years. I've blinded myself to the advertisements for online dating. I've also learned how to walk through parks and ignore the middle-aged mothers who approach me with photos of their sons and lists of their accomplishments and possessions, a bicycle, a motorcycle, or a car, living with parents, renting an apartment, or owning a condo. You're too old not to be married, more than one mother has told me, unasked, by the way. Then, please consider my son. But I can't allow myself to repeat the mistakes of the past. If I were ever to fall in love again, it would have to be with someone who'd be accepted by my family. Otherwise, too much heartbreak. Do you date? Site persists, using the Western word. Do you go to the movies and have noodles with men? Most men don't want to go out with an aka, I say, hoping to end the subject. She nods knowingly. You look so young, and you're too quiet. You are too, and not in an admirable way. What about stealing love in the forest while you're here? Surely our men will overlook your faults, and you can have fun, too. I don't want to steal love. She ignores that and asks, what about a foreigner? You work in a hotel. Maybe you could marry one of them and move to America. I couldn't do that either. It's hard to explain to Site how it feels to be separated from the mountain, my family, and our customs, even though so much has changed. She cocks her head, appraising me. Have you become one of those women who hates men? As I look back at my years in Kunming, I can be grateful that, despite everything, I'm not bitter. I'm not like Deja, wherever she is either, crippled by Sido's abandonment. But I must protect my heart, even if that means being alone. I'll never hate men, I answer. I'd never confide all that happened to me, but I add, I just don't want to make another mistake. She waves off my words as though they mean nothing. Look at me. I'm fat, but you're still beautiful. I could find someone to marry you by nightfall. She could, too, but I'm not interested. Site's inquisitiveness spreads to others. The sisters-in-law, Abba, my brothers, even some of the nieces and nephews buzz their noses at me like persistent gnats, asking why I haven't remarried, giving me advice, and trying to prove how much they care for my well-being. We don't want you to be lonely, third brother says. Second brother takes a more practical approach. If you don't get married, who will look after you when you get old? First brother is even more frank. If you don't get married, who will care for you when you go to the afterlife? You'll need a son to make offerings to you. He shakes a warning finger at me. You can only be a leftover woman for a limited time. After that, it will be too late for you. No one will want to marry you. Abba, who shouldn't speak directly to me on such matters, sends messages through the sisters-in-law, as is proper. Third sister-in-law speaks to me one morning as we gather firewood. You can't act too picky. Second sister-in-law passes on the following. No man wants to marry a woman who is overly ambitious or wants to outshine him. Abba has first sister-in-law deliver the bluntest caution. People will say you don't like to do the intercourse, but it is your duty to the nation and to the family to have a child. Their talk leaves me feeling both irritated and insecure. During the third week, I walked to Shelter Shadow Village to pay respects to Sanpa's parents, only to find they died 5 years ago in a typhoid epidemic. I also visit Teacher Zhang at the primary school, where the same old maps and posters hang on the bamboo walls as when I was a girl. I confide in him my concerns that I failed my interview and will let my family down again. Here's what he says. There's nothing you can do about it now. But if you ask me, and I guess you are, I believe you will get in. Who is more qualified than you, after all? Which lifts my spirit. I don't get to see or talk to Amma much at all. She's the only person, apart from Teacher Zhang, who seems unchanged. From the way she dresses, to the way she moves, to the way she ignores the spiraling world around her. She's as busy as ever, though, cooking for the family, settling arguments between the sisters-in-law, washing clothes by hand, spinning thread, weaving cloth, embroidering and decorating caps for her grandchildren, delivering babies, and mixing potions for those who come to her ill or injured. She's so busy that I'm alone with her only once, when we visit the mother and sister trees on my last day. As we wander through the grove, she stops here and there to stroke a branch, clip a few leaves, or pick some of the parasites that cling to the mother tree for medicinal concoctions. The last time we were here together, nothing will take away the pain of a lost child, Amma says. My feelings for your daughter are always strongest here, in nature, in the atmosphere. Because that's where Yan Ye has gone, into the ether. For me, my grief is like a huge hole. Everything flows around that hole. I have forced myself to move forward, but I can never move on. Amma regards me, weighing so much. When she finally speaks, it's to drive forward the theme that has come at me from every direction since I've returned home. You shouldn't be alone. You cannot let memories of what happened in the past turn you into someone you wouldn't recognize. Be who you are, girl, and the right person will find you and love you. While I still don't think love will happen for me again, her words give me strength to say goodbye, walk alone back to Bamboo Forest Village, board the minibus to Munghai, and travel on to Kunming. When I enter my apartment, I find a note from Teacher Guo asking me to visit him immediately. He breaks away from dinner with his family to give me the news. Of the 2,000 people who applied, I am the only student accepted into both programs. I'm ecstatic. I sell my moped and most of my belongings, so I'll have money to live on without taking an extra job to support myself. For the next 12 months, I'm rarely apart from Tea Master Sun. In the first track, he teaches me how to buy raw tea, store it, and let nature do its job of aging. I learn to judge the minutes required for wilting, killing the green, kneading, the sun bath, and fermentation. I've had a head start on some of these things, which gives me an advantage over the other students. In the second track, I study the best qualities of tea so that one day I might become a tea master myself like, and here's my first French word, a wine sommelier. Taste requires a lifetime of dedication, Tea Master Sun instills in me. You have a simple palate shaped by your childhood, cultivated by mountain springs, and enriched by the soil. I like this about you, but you must learn subtlety and refinement. You'll stumble and make mistakes, but as long as you're humble and honest, you will learn. You love tea. I can see it in your face. Always remember, if you don't love tea, you can't make good tea. Nothing romantic grows between my tea master and me, but after months of being around him, the last of the sadness and loneliness I felt about the past dissipates like clouds after a storm. When I look back at my life, all 26 years of it, I see the many men who've helped me, but none of them will ever be as important as Tea Master Sun, who opens my eyes, heart, and soul. The things he teaches me range from the practical to the spiritual. Confucius taught his followers that tea could help people understand their inner dispositions, he tells me, while Buddhists grant tea the highest spiritual qualities, ranking it among the 4 ways to concentrate the mind, along with walking, feeding fish, and sitting quietly. They believe tea can link the realms of meditation, just the physical process we experience when we drink tea. Our search for huigang causes us to turn inward and reflect as the liquor coats our tongues, shimmers down our throats, and then rises again as fragrance. The Taoists see tea as a way to regulate internal alchemy, be in harmony with the natural world, and serve as an ingredient in the elixir of immortality. Together, these 3 disciplines have taught us to look upward, to see the state of the heavens, and downward, to observe the natural arrangement of the earth. But whatever you believe, or however you view life, the quality and goodness of a tea are for the mouth to decide. My mouth does learn to find the best flavors, distinguish the body, light or heavy, discern texture, like water or velvet, as well as detect the most disagreeable notes, chalky, dusty, and rancid, or petroleum, disinfectant, and plastic. I become adept at identifying the differences between pu'er, iron goddess of mercy, dragonwell, silver needle, and white peony teas by taste alone. I study auction prices and have seen how values change and surge. In 2001, a special iron goddess of mercy sold for 120,000 yuan, but just 1 year later, a 3-year-old pu'er sold for 168,000 yuan. 2 years ago, in 2004, when the yuan was at a historic high against the US dollar, a mere 3 grams of a pu'er once stored in the Palace Museum sold for 12,000 yuan, 32 times the price of gold. And now, just as I'm graduating, another 100 grams of pu'er has sold for 220,000 yuan, or about $28,000. How can I not rejoice in my good fortune in living with this particular leaf, celebrate my knowledge of it, and show courage in revealing it to others? It's time for me to start plucking the hills and boiling the oceans by entering the tea trade, and I have many options to choose from in Kunming alone. More than 4,000 wholesale and retail tea dealers, as well as countless tea houses, have sprung up in the city like frogs after the monsoon. But before I can apply to any of those establishments, Tea Master Sun presents me with an offer from a business that wants to invest in the future of pu'er by bankrolling a shop in the Fangcheng Tea Market in Guangzhou, the largest wholesale tea market in China. They'll put up the capital, not much, but enough to rent a space and buy product, and you'll produce the sweat and have all the worry, Tea Master Sun explains. You'll make money on commission until you've paid back the initial investment. Then you'll own the business 50-50. I don't think you'll find an opportunity better than that. Who can question fate? Bad things happened to me. Then my fortunes turned when I went to the trade school and pu'er tea college. Now another propitious moment blossoms before me. Perhaps what the Han majority says is true. Good luck comes in threes. I sign the contract with Green Jade Limited on my tea master's advice. Before taking the train to Guangzhou, I write a note to Teacher Zhang. Please ask Site, my family, and our neighbors to find me the best teas, and I will sell them.
Birthday letter to Constance from Haley, March 1st, 2006. Dear Mom, I am 10 years old. Dad is 60 years old, and today you turned 50 years old. We all have zeros in our ages. I think that's cool. 0 is my favorite number. I like skiing with you. I like riding horses with you. You drive me lots of places. You let me and my friends eat lots of ice cream. Jade and Jasmine like you a lot. You also take us to the movies. You let us talk in the back seat of the car and don't tell us to be quiet like Jade's mom. You help me with the computer. I like science, just like you. You are the best mom in the world. No other mom could have taken her daughter to the observatory to look through the telescope like you took me when no one else was there. I love you as much as the whole universe. Happy birthday, Mom. Haley.
The sweetest dew of heaven. I've been in Guangzhou 2 weeks, and every morning I wake up with a knot in my stomach. Even 7 floors up, I can hear the inelegant thrum of the city, and knowing I have to venture into it, be a part of it, is a challenge. I get dressed, eat breakfast standing up, and leave my apartment. The hallway reeks of garlic and cigarette smoke. I squeeze into the too small elevator with other people who live in the building. When we reach the ground floor, I'm pushed from behind as my neighbors hurry to be first through the lobby and out the door. Once they're gone, I linger for a moment. I take a breath to fortify myself. You can do this. I step outside, and I'm immediately swept into a current of thousands of people heading to work and school. Not even in my dreams could I have imagined such a big city. It's loud and crowded, with more than double the population of Kunming. Instead of eddies of bicycles like I used to see in Teacher Zong's posters, the road is solidly packed with cars, at a standstill, their horns blaring. I pass restaurant windows filled with big aquariums in which sea creatures I don't recognize wait to be scooped out by the chef for a family's lunch or dinner. Why would anyone eat those things? Stores sell all manner of goods, more than anyone could ever want or need. To get rich is glorious. But the success of the campaign has also brought a dark side. Beggars. China isn't supposed to have them, and the government is supposed to keep peasants in the countryside. But with so many people and not enough watchers? It's a short walk to my subway stop near the Martyrs Memorial Gardens. Once I reach the platform for Line 1, I let the tide of humanity draw me with it into the car that will take me 7 stops to the exit for the Fengchen Tea Market in the Liwan district. We are so jammed together that the other passengers and I sway as one entity through every acceleration, bump, and turn. Things are quieter once I'm back on the street, but not by much, because hundreds, maybe thousands of people work in the market. It's still hard for me to grasp its vastness. It covers several blocks and does big business. This year, it's on target to sell 67 billion yuan worth of tea, with Pu'er making up a third. Each block contains a cluster of 4-story buildings. On each floor, in each of those buildings, on each of those blocks, are dozens upon dozens of shops. Some are just 4 by 4 meters. Others take up half a floor. Still others are little more than a couple of stools surrounded by bags of tea overseen by a single family in the open hallway, and banded together with similar, smaller dealers. The long hallways are dimly lit by fluorescent tubes. Shipping containers, crates, cardboard boxes, and stuffed burlap bags create obstacles outside nearly every purveyor's door. But not every shop sells tea. Some offer cups, pots, glass pitchers, picks to break apart tea cakes, tables and trays for tea pouring, in every price range imaginable. When I unlock the door to my midnight blossom tea shop, I'm greeted by the intoxicating aroma of Pu'er, the only type of tea I sell. Knowing the rest of my workday will follow my rhythms allows me to relax. My first customer is from Beijing. We exchange business cards, each of us making internal calculations, as happens in every transaction across China these days. His belt buckle has been let out a couple of notches, which tells me that whatever his business is, he must be doing well, but not so well that he feels comfortable buying a new belt. Is he a collector or an amateur trying to get in on the action? I learn he's serious when he says he's looking to buy a jian, which holds 12 stacks of 7 bing to a total of 84 cakes of Pu'er to give as gifts to people in the government to help him build Guangxi connections. It quickly becomes evident, however, that he doesn't know a thing about tea. I could take advantage of him, sell him an inferior tea or overcharge him, but in just 2 weeks, I've already started to gain a reputation for being fair and honest, something that can't be said for some of my competitors. Besides, if he's an entrepreneur on his way up, this could be the first of many purchases. I brew tea, we taste it. I make a different infusion, we taste that, and so on for a couple of hours. I teach him a popular saying that has recently sprung up. You'll regret tomorrow what you don't store today. The idea encourages him to exceed my expectations. He buys a kilo of loose tea for his personal use. An hour later, we get down to real business. He orders 20 kilos of Springwell Village pu'er to put on the menus at his 8 cafes. As I copy down his shipping information, he asks where I'm from. I was born in Yunnan, I reply. His nose prickles enviously. Then he asks the question I hear nearly every day. Why would you move to Guangzhou? Every person who lives here longs for the tranquility of your province, remote and untouched, with clean air and wild forests. I miss it, I admit, but I'm helping my family by selling the natural gifts of our mountain. Actually, I'm selling treasures from the 6 great tea mountains plus another 20 tea mountains, including Nanuo. Site has found some wonderful teas from Laobanjiang. What she sends isn't the highest quality, but the liquor is good and the name value unsurpassed. I think of my Laobanjiang pu'er as a small but surprising vintage from an area that produces some breathtaking products. After my customer departs, the afternoon stretches out before me. I fetch bottles of spring water, wash and dry serving utensils, and package tea in single servings to sell or give as samples. I lock up at 5 o'clock. I jump back on line 1, and it's as awful as it was this morning. My attitude about it is better, though, because at the end of the ride, I will reward myself. I get off at the stop for Martyrs Memorial Gardens. I buy a bottle of water from a woman who sells commemorative keychains, pinwheels, and other items from a cart. I wave and say hello in my pathetic Cantonese to 3 retired men, wearing their old People's Liberation Army uniforms, who bring their caged finches to the park, smoke cigarettes, and share stories. I stroll along the walkways to one of the benches that ring the memorial. I sit, breathe, and listen. There's no escaping the rabid roar of the city, but the rustling of the breeze through the trees sweeps away the stresses of the day. I found this spot a week ago, and already I've learned the patterns of others like myself, who seek comfort in the park's embrace. On the bench to my left sits a woman around 60. She wears the costume of her age, a short-sleeved white blouse and gray trousers. Past hardship has set lines in her face. I'm most struck by her eyes, which are surprisingly wide for a Chinese. Her purse serves as a paperweight to keep what I assume are copies of her son's biography and photos of him from blowing away. She has none of the desperation or pushiness of the mothers in Kunming's parks who used to hound me, looking for daughters-in-law for their sons. Rather, during the past week, she's placidly watched young women meander by, never once approaching or speaking to one of them. A month later, I arrive at the park, ready to let the hustle of the long day fall from my shoulders, when the woman on the bench next to mine motions for me to join her. "I'm Mrs. Chang," she announces in English. "I've noticed you don't know much Cantonese, and my Mandarin is abysmal. English will work for me, if it will work for you." She pats the seat next to her. "Please, sit down." I obey because I don't know how to avoid her invitation politely, but I take care not to glance at the pile of papers between us. If she's been watching me as I've been watching her, she has to know I am not interested in matchmaking. "I'm a widow," she tells me straight off. Her revelation causes me to be equally blunt. So am I. "Such a shame when you're so young." She blinks a few times. "I was young when I lost my husband, too." All these weeks from my spot on my bench, she seemed nice enough. But if she thinks I'm going to talk about San Pa... "Years ago," she continues, "I was a high school English teacher, and my husband taught philosophy at South China Normal University. Have you heard of it? No, but I grew up far from here. I can tell. 2. My cheeks burn. I've spent time in the countryside myself, she goes on, ignoring my discomfort. During the Cultural Revolution, my husband and I were labeled black intellectuals and sent to the countryside to learn from the peasants. I was 6 months pregnant. Have you ever been pregnant? Do you have a child to care for? Yes. And no. She searches my eyes to make sure I'm telling the truth. No secrets between us. I like that. After a pause, she says, my husband and I, 2 bourgeois revisionists, learned to grow sweet potatoes and millet. She's talking, and I'm thinking, so much confiding, and we don't even know each other. 5 years after our son was born, my husband caught a cold which turned into pneumonia. Her throat hitches. Then, after his death, I forced myself to survive. Much like I had to do. I needed to raise and protect my son. I petitioned the authorities to let us come home to Guangzhou, claiming unreasonable hardship. But I wasn't invited back until after President Nixon's visit to China. I was told the country would once again be joining the international community. China would need English teachers. My son and I have been here ever since. I'm glad you were able to return. My teacher where I grew up never went home. He couldn't get permission. That happened to a lot of people. My son and I were lucky. The next night and the night after that, I sit with Mrs. Chang. We share stories of the countryside. She doesn't miss a single thing about it. She's never been to Yunnan, and although she's heard of its beauty, she has no interest in visiting. When I think of the countryside, she says, I remember only suffering. 2 months later, my day-to-day routine has barely changed. The noise and crowds are still difficult for me, but I'm adapting. I ride the subway to the tea market, work, ride the subway to the park, and walk straight to Mrs. Chang's bench. We meet every evening except Sundays, talk for a half hour or so, and watch the passing girls to evaluate who might make a good daughter-in-law for her. Oh, the laughter. This one's too skinny, that one's too fat. This one wears too much rouge, that one's too pale. This one looks spoiled. That one looks like a factory girl sniffing for a man to buy her gold and jade. Not everything is about matchmaking, though. The more she's confided in me, the freer I've felt to unburden myself of my past, which until now I've never been able to do. Mrs. Chang knows everything about me. Everything. Never has she criticized me or made me feel ashamed, but once she said, "You did the best possible given your circumstances. Sometimes all we can do is count ourselves lucky to be alive." Tonight, as usual, we're making our assessments of the girls who pass by. Too studious, too vapid, too clumsy, too sure of herself. When Mrs. Chang suddenly blurts, "Are you ready to meet my son?" I stiffen, insulted that she thinks so little of our friendship. "I haven't been talking to you so I might find a husband." "Of course you haven't," she responds calmly, "but the two of you might make a felicitous pair." "I don't want to get married again." "Because of what happened to you?" "It's not that. The way I live now, I have the freedom to do as I please." To me, that's just another way of saying you've seen hardship. I too have survived hardship, as has my son. Don't you think we've all earned a little contentment? I like Mrs. Chang, But she's wrong if she thinks I want to meet her son, let alone marry him. Still, in her own clever way, she's been working on me since the first moment she saw me enter the park. She picks up the pile of papers that sat untouched between us all these weeks and scoots closer to me. "Let me show you some photographs," she says. "Here's Jin when he graduated from primary school. We hadn't been in Guangzhou very long. See how thin he was?" I've enjoyed Mrs. Chang's companionship, and I don't want it to end, so I look at every photo with absolute courtesy, but zero interest. In June of the Western calendar, 2 weeks after being presented with Mrs. Chang's scheme, and 3.5 months after arriving in Guangzhou, the heat and humidity of this subtropical city has permeated the Midnight Blossom Tea Shop, as it has every shop in the Fengchen tea market. The unbearable climate doesn't keep people away, though. By 10 o'clock, every chair and stool around my table is occupied by an international assortment of buyers, from Korea, Taiwan, and Japan. The late afternoon sees the departure of these buyers and the arrival of my regulars. Mr. Lin, in his 60s, lean and successful in our new economy, was the first to bring his laptop to my shop so he could monitor his stocks while speculating on tea futures. The next day, Mr. Chow brought his laptop. He looks like he's in his 60s too, but not a single strand of gray threads his unruly black mop. He's an entrepreneur, what else? And he owns a string of 5 shoe stores around the city. He's remained a humble man and is easily awed. Mr. Kwan is the youngest by a few years and the only one who's had to take mandatory retirement. As a former schoolteacher, he can't afford a laptop, but the other men share what they find, and all activity is focused on poor. The 3 men all have their own special cups. Mr. Lin, the wealthiest of the 3, opens a bamboo box and lifts from the silken cushions a cup made of blanc de chine, perfect for appreciating the clarity of liquor in the bowl. Mr. Chow and his newer money also bought a cup in white porcelain, only his has calligraphy in blue on the exterior. It's a sad couplet, fit for the widower he is. It was hard to meet you, and harder to bid farewell. The east wind blew weak, and all the flowers fell. Mr. Kwan's teacup is a cheap copy of a Ming Dynasty chicken cup, showing a hen tending her chicks. My tea men gossip as though they've known each other from childhood. They discuss the final bids at tea auctions, international tea prices, the effect of the weather on terrace and wild tea in Yunnan, Fujian, and other tea-growing regions around the world. Today, they debate the health benefits of pu'er. Mr. Lin, the most highly respected and educated of my tea men, delves deep into the past to press his beliefs. Lu Yu, the great tea master, wrote that tea can alleviate the stoppage of the bowels, relieve melancholy, and remove aching of the brain, stinging of the eyes, and swelling of the joints. He said that tea is like the sweetest dew of heaven, so naturally it can only do us good. Tea helps us to think quicker, sleep less, move lighter, and see clearer, Mr. Chow agrees. Mr. Kwan, who always tries to best his betters, adds, "Our traditional Chinese medicine doctors tell us that tea, pu'er in particular, has more than 100 proven purposes to boost the immune system, balance the body's hot and cold temperatures, lower blood pressure and blood sugar, and help melt away hangovers as well as tumors." It didn't help my wife, Mr. Chow reminds them. How do you know? Mr. Kwan asks, not unkindly. Perhaps the tea prolonged her life. Myself? Mr. Lin cuts him off. I no longer go to the herbalist or acupuncturist. I believe in Western medicine. You can afford it, Mr. Kwan remarks defensively. But let me point out that American scientists are now studying catechins and polyphenols. You must have read about them. They're the compounds in tea that provides the antioxidative, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, anti-cancer. Mr. Chow sinks into his stool. It's clear that memories of his wife are still distressing. Anti-this, anti-that, anti-everything, I jump in, trying to lighten the mood. Yesterday, I saw a medicinal pour in the drugstore guaranteeing weight loss. Of course, Mr. Kwan enthuses. Because it cuts through grease. The world knows that. My cholesterol is much lower, my lipids too. But what do these claims matter in the end? I ask. Shouldn't we just enjoy it? Where I come from, we always drank raw tea. You tell me you prefer the stomach-warming and mouth-smoothness attributes of a pour that's been naturally aged for 5 years or more. Let us discuss the merits of each. I pour one of the pours Sitei sent from Laobanjiang. In the time I've been here, the wholesale price for this tea has jumped 5, then 10 times. As a result, I've been able to pay back Green Jade's initial investment. So I now own 50% of a thriving business. My success has rippled out. My father and brothers are enjoying what to them are instant fortunes. I can proudly say I helped make that happen. As for Poor's supposed health benefits, it's hard to know what to make of them. Amma made potions from the mother and sister trees, but maybe the people she gave them to would have healed anyway. Maybe her elixirs gave comfort like the Nima's trance or the Ruma's chanting. We believed we'd get better. No one was overweight in my village, but that's because we were poor and didn't have enough to eat. For me, I'm content to see my tea men sipping their tea appreciatively and quietly. The next Sunday, my only day off, I walked to Martyrs Memorial Gardens to Mrs. Chang's bench. The old woman has gnawed at me non-stop. Meet my son. Just once, we'll have dim sum together. If you don't like him, you and I will still be friends. Until I'm little more than a chewed-down corncob. Now here we are, waiting for her precious Jin to arrive. From photographs, I know what to look for. A man of medium height, average build. I wouldn't be able to stand one of those heavy Cantonese businessmen. And a full head of hair. From Mrs. Chang's stories, I know he's 38 and an entrepreneur, like just about everyone else in China these days. He exports America's trash, old cardboard and other types of used paper, to China to be recycled into new boxes to ship consumer goods back to the United States, which seems like a utilitarian, if not terribly interesting, thing to do. As a result, he travels often. Mrs. Chang has promised that she's told him nothing of my adversities. I would never speak of your past, nor would I reveal his, she said. These things are for the two of you to come to yourselves. But why worry about that now? Let's first see if you like each other. So for all I know, he may be just as guarded and mistrustful as I am. Maybe he's coming here with the sole purpose of getting his mother to leave him alone about me. I can practically hear Mrs. Chang. Meet Li Yan. Just once. We'll have dim sum together. If you don't like her, nothing is lost. Jin waves as he comes into view, and I have the benefit of watching him stride purposefully towards us. He wears his clothes comfortably, suede loafers, navy blue slacks, and a polo shirt, the real thing, not a knockoff. A few strands of gray at his temples catch the light. His wide and intelligent eyes prove him to be his mother's son. Beyond that, something deep within them instantly puts me at ease. He's arrived with gifts, which he juggles in his arms so we can shake hands. He's a businessman, but his palms reveal the calluses of hard work. He isn't shy, but he isn't too forward either. He's brought his mother what I've already learned is a traditional Cantonese gift, a tin of imported Danish cookies. And for you, Leanne, some tea. You're a young tea master, my mother tells me, so I hope you'll accept my modest gift. The label says it's a naturally aged pu'er from Laobanjiang, made from the leaves of a single 400-year-old tree. The tea itself is set in an exquisite red lacquer box, whose price may equal my monthly income, which tells me that either he's trying to show off or he's honestly interested in me because of his mother. Shall we try it at lunch? I ask. Before he can answer, Mrs. Chang says, You absolutely should. I've arranged a table for you at the Southern Garden restaurant. You two go along now. Jin and I protest. She was supposed to join us, but she's like a snake that swallowed a mouse. As she sets off towards the subway shop, he says with humor edging his voice, Together we've just lost our first battle with my mother. He owns a car, which might impress some women. Sun and moon, who am I fooling? A Mercedes? I'm very impressed. Mrs. Chang told me her son was doing well with his recycling business, but this is very well. But the last thing I'm interested in is money. I like the way he drives, though. Casual, with his wrist draped over the top of the steering wheel. He doesn't honk like a maniac, or swerve in and out between cars to gain an extra few meters either. The restaurant is large and jam-packed. We're led through the labyrinth of courtyards, banquet halls, waterfall grottos, and gardens. We cross over a zigzag bridge and enter a small room built to resemble an ancient pavilion. We're seated at a table that overlooks a weeping willow, whose tendrils drift languidly above the surface of a pond filled with lotus in bloom. The waiter brings hot water for me to brew the tea. When I open the lacquer box, however, I'm assaulted by an odor of dirt and mildew. What's wrong? Jin asks. I don't know how to say this. You won't hurt my feelings, he coaxes. I'm afraid someone sold you a fake. His expression falls. I wouldn't be surprised if this news ended our lunch before it began, but then he smiles. Taken again? I thought those days were behind me. There are a lot of fakes, I console him. Even connoisseurs buy fakes sometimes. From now on, you will always choose our tea, and I'll take care of other things, like ordering our meals. I spot a good quality pu'er on the menu, and he orders an intriguing assortment of dumplings. I expect him to talk only about himself, but he keeps the conversation going by asking me questions. Do I like Guangzhou? Do I know how to drive? Would I like him to teach me how to drive? Have I gone to Hong Kong? I end up enjoying myself much more than I thought I would. After our meal, we meander back through the courtyards, stopping to watch the water tumble over the rocks at the main waterfall. When the valet brings around the car, Jin holds my elbow as he directs me into the front seat. Would you like to go for a walk? He asks once he's behind the wheel. Maybe visit the orchid garden, or we could go to Shamian Island, sit outside and have American coffee. Oh, do you drink coffee? I like coffee, but maybe another time. He must think I'm trying to get out of prolonging this day or seeing him again, because his expression collapses as quickly as it did when I told him he'd bought fake pu'er. I mean that, I say. Another time. I'm free every Sunday. Then next Sunday. And I'm free every evening, I add, which makes him smile. He offers to drive me home, but I ask to be dropped off at the Martyrs' Memorial Gardens. We shake hands. He drives off. Before going to my apartment, I sit on a bench and punch in Sitae's cell phone number. I went on a date, I tell her. My first ever. She laughs in her distinctive way and asks to hear every detail. Over the next months, Jin and I see each other twice a week after work and every Sunday. I don't go to his apartment, and he doesn't come to mine. He may have an expensive car, but I sense he's modest in his aspirations, for he often wears the same clothes. Clean, but the same nevertheless. That, or he's trying to show me that he doesn't mind that my wardrobe is limited. I teach him to drink tea properly, and he's got a fine palate, easily distinguishing between raw and ripe pu'ers by whether they taste grassy, floral, fruity, and sharp, or dark, of the forest floor, cave-like and smooth. He takes me to restaurants all over the city, where I try clams, sea cucumber, and jellyfish. Every bite is strange, and a lot of things I don't like, at all. It's true a crab looks like a spider, he says. If you don't like it, then you never have to eat it again. On those evenings when we don't meet for dinner, a concert, or a movie, I go to the park and chat with Mrs. Chang. She's a clever matchmaker, because the more I ask about him, the less she says, which means the only way to know more is to spend time with him. Jin and I return again and again to Shamian Island to take in the crumbling beauty of the deserted English colonial mansions, western banks, and consulate buildings. We always stop for tea or coffee at an outdoor cafe open for tourists who also like to visit these modern ruins. Years ago, only foreigners could live here, Jin explains one evening. From our table, we can see down the tree-lined cobblestone pathway where a young mother chases after her one child. Chinese could not step on the island without permission. At night, the iron gates on the bridges were locked and guarded. I wonder what it would take to restore one of these houses and bring back its garden. The idea sounds wonderful but outlandish, so I just nod agreeably. While Shamian Island is charming and peaceful, my favorite place in Guangzhou, we explore other parts of the city too. We take a boat excursion along the Pearl River to look at the high-rise apartment buildings that sprout from the banks, and he showers me with questions. Do you like the water? Have you seen the ocean? Can you swim? When I answer, I don't know, no, and no, he comes back with, so many adventures lie ahead of us. It seems like he's made a decision about me, but so much remains unspoken. On Sundays, he drives me into the countryside. We pass what are called villa parks, where rows of identical houses sit in neat lines. Between those enclaves are rice paddies and other fields, where farmers carry buckets of water hanging heavily from poles strung over their shoulders. We visit White Cloud Mountain. It's more like a hill to me, but the views over the Pearl River Delta are pretty. We go to the 7-Star Crags, which, Jin tells me, are like a miniature version of Guilin, with their mist-shrouded peaks and rivers. One day, I'll take you to the real Guilin, he says. You'll love it. Today, in what seems like the worst torpor and stickiness of the summer, we drive to Dinghushan, another popular mountain resort, to see the Tang and Ming dynasty temples. Although it feels like half of Guangzhou is also here, trying to escape the swelter of the city, we stroll along the trails, and Jin takes several photos of me. Would you rather live in a villa park surrounded by fields and drive to your shop every day? Or would you prefer to have an apartment in the city and visit nature on weekends? He asks. As though I would ever get to live in a villa, I managed to get out through my laughter. Or own a car? Or have an entire weekend without work? But what if you could live in the countryside? Would you want that? A villa park is not far away from the city. He's so earnest, and this excursion reminds me how much I love the purity of clean air, bird song, and the calming sounds of bubbling brooks and waterfalls. Driving back to the city, I feel refreshed and ready to start the new week, but I also feel homesick. How can I explain to him that while Dinghushan is lovely, the mountains are not as beautiful or as tall, isolated, or pristine as my childhood home? He reads my mind and remarks, "Maybe one day you'll take me to where you grew up, and I'll get to meet your family." I don't even know what to say. What if he came to Springwell and experienced what I love? The mossy cushion of the forest floor, leaves fluttering in the breeze, and birds and monkeys chattering in the trees? Or would he see my village and my family as backward and crude? So much of my time with Jin, I realize, is spent with contradictory thoughts like these. His comments and questions make my heart feel both sweet and bitter, and leave me confused, but not so confused that I ever say no to his invitations. I never told him about my marriage to Sanpa or our trip across Myanmar and into Thailand, but the following Sunday, when he announces, "You should have a passport in case you want to travel to another country someday," I go along with the idea. Of course, it's not easy to get a passport. He seems to know people who know people, though. He introduces me to one cadre and bureaucrat after another. "She's a businesswoman," he explains to them, following up with, "Do you like poor? Naturally, the health benefits alone. Please accept her gift," and so on. Once I get my passport, amazing, he advises me to get a single-visit visa to the United States because you never know what can happen in this country. He isn't aware that I have a daughter in America, but I fill out the forms, go to the interview, and quietly begin to save money for a plane ticket. After I get the United States of America visa stamp on my passport, I take it out every night just to stare at it. If I went there, could I find her? Jin remains ignorant of the gift he's given me, hope, but I'm indebted to him for it nevertheless. I often remind myself of what Mrs. Chang said, "Those who suffer have earned contentment." Maybe I have earned it. Although Jin and I are getting to know each other, as Mrs. Chang asked, I worry what will happen if I share my life story. Maybe a time will come when we'll want to tell each other everything, but maybe not. He seems to feel the same way, because our conversations look inward and forward, but never backward. Every word exchanged reveals something, from the insignificant and even silly to the more profound admissions that get to the core of who we are. Who knows? Maybe we are less interested in infatuation or romantic love than in understanding, compatibility, and companionship unmarred by the past. "I like yellow," he answers when I ask his favorite color. "I don't have many good memories of being in the countryside as a boy, but I did enjoy the spring when the rapeseed was in bloom." "I'll always love indigo," I tell him. "One might think I'd be tired of it. I wore that color every day until I went to Kunming, and every person I knew as a girl wore that same color. Instead, it reminds me of tradition and the comforts of home." He asks if I like dogs. "I prefer cats, because they're useful and mind their own business," I explain. "Dogs are only good for omens and sacrificial eating." "Promise me you won't eat my dog." "You have a dog? I love dogs." It's not a concession. I'm not changing who I am to please him. I'd walk a dog and clean up its poop, like I see people do here in the city, because I like Jin, and I want to spend time with him. Turns out he was joking. a relief. But every revelation is weighed. Could I bear that? Could I live with it? By fall, my feelings for him have grown and changed. He hasn't tried to kiss me. I understand we're from different cultures and that it's unusual for Han majority people to kiss or hug in public, or for the most traditional couples even to show physical affection in private. Still, every time he uses the tip of his finger to slide a loose strand of hair behind my ear, or takes my elbow to help me into his car, I feel the warmth that got me into so much trouble with Sanpa. But I'm not a young girl anymore. I go to a family planning office for birth control pills. If we ever decide to steal love, I'll be ready. But when? I consider how much time we've spent together, and that's when it hits me. He's holding something back far worse than his family's tribulations in the countryside. Of course. So am I. Many things. Part 4. The Bird That Stands Out. 2007 to 2008. A chicken, a goat, and a coin. To celebrate Western New Year's Eve, Jin takes his mother and me to a restaurant at the top of a fancy hotel, which allows us to see the fireworks, giant blooms of light and stars bursting over the city. He orders champagne, which I've spoken about to my customers, but never tasted. Once it's poured, he toasts us, wishing all prosperity, happiness, and golden health in the new year. My toast is to Mrs. Chang. Thank you for befriending a stranger. May this be the first of many New Year's celebrations, Western or lunar, we share together, she says when her turn comes. Her words are so bold. She's a wishful mother of an unwed man in his late 30s, but I worry her pushing could drive him away. I try to compose myself, hiding my embarrassment behind a pleasant expression, before glancing in Jin's direction. When I do, he's right there, staring at me with such intensity that I immediately lower my eyes to the salted prawn on my plate. A week later, on the first Sunday of the new year, Jin flies to Los Angeles for a series of meetings. When Mrs. Chang and I visit in the park during the week, we don't discuss the awkward moments after her toast, but my mind is full of unspoken truths. I've fallen in love with Jin, but I'm not sure the feeling is reciprocated. I could try to shield my heart and say I don't want to see him or her again, but what would that bring me? Immediate loneliness. I want to prolong this emotion as long as I can, even if it will cause me pain in the future. That's when my Amma comes into mind. 2 years ago, and now nearly 10 years after Sanpa's terrible death, Amma cautioned me, you shouldn't be alone. She also said I shouldn't let memories of the past turn me into someone I wouldn't recognize. And I guess this proves I haven't, because I'm as foolish and reckless as ever. But she also said, the right person will find you and love you. And I have to believe that's happened, because truly, won't Jin have a moment when he realizes what he feels for me? What if he proposes, we go to Springwell Village, Amma and Abba like him, and we're married in a full Aka wedding, the kind I should have had all those years ago? What if, when we come back to Guangzhou, we find an apartment together? He certainly won't have a crossbow, but what other possessions might he bring to our home? How will our lives unfold? What if we have a child? Just the thought of that. See? Foolish and reckless. On Saturday, I work in the tea market, but my mind is elsewhere. Jin returns today, and we're set to meet this evening at our favorite cafe on Shamian Island. My shop is busier than ever. I work, pouring, measuring and selling tea, listening to the conversation between my 3 favorite tea men. Mr. Lin brags about how many kilos of a 12-year-old pu'er from Laobanjiang he stored. He points to his laptop screen.
Come, see how much money I made, overnight.
Mr. Chow says, only on paper. Mr. Kwan jokes, only on screen, you mean. Then they shift, as they often do, to the size of their temperature-controlled vaults. It's a normal day, except for the thoughts of gin that keep me from joining the banter. It's a normal day, that is, until 2 new customers enter the shop. The sight of the older man jolts me out of my daydreams. Mr. Huang! Next to him, a teenage boy, who has to be his son, Xianrong. A little more than a decade has passed since I last saw them. I'd recognize Mr. Huang anywhere, but these days, he doesn't look so startlingly different compared to the other men in my shop. He's still well fed, but here in the city, he wears white pants, a striped shirt, and white patent leather shoes. The boy, thin, gangly, with a mild case of acne spotting his face, slouches, keeping his eyes on the floor. They don't recognize me, of course. But seeing them brings back all the ways I failed as an aka, as a mother, and as a wife. Selling the leaves from the mother tree, abandoning my daughter, and Sanpa's addiction and death. I'm looking for something truly unique. The more artisanal and rarer the leaf, the better, Mr. Huang announces, proving that his desires are the same as ever. My trio of tea men take up the challenge. I have tea picked from 1,000-year-old trees, Mr. Lin brags. Mr. Chow goes a step further. I have tea picked from a single 1,000-year-old tree. Mr. Kwan can top either of those. A farmer in Fujian province sold me tea picked by trained monkeys. A bemused expression spreads across Mr. Huang's face. He raps on my table with his knuckles, commanding attention. But does anyone here have tea picked by the lips of doctor-certified virgins? My tea men murmur among themselves. Who hasn't seen articles on the internet about this tea? Not only do they have to be virgins, but they're required to have a C-cup bra size as well. Some reports claim that the girls even sleep with the tea on their breasts to infuse the leaves with vitality and virility. No one believes those stories, Mr. Lin scoffs. If you do, my friend, then you've been duped. Do not feel bad. Even I have bought a counterfeit on occasion from a dealer who claims the material came from forest tea trees, but was not, or was naturally fermented but was sentenced to extreme wet storage with high heat and high humidity to achieve the proper color but not the depth of taste. We must always remember what Lu Yu, the great tea master, told us 1,300 years ago. The quality and goodness of a tea are for the mouth to decide. How to authenticate? That's the question, Mr. Chow chimes in. Is the seller telling the truth about the vintage? Is the rice paper wrapping original? But like Mr. Lin says, you must know by taste. Your body will tell you. If it doesn't taste right, it isn't right. Buyer beware, Mr. Kwan concludes. Hearing Mr. Huang's laughter transports me back many years. The skin on my arms reacts, contracting beyond my control, as though I've stepped on a bamboo pit viper. He is a physical manifestation of all my mistakes, even if he wasn't at fault for everything I associate with him. I like wise men, Mr. Huang says, and everything you say is true. We're like art collectors, no? We taste every day. We know our own teas. No one believes in tea picked by the lips of virgins, because are there any of those left in China these days? He tucks his chin as he asks.
But will you doubt me when I tell you I was the first to return to artisanal methods to create pu'er?
Xianrong rolls his eyes, as though he's heard the story 1,000 times, but Mr. Lin responds with a bland, "How interesting." Then, because he can't help himself, he adds, "Tell us more."
If you're a true connoisseur, then you've heard of me, Mr. Huang says. I started a new era, to make private label tea again.
Are you Mr. Lu, the creator of truly simple, elegant tea? Mr. Chow asks in unveiled awe. Mr. Huang's crowing goes mute, and his shoulders sag. Then his eyes get the steely look I remember so well.
Mr. Lu and I were in the tea mountains around the same time. My leaves also hadn't been picked for 40 years. Were they picked by virgins or monkeys?
Mr. Lin teases. Mr. Huang visibly bristles. I wish he'd leave my shop so tranquility could be restored.
The tea I created is special, very potent.
Dad, Xianrong interrupts, speaking perfect English. Then to the others he says, "Please forgive my father."
We have our stories too,
Mr. Lin says good-naturedly. He clasps a hand on each of his friend's shoulders.
Come, let us leave the stranger to conduct business with our maiden.
Despite my begging them to stay, my 3 tea men pack up their laptops, cell phones, and cups.
We'll return after lunch,
Mr. Chow announces. Whether to warn Mr. Huang and his son, or to reassure me, I'm not sure. As soon as they're out the door, Xianrong turns to me.
I apologize for my father. He's like the fisherman who let a big one slip off his line. For him, it's always the one that got away. Every year since he made his first blends, he's traveled to other mountains, trying to recreate one particular tea, which he made into only 2 cakes. But I've been missing one special ingredient,
Mr. Huang cuts in.
The leaves from your grove.
A chill runs down my spine. They knew who I was all along. How did you know I was here? I ask. Mr. Huang laughs.
I returned to your village last spring. Didn't your family tell you? And then there's my old friend, Tea Master Sun.
My stomach lurches. He was back in Springwell? And he knows my tea master? I thought Tea Master Sun had only tasted Mr. Huang's tea. Don't let my father bother you, Auntie, Xianrong says, again in English, this time using an honorific to address me. He made the mistake of selling most of the tea cakes made on Nanua Mountain to a Korean collector. Can you imagine what they're worth now? I'll tell you. 1,300 US per cake. Wow! Forget the fisherman, Xianrong goes on. My father is more like Ahab in search of his whale. All right, so that stumps me. I want them out of my shop. Sweat dampens my armpits, and I tremble despite my best efforts. It's not a big room, and the 3 of us are standing together, the man staring at me, the boy embarrassed by his father, and me feeling reduced to an inconsequential, uneducated, hill tribe girl. But rather than push them out, I elect to appear friendly and helpful. Please sit down and we'll have some tea, I say, keeping my voice steady as I motion to the stools in front of my tea table. We spend the next 2 hours drinking tea and catching up, as Mr. Huang puts it. He still lives in Hong Kong, but he has so many construction projects in Guangzhou that he now maintains an apartment here. He sent his son to Andover, a prep school in America, where he was one of many overseas students.
But the boy fell in love with a white girl, Mr. Huang complains. I had to bring him home. Now he's at the American International School in Hong Kong.
Doesn't Mr. Huang realize that his son will have an equal chance of falling in love with a foreigner at the American school?
He's a senior, 17 years old. We come here on the hydrofoil every Friday afternoon and stay the weekend, so I can teach him the business he'll inherit one day.
The son in question looks about as interested in that prospect as in digging ditches.
The unridden stallion gets lazy,
Xianrong recites in Aka. His voice still sounds weary, but for the first time since he entered my shop, his eyes have lit up, sparkling with our secret communication.
A boy who does not have skills will have difficulties. This is true the world over, is it not, Auntie?
I love hearing the Aka coming from his mouth, and it pleases me that he's retained what he learned as a youngster. In the future, if they visit again, and knowing Mr. Huang's persistent ways, I expect him to come back next Saturday and the one after that, Xinrong and I will have a way to converse without his father understanding. Mr. Huang ignores his son, shifting the conversation to memories of the tea mountains and what it was like for them when they first came to Springwell Village. On the surface, it all sounds polite and harmless, but the whole situation is disconcerting. Mr. Huang pokes at me with our connections. Why didn't I know he did business with my Abba and brothers last spring? What did I think of Mr. Lu's iconic pour? And why do I suppose Tea Master's son never told me that the two of them have known each other for years, from time spent in the highest circles of tea connoisseurship?
I opened one of the cakes we made from your special leaves,
he confides, so sure of my interest.
Do you care to hear what I found?
I jut my chin, pretending indifference.
The entire cake was flecked with yellow.
The threads from the mother tree must have spread and grown. But what's even more striking is that this is what Amma told me was in my daughter's tea cake.
The aroma was...
His voice drifts off.
Sublime.
I can't help myself. How did it taste?
He laughs all the way from his belly. I didn't drink it.
This is what Tea Master's son told me had been rumored during my interview, but I still find it incomprehensible until Mr. Huang continues.
I wrapped it up again. That's what you do with gold, isn't it?
He turns to his son, pinches his cheek affectionately, and then lets his hand come to rest on the boy's shoulder. I remember how Amma always said Mr. Huang loved his boy, and it's still so clear. But Xianrong is now of the wrong age for such fatherly tenderness. He waits a minute or so before edging away from his Abba's protective touch. In many ways, though, the boy, still unformed and underdeveloped, is more sophisticated than his father when it comes to tea. His ability to taste the brews I pour is unusually refined. At the end of the visit, when his father goes down the hall to the WC and Xianrong asks if he might return without his father, I listen warily. Once Mr. Huang reappears, strutting down the dim hall, reflexively checking his fly as he stares through the windows of my competitors' shops, Xianrong's pleas turn desperate.
I beg you, Auntie, please let me visit. We'll speak the language of the mountains and share our friendship through tea.
He seems so lonely and frail that against my better judgment, I agree. The subway is packed, but it feels even more suffocating than usual as I make my way to the shop closest to Shamian Island. Walking alone to the cafe to meet Jin, I struggle to rein in my emotions. Mr. Huang. Why did he have to come to my shop? When the cafe comes into view, and I see Jin sitting at our favorite table under the colored lights with a single cup of tea before him, it's all I can do to keep from running to him for solace. Instead, I take a deep breath to fortify myself, mortar into place another brick to hide my secrets, and settle my face into what I hope is a pleasant expression. When he sees me, he rises, drops a few coins on the table, and leaves the cafe before I reach it.
Leanne, he says, his voice serious, will you come with me?
My mind is in such turmoil that I automatically think he's going to tell me he no longer wants to see me. We walk together side by side. I try to memorize the moment. The height of his shoulder next to mine, the occasional brush of his sweater against my jacket, the sound of our footsteps on the cobblestones, the way the trees rustle above our heads. When he passes through an iron gate and into a courtyard, I have enough sense to call out, "Wait! You can't go in there!" He doesn't respond or even glance back at me. Instead, he strides along the rose-lined pathway and up some steps to the porch of a colonial mansion I've admired, despite its run-down condition. Now, the layers of peeling paint have been stripped away and replaced by a coat of yellow, with the shutters and other woodwork shining glossy white. Jin opens the front door and extends his hand for me to join him. He must know what he's doing, I tell myself, but a part of me is terrified we'll be arrested for trespassing. Once I reach him, he takes my hand, pulls me through a small entry, and brings me into a large room to the right that overlooks the garden and the tree-lined pedestrian walkway. I soak in the details in seconds. Fragrant, freshly cut flowers in crystal vases, hand-woven Chinese silk carpets in intricate designs, antique lamps on the end tables, but recessed lights to create atmosphere. A pair of ancestor scrolls hang on one wall. The opposite wall is dotted with small paintings of life in the city that must have been done when this house was first built. What is this place? My voice shakes. What are we doing here?
For months, we visited spots in the countryside and neighborhoods in the city, he answers. I've shown you villa parks and apartments abutting the river, but always you've seemed happiest on this little island, which is why I bought this house a while ago. I've been restoring it since. I hope we'll be happy here.
I'm too stunned, beyond stunned really, to speak. My confused silence sends a flicker of doubt across his face. Then he sets his jaw.
I'm asking you to marry me, Leanne. He forges ahead. What I mean is, will you marry me?
I answer without hesitation. Yes, I'll go work eat with you. We kiss. I'm dizzy with emotion as the walls I've built to guard my heart crumble. In my chaotic mixture of confusion and joy, I managed to put together a clear thought. I once promised myself I'd never marry unless my mother and father thought it was a good match. I leave out the word again, as in, I would never marry again. Jin can't possibly know that, but a knife of guilt slices into my happiness. Before it can overpower me, Jin delivers into my hands a large and surprisingly heavy package wrapped in homemade indigo fabric.
Open it, he says. Your parents' blessing is inside.
I fold back the layers of fabric to find a new headdress decorated with trinkets I immediately recognize. A silver fish from first sister-in-law, a string of silver balls the size of peas from second sister-in-law, a burst of appliqued butterflies done in third sister-in-law's fine stitches, a coin from Ama, as well as feathers and colorful pom-poms. Beneath that are folded a traditional wedding skirt, tunic, and leggings, plus a belt buckle, earrings, breastplate, and necklaces. All in all, there are perhaps 15 kilos in silver, so much heavier than when I married Sanpa, between the headdress and accessories. While I'm trying to take it all in, Jin is still talking.
I've lied to you about some things, he begins. I'm rich, as you can see. I didn't tell you because I wanted you to love me for me and not just for my money. But that's not my only lie. This week, I wasn't in Los Angeles. I was in Springwell. My cheeks flush in embarrassment to think of him in my backward village. It wasn't my first visit, he continues, purposefully ignoring my obvious shame. In the last 6 months, I've traveled 4 times to Springwell to meet your family and ask permission to marry you. He pauses to let that sink in. Then, your father kept telling me to come back another time. I cover my eyes and shake my head. This is too much. They wanted me to prove to them you were happy. I brought photographs I'd taken of you. I wouldn't accept no. I even met with your... what is he called? The person who selects propitious dates? Like a feng shui diviner? The Ruma. He gave me a date. That Jin's been planning this moment for such a long time? And that's not all, he goes on. It seems a spirit incantation needed to be held for me. No one told me why, but it included the killing of a chicken and a goat, and the passing from hand to hand of an old coin. What was that all about? He inquires genially. Are they asking us to come home for the wedding? I manage to choke out, because I'm not about to tell him that a special ceremony must always be performed when a widow remarries, so her new husband won't have his life cut short. The goat is added to protect the new husband of a widow whose first husband died a terrible death. Your mother had a different idea. It seems she's heard about honeymoons, he says, bemused. She thought you might like a honeymoon in America. He grins as he confides. She pulled me aside to tell me that the first time I visited. Which means she liked him from the beginning. Which is why I now have a wedding outfit, as well as a passport and visa. But which also means she deliberately wanted to remind me of Yunye. Even before I met you, he says, my mother made me love you. Then, when I saw you the first time, sitting on the bench with her, you were even more beautiful than she described. Beautiful? Since we Aka don't use this word to describe people, this is the first time it's been applied to me. Beautiful. My mother liked you because she saw you as hard-working and honest. Please forgive me for my lies. I promise they won't happen again. I have to bite my lips to hold back my emotions. He's been keeping secrets, but they've come from a place of goodness and kindness, while mine... How could I have said yes to him when I don't deserve him? I bow my head and let the tears come. He pulls me into his arms, probably believing I am overcome by happiness. I lay my head against the softness of his sweater. I feel the warmth of his body and the beat of his heart. For a few seconds, I allow myself to relish what might have been. Then, I make myself pull away. I cannot go into marriage with lies and secrets as my only dowry. I love you, I say, and I would love to marry you, but you may not want to marry me when you know the truth about me. Nothing you could say would make me think less of you. You haven't heard my story yet. We sit on the couch, facing each other. Jin holds my hands, and I hesitantly begin to speak. I start with the easiest and least damning sin I've committed, that I broke a promise to my ama by selling leaves from my grove, which should only be used for medicinal purposes and shouldn't have gone to any man, especially someone like Mr. Huang. Jin easily accepts this, saying, "You were young and poor. You made a mistake, and it sounds like the mother tree was not permanently damaged.
Next, I tell Jin about being married and widowed. His eyes widen with each new detail. When I get to the end, he takes time to compose his response.
I've never been married, he says at last. But would it be fair for me to look into your eyes and deny that I've been with other women before you? If I'd grown up on your mountain, I would have been married too.
Whatever happens next, I say, I want you to know that I'll always think of you as an honorable man. He squeezes my hands, giving me strength. Before Sanpa and I were married, I got pregnant. I didn't realize it until after he'd gone to Thailand, so he didn't know. I gave birth in secret and abandoned my daughter. By the time Sanpa returned to Nanua Mountain, she'd been adopted by a family in America. Jin slowly releases my hands, stands, and crosses to the window. He keeps his back to me, as though I no longer exist. I don't blame him. I sigh and get up to leave.
Wait, he says, swiveling to me.
Twin trails of tears trickle down his cheeks, which he roughly wipes away.
You're very brave, Lian. Far braver than I am. We both have secrets. But you had the courage to be honest with me.
He visibly struggles.
One mistake can change the course of your life. You can never return to your original path or go back to the person you were.
That's how I've always felt. If I hadn't taken a bite of Sanpa's pancake, if I'd only listened to Ama when she said she didn't want me to see him, if I hadn't let false ideas of the future compel me to sell leaves to Mr. Huang.
But nothing you did resulted in death.
He pauses to make sure he has my full attention.
I am responsible for my father's.
How can you say that? I ask, bewildered. Your father died of pneumonia. You were a child when he got sick.
Perhaps you can understand a little of what it was like for my parents. They went from Guangzhou to a village in Anhui province called Moon Pond. Such a pretty name, but it held only darkness. I was born there, and we lived in a one-room shack made from mud bricks. It was more miserable and wretched than anything I've seen in your village.
That stings, especially since he didn't see Spring well before all the changes. But this is not the time to take offense.
My parents lost their positions, clothing, papers, photographs, friends, everything, he goes on. The only tokens from the past they carried with them were 5 of my father's philosophy books, which they kept hidden under the wooden platform that served as our bed. My mother learned how to haul water, wash clothes by hand, and make soles for our shoes from whatever scraps of paper she could find. My father gathered night soil from different families and hoed it into the fields. My parents weakened from the physical demands of working under a merciless sun or being soaked to the bone during the monsoons. My earliest memories are of having dysentery from the bad water and poor sanitation. We were all sick.
He takes a moment to ask,
what do you remember of the Cultural Revolution?
I was born not long after it ended, I answer softly. Besides, we were peasants already. My family and all our neighbors had always lived that life. But I have a friend, Teacher Zhang. He was sent to Nanua Mountain. He suffered.
Suffered, he echoes. Suffering takes many forms. Hunger, cold, fear, physical and psychological pain. The villagers were bad enough. They had opportunities each day to torment us. But sometimes a Red Guard unit would visit. Everyone was forced to gather together so that my parents could be publicly punished and humiliated. They endured numerous self-criticism sessions. I don't remember much about my father anymore, except that sometimes, late at night, I'd wake up and see him reading one of his books by the light of our oil lamp. He'd quickly close it, put it back in its hiding place, and say to me, "You're only dreaming, son. Go back to sleep now. Forget everything." Jin falls into a melancholy silence. I suspect where his story is going, which doesn't make it any easier to hear. The Red Guard came again just after my 5th birthday, he resumes at last. They were so young, you know. They played with me. They gave me a piece of candy, the first I'd ever tasted. I thought they liked me. When they asked me if my mother or father kept anything hidden, I eagerly volunteered what I knew. After that, they dragged my father from our home and made him kneel in broken glass. They tied his arms up and back into the airplane position. Then they beat him with switches. They tore every page out of his books and set them on fire. They made me stand right in front of him, so he would forever know who betrayed him.
You were only 5, just a boy.
But what son does that? He asks, tortured. I broke his heart and his will to live or fight for us. The rest is what my mother told you. My father got pneumonia and died very quickly.
My heart aches for him. Those were deviled times filled with very bad people, I say, trying to offer comfort. You were a little boy, and you were tricked. Tragedies of this kind happened to people who were far older and with far more knowledge than you had. You can't blame yourself. But of course he can, because I blame myself for so much too. I take hold of his arms, and our eyes meet. What I'd always seen in them, I now recognize from looking in the mirror at my own reflection. Pain and guilt. You said earlier that one mistake can change the path of your life forever, I say. It sounds like it did for you. I know it did for me. But what if this is an opportunity to do something purposefully right? Won't that put us on an entirely new path? A good path? Maybe even a happy path? Will you still have me? My new life requires adapting to one surprise after another. The next day, Jin and I drive to the airport to pick up Sitae, who's agreed to leave her husband and daughters for a month to take care of my shop while I'm on my honeymoon. She's arranged to have the most recent batches of tea my family made, as well as several kilos of pu'er from Laobanjiang sent directly to Midnight Blossom. My impression? Seeing her for the first time out of Springwell Village? Chubby and with her ill-fitting Western-style clothes and numerous overstuffed bags made of red, white, and blue plastic mesh hanging from her arms. Sitae catches the judgment in my eyes. So the first thing she says to me is, "I'm the first person from Nanua Mountain to fly on an airplane." Ours is a long and complicated friendship, and I'm beaming at the joy of it. Next, we pick up Jin's mother and continue straight on to the marriage bureau. Sitae and I peel off to the ladies' room so I can change into my aka wedding clothes, and she can ask what feels like dozens of questions. Has your future husband tested the machete yet? The last time I heard that phrase was when the Ruma asked it of Sampa as part of our wedding ritual. When I tell her no, her eyes go as wide as soup bowls. Don't they have a flower room in Guangzhou? She asks. No, but there are many equivalents where boys and girls, men and women can be alone together for talking and kissing. Bars, nightclubs, a friend's apartment. I apply lipstick so I don't have to answer the question.
Then you must have stolen love in the forest by now, she presses, so nosy.
Do you see forest around you? I ask, starting to get irritated. Besides, I already told you, he hasn't tested the machete. Undaunted, Site changes the subject.
So, how rich is he?
Rich enough to buy you a plane ticket, I answer.
I didn't need him to fly me here. I could have bought my own ticket, she brags. My family now makes 100 times what we did just 5 years ago, all because of Poor.
She laughs, giddy, I suppose, at the craziness of the changes we've seen. But crowing about her own wealth serves to bring her back to her original subject.
Really, how rich is he? A millionaire? A billionaire?
I don't know, and it doesn't matter to me anyway. I've been reciting these phrases to myself the past 24 hours. In truth, I wouldn't mind having the answers, although a part of me is afraid of them.
Would he invest in a business with me?
As I put on my headdress, I meet my friend's eyes in the mirror. Site, you already sell your teas through my shop. Are you hoping to compete with me? I've kept the question light and teasing. Site frowns at my reflection. I hope I haven't gone too far and insulted her.
Why aren't you having a Western wedding with a big white dress? She asks, ignoring my question. That's what I see in magazines. That's what everyone wants.
I stare at myself in the mirror. I look young and unmarred by my experiences, which is both unsettling and a relief. The clothes remind me of all I've lost, but also gained, and all I need to forget. And remember. It feels strange to leave the ladies' room and walk down a public hallway wearing something that so marks me as an ethnic minority. I worry about Jin's reaction, but he lights up when he sees me. That he's happy makes me happier still. He holds my hand through the 5-minute ceremony. Mrs. Chang dabs at her eyes with a tissue. Site's laughter feels as light as air. Jin can't stop smiling, and neither can I. Our banquet is small, just 4 people sharing a moment of supreme joy. We drop my mother-in-law at her apartment. Alone in the back seat, Site chatters like she's had too many coffees, pointing excitedly at the skyscrapers, neon lights, and limousines. When we pull into the motor court of a hotel next to the Fangchen tea market where she'll stay, too hard to teach someone so too how to use a subway or hail a taxi. She leans over the front seat and whispers in my ear. Tell him to make a way down there first, she advises in Aka as though I've never done the intercourse before. An hour later, Jin and I are sitting on our veranda, overlooking the tree-lined pedestrian walkway outside our beautiful home and drinking champagne. I excuse myself to change into a cotton nightgown I bought at a night market. Ready, I open the door into our bedroom. Jin has closed the shutters and lit candles. I'm not a girl anymore, I remind him. He takes me in his arms. We don't steal love or do the intercourse. We make love. 3 days later, I'm in Beverly Hills, having dinner in a restaurant called Spago. I'm still struggling with how to use a knife and fork, which my husband finds supremely amusing, and worry that the meal will make me sick. Everything is too rich and too heavy with cow meat, cow cream, cow butter. And why can't the dishes be served all at once in the middle of the table to be shared by the 2 of us like a normal meal? Later, after the main course plates are removed, Wolfgang Puck himself comes to the table to shake Jin's hand and kisses me on both cheeks. He promises to send over a special dessert that isn't on the menu. a Grand Marnier soufflé. If I don't spend the night throwing up, I'll be happy. Every wife must adapt, but the food part has been hard for me. But the rest? Wow! I so like this American word. Wow! 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 We're staying at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel, which makes the King World look like a guest house. My husband took me shopping on Rodeo Drive, where he bought me new clothes because, he said, we don't want you to look fresh off the boat. I tried on clothes made of a quality of textiles, silk, cotton, and cashmere I didn't know existed and fit me in a way I didn't think possible. Dior, Prada, Armani. He even took me to a store to buy new underwear and a nightgown so pretty I can't imagine sleeping in it, to which he whispered in my ear, I don't expect you to sleep in it. I got a new haircut, too, by the end of the first day, and I was completely jet-lagged, something tourists at the King World used to complain about. I look like a different person. Jin couldn't stop grinning or saying, you're beautiful. I'm a married woman, and my life has been totally transformed. But those are only outside things. Now, as we sit in this elegant restaurant, I look like I belong, but inside I feel out of place. Maybe it's the jet lag or the shock of encountering so many new things at once, but I feel myself beginning to spin with unwanted questions. Do I need to be changed this much by Jin for him to love me? Am I being as easily corrupted by his money as I was by Mr. Huang's offer to buy leaves from the grove? How rich is my husband anyway? Village rich? China rich? America rich? Self-doubt and distrust are a bad combination. As we wait for the mysterious dessert to arrive, I gently ask Jin about his business. Without hesitation, he answers my questions, saying, You need to know everything about me, just as I need to know everything about you. Some of what he tells me I already know. Jin was 10 years old when he and his mother were allowed back to Guangzhou. His mother had a job, true, but they were allotted only a single, unfurnished room in the worst of the faculty dormitories, which also served the most meager food. In the countryside, I'd learned to save everything I found because we never knew when it would come in handy, he explains. Nothing could go to waste, not even a scrap of paper. I grew up the same way, which is why I love you. He pauses for me to take in the statement I'll never tire of hearing. Then, so, as a boy, newly arrived in the city, I began to collect paper trash, bundle it, and sell it to a recycling mill to earn extra money. It had to be completely under the table, because all enterprises were still state-owned. Was it dangerous? Definitely. But you have to remember that our country's need for cardboard, lumber, and pulp was growing quickly. Where were factory owners going to get the materials when so many of our forests had been cut down during the Great Leap Forward? With the money he earned, he was able to buy necessities and extra food. He kept up with his classwork, too. Armed with good test results, he got into a local college, where he studied engineering. Engineering? How could I not know even that? All through the years, he continues, I kept my little business, hiring kids like me, who were poor and hungry, to collect discarded paper and cardboard. I would have been sent to a labor camp if I'd been caught, but I had to do what I could to help improve my mother's life after what I'd done. His eyes flit off to the side for a moment, then return to me. Besides, when you're desperate, you'll do anything to make life easier, even if it's dangerous. When he graduated, his education and his own connections got him a job at the recycling mill, but still he kept his side business. The kids who collected paper grew up, moved on, and were replaced by new kids who were in such sad circumstances that they too risked being arrested for collecting and selling paper to him.
When Deng Xiaoping began his economic reforms in the mid-90s, he continues, I was eager to participate, and I already had my own business. I easily got an EB-5 visa to come here under the U.S.'s Immigrant Investor Program. What better place to look for trash than in America, the land of consumption and waste?
His laughter booms through the restaurant. The people at the next table glance in our direction. I blush and stare down at the tablecloth. Will I ever feel comfortable here?
Of course, Zhang Yin had a head start. Have you heard of her?
When I shake my head, he explains.
She's the queen of cardboard and the richest person in China. She's the second richest self-made woman in the world, after Oprah.
I have no idea who that is, but no matter.
When I met Zhang Yin, she said, other people see scrap paper as garbage. You and I see it as a forest of trees to be utilized. I was only too happy to sell to her. I now send container ships filled with trash across the sea to China, where her 9 Dragons paper holdings turns it into cardboard. Goods are placed in those boxes, loaded onto other shipping containers, and sent right back to America to become trash again. The cycle continues day after day, and as Deng Xiaoping predicted, we've gotten rich. You'd be too modest to ask me directly, so I'll tell you. If Zhang Yin is the queen of cardboard, then maybe I'm her 200th princeling.
I can't begin to untangle in my mind just what a 200th princeling might mean. When dessert arrives, Jin abruptly switches subjects.
I want to take you all across this country to see places for yourself. But do you already have an idea about where you might want to live?
Live?
We should buy a house here too, he says matter-of-factly. I already have a small house in Monterey Park.
A house here? He needs to stop surprising me. Why aren't we staying there now?
Because this is our honeymoon. Later, I want us to have a new house where we can start fresh together.
He hesitates before continuing.
But that's not the only reason. You never know what can happen in China. Dog today, cat tomorrow. As entrepreneurs, we need to think about how to protect our money.
I like how he includes me as an equal.
So what can we do? Buy jewels and gold? Buy a hotel? Buy art? Buy wine? I've done a little of all that.
You own a hotel? I need to break this habit of repeating what he says.
Half the Chinese I know own hotels here.
But that can't possibly be right.
I want to make you happy, he goes on. I want you to feel beautiful. I want us to have a glorious life together.
When he puts it that way, wow! I'm swept up. It's very easy to be loved this way. I could even eat that dessert again, too.
Mr. Kelly's 5th grade American History Unit. Choose a person or event from the Revolutionary War to write about. Divide your report into 3 sections: background, the person or event, and how this person or event continues to have an impact on you, America, and/or global life today. Due January 10th, 2007. The Boston Tea Party by Haley Davis. Background. China is the birthplace of tea. The botanical name for tea is Camellia sinensis. It is an evergreen plant. In 782, during the Tang Dynasty, China put the first tax on tea. In history, many other countries have placed taxes on tea. In the 9th century, bricks of tea began to be used as money. Some people thought this was better than gold or silver because if you were starving, you could eat it. In the 16th century, tea was introduced to Portuguese priests and merchants traveling in China. In 1650, the Dutch brought tea to New Amsterdam, what is now New York City, on sailing ships. When England acquired the colony, they discovered that the small settlement drank more tea than all of England put together. The colonists didn't have very much to eat and drink, and they really liked tea, but in England, tea was only for rich people. In 1698, the British Parliament gave the East India Company a monopoly on tea importation. Even though there was a monopoly, smugglers brought tea to the colonies at a much cheaper price. On May 10, 1773, Parliament passed the Tea Act, which was supposed to help the English government pay for its wars with France and help the East India Company survive. People said that the East India Company would last forever because it was so big and strong, but actually it was failing. My dad says that today we would call what happened a bailout. Now the 13 colonies and the colonists had to pay a big tax on top of buying their tea. The Boston Tea Party. The colonists didn't want taxation without representation. Their motto was anything but British tea. They boycotted the tax tea. It became the symbol of rebellion. New York and Philadelphia sent tea ships back to London. In Charleston, tea was left on the dock to rot. In Boston, the colonists wouldn't let 3 ships unload their tea. On December 16, 1773, some colonists dressed up like Native Americans, climbed on the ships, chopped open 340 chests of Chinese tea with tomahawks, and threw the contents into Boston Harbor. The tea weighed 90,000 pounds. In today's money, the value would be $1 million. Founding Father John Adams called the event the destruction of the tea in Boston. Today we call it the Boston Tea Party. England got really mad and enacted the Coercive Acts. The colonists called them the Intolerable Acts. The laws punished the people in Boston by ending all commerce and closing the harbor until the bill for the lost tea was paid. They punished the state of Massachusetts by abolishing self-government. Now all 13 colonies got mad. There were tea parties in other harbors. In September 1774, the colonists met at the First Continental Congress. They wanted to fight back. 7 months later, the Revolutionary War began. How the Boston Tea Party affects me today. For a very long time, the United States, England, and other countries could only buy tea from China. Emperors in China said that anyone who tried to take a tea seed or plant out of the country would have his head cut off. Finally, the British people stole some plants and took them to India. One of the tea gardens there was started by Sir Thomas Lipton, a grocery store owner. My grandma and grandpa still drink Lipton tea. Tea is the second most popular drink in the world after water. The biggest tea-growing countries are China, India, and Kenya. Overall, China is the biggest tea-drinking country, but the largest per capita countries for tea drinking are Turkey, Ireland, and the United Kingdom. In Turkey, they consume 7 pounds of tea leaves a year per person. Per capita means that every person in Turkey, even if they are babies, drink 10 cups of tea a day. The United States is the 69th per capita tea-drinking country. Americans only drink 12 ounces of tea leaves a year per person. Americans aren't in the top 10 countries for coffee drinkers either. My mom and dad like coffee, but they drink tea when we go to a Chinese or Japanese restaurant. Sometimes they let me have tea with sugar for a special treat, but not very often because I get too excited and can't go to sleep. We may not drink tea that much in the United States, but it is still very important around the world.
Tall trees catch much wind. The day after our dinner at Spago, I insist, yes, insist, that we visit Jin's house in Monterey Park. He'd called it a small house. It's larger than anything I've lived in, and it has to be larger than anything he lived in growing up, too. The day after that, we cancel the rest of our trip, check out of the hotel, and move into the house. He drives me to the market, and everyone there is Chinese. That night, I make Jin dinner for the first time. Pork belly braised in chilies, ong choy with preserved tofu, scrambled egg with tomato, and rice. For the next week, we leave the house only to go shopping. And then we go home, lock the door, make love, eat, watch the Mandarin language channels to see what's happening in China, sleep, and repeat it all over again the next day. In the second week, he insists, yes, insists, and I, the wife of Jin, go along, that we look for a new house. As we crisscross the San Gabriel Valley, I begin to understand the differences between the neighborhoods of Arcadia, Rosemead, Monterey Park, South Pasadena, and, of course, San Gabriel. Everything we look at seems grander than I could have imagined. My favorite, though, is a 1920s one-bedroom bungalow, cozy and perfect for the two of us. "But we're going to need more than one bedroom," Jin exclaims. Then he frowns as he realizes we've never spoken about children. "I hope you want children." Sun and moon! How can he know how much this has been on my mind? On our first day here, when we were walking down Rodeo Drive, I saw an older man and woman, white, with a girl with long black hair walking between them, holding their hands. Yenye? Could it be? As Jin and I passed them, I turned back to look. The girl had to have been adopted, but she was clearly Han majority and not Aka. After that, I stayed alert, searching always for a white mother or father, or both with a girl with black hair, who'll be turning 12 later this year. Would she be Aka small? Or would her lifetime of American food have given her extra height? I've spotted girls here and there. Too old, too young, nose too flat, breasts too big. Besides, my daughter could be anywhere in this big country. She could be in New York City. She could be living with a cowboy family on a ranch. She could be in Alaska or Hawaii. Knowing I'll never find her, and loving Jin as much as I do, has stirred a desire in me to have a baby. But it's only now, as Jin asks the question, that I wonder how the one-child policy will apply to us. As an ethnic minority, I could have multiple children. Jin, as a member of the Han majority, will be allotted one child. "Why worry about the rules?" he asks. "We can have as many children as we want if they're born in America. And they'll be American citizens, too. And even if we have them in China, what will the authorities do to us? Make us pay a $10,000 fine? We aren't peasants. We can afford many children." We get to work making a baby that afternoon. I sense old emotions and traditions bubbling to the surface. I don't say this to Jin. He might think me too backward. But inside, I call to the 3 childmaker spirits that live in every woman to release my water from the lake of children so I'll become pregnant quickly. Perhaps Jin is motivated by a similar urge, because by the end of the 3rd week, he's found our new house. A pretty 4-bedroom Spanish-style home on a street planted with jacaranda trees in Arcadia. For the first time, I observe my husband as a businessman. He's a tough negotiator, and honestly, I don't know what all the things he talks about are. Deeds of trust, CC and Rs, escrows, title searches, insurance, none of which we have in China. No matter. It turns out that if you do an all-cash deal, you can buy a house very quickly. Jin calls his mother to tell her we won't be home before Chinese New Year after all. When I phone Sitae and explain the change of plans, she says, "I was hoping to see you soon so we could catch up. I miss you." But before I can respond, she hurries on, "That's okay. I'll make us rich instead." I try to suggest that she keep her aspirations modest. "It's only tea," I caution. When she comes back with, "It's so much more than that to me," I know I've left my shop with the exact right person. We cancel our flight back to China and move into our house. The myrtlewood paneled library on the ground floor doubles as Jin's office, and I also have a room, what the agent called a solarium, where I have a desk, phone, computer, fax line, and internet connection. I talk to Sitae nearly every day. These weeks leading up to the holiday have been very busy with shoppers buying hostess gifts, she gushes. I've sold all the tea from Laobanjiang and have ordered more. It's impressive, but I have to ask, don't you miss Laoba and the girls? Not one bit. I hope she's telling me the truth, because having her at Midnight Blossom allows me to focus on my husband and my home. 1 week later, on February 18, Chinese New Year arrives. We Aka have our own cycles and our own New Year, so I always ignored the Han majority celebrations when I was in Kunming in Guangzhou. Now I am married to a Han majority man, I confide to Sitae one night on the phone. I want to give him a proper holiday. To figure out how to do that, I've been watching the pre-Year of the Pig holiday shows on TV and looking at the other houses on our street to see how they're decorated. You should also spy on what women buy in the shops, Sitae advises. I do exactly that, and purchase couplets to hang on either side of our front door, and a ceramic pig painted gold and tied with a red ribbon to set on our dining table. Jin and I put together a small altar to commemorate his ancestors. We're only 2 people and don't have family and friends to celebrate with. But a neighbor, Rosie In, invites us to join her family for dinner at one of the big Hong Kong-style restaurants on Valley Boulevard in Monterey Park. Jin and I settle into a routine. Amma has sent tea from Nanuo, and I've had Sitae mail a few specialties from my shop. So we now start the day, sitting at a small table by the window that overlooks the back garden, sipping golden liquid from small cups, and drawing inspiration from the old aphorism, "An hour spent drinking tea is the hour when the prince and the peasant share thoughts and ready themselves for the commonalities and woes of their separate lives." This allows the rest of the day to unfold in a relaxed manner, with no worries or anxieties. Around noon, Rosie picks me up, and we go grocery shopping. Jin and I take walks together in the afternoons. After dinner, we make our calls to China. It's gratifying to know that my shop has done so well in my absence. Well, I mean great. Sitae has done an impressive job and taken advantage of every opportunity. Prices for pu'er have skyrocketed, she tells me. In March, during the 10 days of tea picking, thousands upon thousands of traders, connoisseurs, and journalists from all around the world climbed the tea mountains of Yunnan. Some people even brought old cakes of tea with them. They said they were on a pilgrimage to the place of origin. She sounds like a completely different person. But everything she said is true. I saw it on TV. Big crowds stepping from buses, elbowing each other to have a chance to try out Killing the Green, and shouting ever-soaring prices in the faces of bewildered growers. Teacher Zong sent word that tea from wild forest trees was the most popular. Third brother sold a single kilo of raw tea from one of his old trees to a dealer for 570 yuan, the equivalent of $75. I'll always have tea from Nanuo in my shop because I still believe what Tea Master Sun told me, that one day people will prize it as much as, if not more than, the king and queen of teas. But I agreed to let Sitae send her husband to Laobanjiang to buy more product. Later in the week, Sitae calls to give her report. Don't be mad, but he spent a lot. How much? 800 yuan a kilo. No.
Listen, I told him to do it, and it turned out to be a good deal, because the next day, the price jumped to 1,200 a kilo.
What?
Don't worry, I can sell those teas for even more money. There's only one thing left to say. You're clearly a much better businesswoman than I am. Because if I'd been there, I'd probably be thinking too much about flavor, aroma, and provenance instead of higher profits. Thank you. No, thank you. I may have misjudged Sitae when she landed in Guangzhou, but now I'm grateful for her cleverness and fortitude. When Rosie's golden retriever somehow manages to get up on the roof of her home, Jin and I meet several other neighbors, all Han majority Chinese. We stand on the sidewalk to laugh and point as Rosie's husband runs a ladder to the roof to rescue the animal. Tea is poured, snacks are shared. We gather on the street another time when the limb of a jacaranda snaps and closes the road until street maintenance comes and clears it away. At American Easter, Rosie hosts an egg hunt for children in the neighborhood. We're invited even though we don't have a baby. When Rosie drops her son's basket and several of the hard-boiled eggs break open, her relaxed attitude about the mess relieves my shyness about being an outsider. I help her clean up the eggs and sweets called jelly beans and peeps. She's grateful and friendly. By the end of the day, she's given me a Western-style name, Tina. Jin likes it, and the neighbors pick it up in days. I practice saying my name over and over again in the same way I once memorized English phrases at my trade school. Tina Chang. Tina Chang. Tina Chang. Every moment of every day seems perfect, except I don't come to a head. Getting pregnant isn't so easy when you're trying. The more weeks that pass, the more I seek answers in Aka beliefs. Although I never once dreamed of water when I was pregnant with Yanye, I go to sleep every night, hoping I'll dream of rushing water, which will announce that a baby has been released from the baby-making lake. Jin knows me very well already, so whenever he sees me leave the bathroom looking worried, he reminds me that we've only been married 4 months. His words are meant to be reassuring, but they make me even more anxious because they let me know he's been counting too. At the beginning of May, Rosie tells me about a Mandarin-speaking doctor, an OB-GYN. But before I can make an appointment, 2 unfathomable things happen. First, an all-time record is set when 400 grams of maocha, raw pu'er, sell at auction for 400,000 yuan, nearly $53,000. I'm thinking I may end up as rich as my husband in my own right. Kidding, but still fun to fantasize about. When a Chinese language channel airs a special called The Bubble of Pu'er is Broken, which I watch in our living room as Jin naps on the couch next to me. The show begins in the Fengcheng tea market with the reporter claiming that pu'er prices are inflated. At first, I tell myself that this isn't the worst criticism. In fact, something like this might have even been expected. After all, tall trees catch much wind, and the bird that stands out is easily shot. Then, the show takes an even darker turn. Not only are the prices inflated, but many teas claiming to be pu'er are fakes, the reporter says. These would include 90% of tea bought in Yiwu, the so-called home of the Queen of Pu'er. It's been labeled as authentic forest tea, but is actually just terrace tea from elsewhere. Another accusation has to do with pu'er from the Laobanjiang area. The camera follows the reporter as he walks a few meters and then plants himself directly in front of Midnight Blossom. My stomach tightens. I shake Jin awake. He groggily sits up as the reporter says, The Fengcheng tea market alone claims to have 5,000 tons of Laobanjiang tea, yet the entire village harvests only 50 tons a year. That means that the vast majority of Laobanjiang pu'er in the Fengcheng market is fake. I clasp a hand around my throat, hoping to steady my voice. Site has been selling pu'er from Laobanjiang. She even had her husband buy more recently. She wouldn't have sold counterfeit tea, would she? No, she wouldn't. She's your friend. Other teas from other villages also declared pu'er are not, the reporter continues. Many of the teas being sold as naturally aged have been artificially fermented. Many of the health claims are false as well. Contrary to popular opinion, some scientists have suggested that drinking artificially fermented pu'er can cause cancer. With each new revelation, another wave of panic washes over me. Throughout the special, proprietors try to hide their faces from the camera. Some are successful, but others spit out denials in high-pitched, angry tones while shaking their fists at the camera. Nothing, however, can hide the names of shops or stands. Midnight Blossom. The conclusion, and it's one I've come to myself, is that my business must be one of the worst offenders. I repeatedly call the shop and Site's cell phone, but never get an answer. What am I going to do? I ask my husband. Jin tries to sound unfazed. Maybe the show won't mean anything. People are watching now, but they'll forget about it tomorrow. After a pause, he asks, wouldn't Site call if there's a problem? I ponder the idea, playing it out in my head. A better question might be, why she hasn't called already. I point to the screen. You can see my whole shop, but where is she? Jin's mouth tightens into a grim line. Without another word, he goes to his computer and begins looking for flights. Walking into the tea market 2 days later is like entering a tomb. The lights are dim as usual, but the aisles are completely empty of people and goods, and many of the shops have already been vacated. We turn onto the corridor that leads to Midnight Blossom. Someone sits on the floor outside the shop, legs stretched before him. He jumps to his feet as I approach. It's Xian Rong. I didn't know how to reach you, he sputters. I've been asking Site for your contact information for weeks, but she wouldn't give it to me. I peer through the window. Large bags of loose tea rest open on the floor, and the shelves have their displays of tea cakes. But my shop still manages to look ghostly. My father and I tried the hotel where you first went on your honeymoon. So long ago? He's only a teenager, but his eyes are hollow with worry. I glance at Jin. He's set his face into an impenetrable mask. Inside, I feel as though everything I've worked for is being swept down a river. I fumble with my keys and unlock the door. Wordlessly, the boy slips behind the table. Jin and I sit opposite him. I feel strangely detached. It's my shop, but Xian Rong is in charge. He shows me a tea cake. The rice paper is printed with the distinctive Laobanjiang label, with a date and a stamp of authenticity. You can't fake that, I say. Someone must have sold her unused wrappers, Xian Rong replies. He opens the cake, uses a pick to break apart the leaves, puts a few of them into a little dish, and hands them to me to smell. The odor is of dirt and mildew, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what Site bought and what my shop has been selling is counterfeit.
Irrepressible hope flickers from deep inside. Maybe this Laobanjiang pu'er is of minor quality, picked at the end of the year or during the monsoon. He brews the tea and pours it. The smell of jungle rot, the telltale giveaway of a badly artificially fermented pu'er, assaults my senses. My worst suspicions are confirmed. Where is she? I ask. They started doing interviews about 10 days ago, Xianrong answers. She left the next day. Did she fly back to Yunnan? The idea that Sita could manage to buy a ticket and get to the airport on her own, even after what I now know, seems impossible, beyond her. Xianrong lifts his shoulders in response. After a moment, he says, Nanuo Mountain is her home. And her husband and children are there? I never thought an Aka could be so devious, he adds. I can't believe it either. What happens over the next couple days is worse than my worst imaginings. The world market for pu'er collapses, falling in value by half. It's estimated that dealers like me have between 100 and 300 tons of pu'er in storage that they'll now be unable to sell. In Guangzhou, reports reveal that it would take every single resident of the city drinking pu'er every day for 8 years to deplete the excess stock. Most damning, New Generations magazine reports that the number of people in China speculating on pu'er has reached 30 million, and that dealers, bankers, and government officials have all worked together to cheat them. This cascade of news causes several more emporiums in the tea market to go belly up. I close mine too, never once having met my partners. Nearly all my stock goes into trash bins. My 3 tea men, sensing a unique opportunity, buy my best teas at rock-bottom prices with plans to store them until the value rises again to that of gold. You'll make even me rich one day, Mr. Lin tells me. I need to bite the insides of my cheek to keep from weeping. Jin and I retreat to Shamian Island. When he's asleep or out, I go into the bathroom, lock the door, and sob. I'm nearly torn apart by sadness, regret, and guilt. I'm Aka, but in my new and pretty life, one seemingly removed from the danger of spirits, I ignored signs that I should have instantly recognized as bad omens. The dog who mysteriously mounted Rosie's roof, the tree limb that blocked our street, the cracked, hard-boiled eggs. I didn't pay attention. I was so happy. My life is not over, however. I have a wealthy husband, so I won't be poor again. But back home, my Abba and brothers, and probably everyone in Springwell Village, who were already in debt after the building expenses required by the quality safety standard, have lost their income. Will everyone be thrown back to living hand to mouth? My mind spirals with worry, but also suspicion. Is the money Sita had been depositing my cut for selling the fake pu'er? Could my family and others in Springwell be a part of this? Again and again I circle back to Sita. How could she have done this to me? When I tell Jin that I need to go home for a few days, he agrees, saying, I'll come with you. Maybe I can help. We take a flight to Kunming, and then on to Jinghong. It's evening, pouring rain, and very hot and humid when we step off the plane. Jin hires a driver to take us to a small hotel for tea dealers and collectors in Manghai. It's an easy drive to your village,
Only about an hour and a half, Jen explains. We can stay in the hotel in town, have creature comforts, and go back and forth to your village as needed.
That's not how I remember getting in and out of Springwell, but he seems very sure. The driver loads our bags in the trunk. Jen and I get in the back seat, and then we're on our way. In the 3 years since I was last here, the changes are dramatic. The road from Jinghang to Menghai is jammed with trucks, tractors, buses, and private cars. The street itself has been paved and the berms planted with palm trees, hibiscus, and bougainvillea. Hawkers sidle through the traffic selling grilled meats and soda pop. We pass billboards advertising motor scooters and baby formula. We turn onto Menghai's main street, illuminated by the yellow glow of overhead lamps. My breath catches as I'm thrown back to the night I walked along this road, searching for a place to hide before I abandoned my baby. As we near the Social Welfare Institute, I grip the piece of plastic that edges the passenger window. On the steps, someone sleeps in the rain under a broken-down cardboard box. Jin puts an arm around my shoulders and pulls me to him. I bury my face in his shirt. Why is this hitting me harder than the times I passed through when I was waiting to hear if I'd gotten into the tea college? Ever since I left this place, my life has been one of up, up, up. I'm married to a kind man, whom I love deeply. We have 2 homes, an idea inconceivable even a year ago. I'm so very lucky, but I'll never escape the regrets I have for leaving my daughter on this very street. Sitay's betrayal has complicated and multiplied my emotions. My insides are raw with pain. We check in to the hotel. Our room has a squat toilet. The promised hot water is lukewarm, and our bath towels aren't a millimeter larger than kitchen towels. Jin paces, looking worried. He wants to talk. I don't. When he gets in bed, I roll away from him. He puts a hand on my hip to comfort me, but I don't acknowledge him. I am so down. My business failed, my family and village back on the path to poverty. All the memories this town brings up about Yanye. And now, I'm an ungrateful wife. My jet lag is terrible, and my emotions are jumbled, but I can't fall asleep. The mattress is too hard, the rain batters the window like knocking spirits, and my mind is awash in reminiscences. How could I have thought that the happiness I felt with Jin these past months could ever erase who I am or what I've done? Morning comes, and the rain still pours down. In the dining room, Jin orders tea and spicy noodle soup. I rinse our eating utensils with the hot tea to kill germs. Our napkins are lengths of toilet paper.
If you don't want to talk to me,
Jin says into the bleak silence,
you don't have to, but I hope you'll listen to what I have to say to you. We both know that wealth, privilege, hard work, and luck do not heal a heart, nor can they save us from sadness, loneliness, or guilt. Before we go to your village, let's visit the orphanage.
I shake my head. No, we should go to Springwell right away. We've come so far, and I have to make sure.
All that can wait another hour or so.
I have to go home, I plead. Please, Jin. His muscles in his jaw tighten as he considers his response. Finally, he says,
We'll go to Springwell first, but sometime while we're here, we're going to the orphanage. You're in a different position now than you were when you went there with your baby's father. And You have me.
Despite promises that this is now an easy drive, the torrential rain has turned the unpaved road into slippery muck. We get stuck in the mud, tires spinning, the driver cursing. Jin and I get out and fill the sludge with stones and thatch. The tires catch, we get back in the car, and we're on our way. But it's not far before we get bogged down again. Then more skidding and shimmying. On a particularly steep curve, the car slides to the edge of the precipice. I scream as one tire slips out into space. For a moment, we sit, absolutely still, desperately hoping the other 3 tires hold. Carefully, we all get out of the car. The driver moans and groans about his most prized possession. Jin promises to buy him another car if this one goes over the cliff. And I feel as sick to my stomach as when I left Nanuo Mountain in the back of the tea delivery truck. We're grateful to be alive, but we are 3 drenched cats, soaked clean through, muddy, indignant, and very funny to look at. How do I know? Because the road is busy, although no one but us would be fool enough to drive an automobile or motorcycle in this weather. But even in the misery of the monsoon season, farmers have plots to work, mothers and their babies go visiting, and children have school to attend. We're a hilarious diversion. At last, a tractor rumbles up the road, Jin flags down the driver, and I speak to him in our local dialect. A few minutes later, Jin and I climb on the back of the tractor and hang on to the rain-slick steel. Our driver remains with his car, with promises that we'll send the tractor back to help him. A half-hour later, we come to another obstacle. A portion of the road has washed out. Jin and I decide to walk the last few kilometers. At least the rain is warm. We pass through Bamboo Forest Village and turn onto the trail that will lead home. To our right, on the construction site I remember from my last visit, rises something I never thought I'd see on any tea mountain. A villa as huge as the ones Jin and I used to see outside Guangzhou. It has a tile roof, large patios extended on massive retaining walls, and bright lights blazing from every window on this dark and rainy day. I peel off onto a smaller path. Jin follows behind me. We each have to catch ourselves several times from falling down the slippery embankment. Soon, we pass through Springwell's Spirit Gate. The track that divides the 2 sides of the village is deserted and dismal. Dogs and chickens have found shelter under the remaining bamboo and thatch houses. The gray, brick and stucco structures look bleak, already old somehow. Rain streams down the glass panes of the tea drying sheds. An odoriferous smell seeps from them. Yes, they're fermenting tea here. Jin veers toward my family's new home. Not me. I go straight to Sitei's house. The door is open, and I enter without announcing myself. Sitei sits alone at a table with a cup of tea and a pile of papers before her. She's dressed in the same outfit she wore to fly to Guangzhou for my wedding. Rain batters the roof, but otherwise, I hear only echoes of emptiness. It's just the 2 of us. I wondered how long it would take you to get here, she says, not even bothering to look up.
Past class note from Haley to Jade, May 18th, 2007. Jade, why are you and Jasmine being mean to me? You won't even look at me in class, but I see you passing notes with Jasmine. You said you, Jasmine, and I would go to Old Town together and hang out next weekend. You said we'd all buy matching outfits so we could be samesies. You said we should ask our moms and dads for Tamagotchis for 6th grade graduation presents next year so we could take care of them together. You said I was fresh off the boat because I wasn't born here like you. I said Jasmine wasn't born here, and you said it didn't matter because her parents are real Chinese, not like mine. All 3 of us look Chinese and you know it. You and I have been best friends since kindergarten. When we got into Westridge School in 4th grade, you said we would always be best friends. At our sleepover, you said you and I were like twins. You're a big, fat liar. And I'm not a midget. I'm not a dwarf either. You are the meanest person ever. Haley.
One long chain of life. Sitae stares at me coolly. She looks as 2 as ever, but for the first time, I see her differently. You've always underestimated me, she says. Ever since we were girls, you acted like you were smarter than I am. And you were richer, but I thought we were friends. You know nothing, Leanne. She's interrupted by the spirit priest's shouts.
Sitae, Leanne, everyone, come out.
Aka law wouldn't allow me to confront Sitae alone, but I'd hoped for a little private time with her. Sitae nods. She slips on a rain jacket, steps outside, and opens an umbrella. I follow behind her. As wet as I am, I'm grateful for the constant washing of the rain. Beside us, in the mud, stand the Ruma and the Nima, my Ama and Abba, my 3 brothers, their wives, and all their children, and everyone else who lives in Springwell. Some are dressed in Western-style clothes and, like Sitae, have umbrellas. Others, Ama and Abba included, wear their capes made of leaves. The Ruma and the Nima haven't donned their ceremonial garments, although the Ruma has brought his staff. I glance at my husband, who doesn't understand Aka. He's going to have to follow along solely on body language and mood. That realization saps some of my strength.
Whatever you have to say to each other needs to be said in front of everyone,
the Ruma begins.
Because your actions have tipped the forest and all who live in it out of balance.
I've done nothing wrong, I object. Sitae points a finger at me.
She's done everything wrong.
That's not... Sitae interrupts.
She will accuse us of making counterfeit tea. But we made artificially fermented tea like Mr. Huang showed us so many years ago.
I put up a hand to stop her from speaking.
Please don't put words in my mouth. There's nothing wrong with fermenting leaves as long as you do it correctly and make a good product. That's what Lao Banzhang did and what you used to send to me. But to put a label on inferior tea made in Springwell, say it's from Lao Banzhang and sell it as a fake to customers at an inflated price while I'm away. And now you blame me?
Sitae waves off the suggestion.
Everyone's been doing it, not just our village.
Yes, plenty of villages have made false products, I reply. But that doesn't make it right. We're Aka. We don't deceive people.
Leanne,
a man calls out.
Not everyone did what she wanted.
We turned down her requests too, a woman next to him adds.
Our family refused to sell our maucha or lease our land to her,
first brother says, and several other heads bob to let me know they held out too. I knew that Sitae had been subleasing land, but I didn't know how widespread it was.
If Leanne hadn't asked us to send an unreasonable amount of tea to her shop, Sitae says, then we wouldn't have done what we needed to do to fill her demand. She just wanted to get rich.
I wish it hadn't come to this, but I'm seeing something new about Sitae. She's savvy and selfish. I hope I can find the girl inside her who I used to know. Sitae, I say, touching her arm. You know that's not what happened. I trusted you,
my oldest friend, to help me. We have something valuable to sell, but you corrupted that. She pulls away, just as someone in the crowd shouts, "Who are you to tell us how to do business?" People murmur. I worry they don't trust me. We have all benefited from the popularity of Pu'er, I say. I tried to share my good fortune with you. She's an outsider, Site tells them, defiant. Yes, I've lived outside, but answer me this. How much did she pay for your artificially fermented tea that you then wrapped in counterfeit paper, knowing your finished product was also not from Laobanjiang? A faceless voice reveals, 2,000 yuan a kilo? A lot of money. But do you know what she told me she paid the farmers in Laobanjiang? 3,000 yuan. At the very least, she was stealing 1,000 yuan from me per kilo of the fake pu'er. As we stand together now, only one person knows how much she asked customers to pay for that same tea. 10, 20, 50 times what she paid you? The grumbling begins again, but this time, I sense the tide turning. Site's made a lot of money by acting against Aka law. I press on. I made a lot of money too. Your lives have been boosted as well. New houses, electricity, motorbikes. We can each take some responsibility. But these fakes have caught up to all of us. Outside, the price of pu'er has fallen by half and is continuing to tumble. It can't be true. How can we trust you? You can't, Site jumps in. We have a ton or more of fermenting tea in our sheds. Think about that. Tomorrow she'll be gone, but I guarantee I'll pay you 1,000 yuan per kilo. That's half of what she previously paid, but still the equivalent of a little over $130,000 for Springwell's ton of tea at today's exchange rate. That translates to around 3,250 for each of the village's 40 households. And that doesn't include teas made from the lesser pickings throughout the year. I remember when my family was lucky to earn 200 yuan a month, $300 a year, and we were thankful for it. If everyone wants to make fermented tea, I say, then let's do it the right way. I'll pay you well. Maybe not 1,000 yuan to start, but we could build back to that, and higher. Let's never again try to pass off our tea as something it isn't. I've promised to sublease land from every family here, Site interrupts. Let's say what she's told you about the price of pu'er is true. Then your tea trees and the land under them have no value. I want to help you. Don't let an outsider who's been influenced by bad spirits trick you. Do you realize what she's doing? I ask Springwell's families. She's trying to steal your land. I am not stealing, she answers. I'm subleasing. I'm volunteering to take responsibility for every lease until the next renewal of the 30 years no change policy. You're trying to become a landowner. It's the worst accusation I could make. I search out Jin, and he gives me a subtle nod. Say it. Go for it. You're strong. Your family was always better off than others in Springwell, I say. But now you would take the leases of every family here? At the bottom of the market? Betting that the price of tea will come back? She laughs derisively. You don't know a thing about it. I've decided to tear out the tea trees once and for all. I'm going to help the people convert their land to rubber and coffee. But we're at too high an elevation to grow rubber. And it destroys everything around it. As for coffee, Starbucks and Nestle have already approached me, she says smugly. Everyone here will make money because the worldwide demand for coffee? You'd deprive the people of the one thing they have? Land with our special trees? But you'll have money, Site says, speaking out again to the villagers. I can pay you more than you'll ever earn from tea. You'll have money for a couple of years, but then what? I appeal to the crowd. Will your sons and daughters have to go out as I did? Can you look at me now and say, oh, she's an outsider, or, oh, her fate has been easy? But I know what's out there for Aka who have no education or opportunity. How can I make them understand? There's more to us than cash, I say, and there's more to our tea trees than profit. We recite the lineage, but our lineage is in our trees too. We can start again, but we should do it the right way, by treasuring what is most valuable to us. Every tree has a soul, every grain of rice, every... Site opens her mouth to object, but before she has a chance, Abba calls out, Listen to my daughter. She is still the only person from our village to go to 2nd and 3rd level school. She went out, just like Teacher Zong said she would. We need someone who can represent us and look after us. I'm overwhelmed that he would speak this way on my behalf. But I have the sense to add, but only if we can behave as proper Aka. Look around us, Abba continues. My daughter's entire clan is here, but where is Site's clan? Where are her husband and her daughters? What is an Aka without family? A man who defended Site earlier steps forward. She leased my land 3 years ago. It's the closest to Bamboo Forest Village, where her husband is from. She built herself a house on it. That would have to be the monstrosity Jin and I saw on our walk here. Whatever improvements have been made to Springwell, as dramatic as they are dwarfed by the riches suggested by Site's new home. All of this makes me feel like a fool. If Site had been anyone else, I would have asked questions. But I never looked beyond the surface of our friendship. Site was right when she said I underestimated her. Leave it to the women to know what's happening with Site's family members. Her brother and his family are at Disneyland in Hong Kong. Her husband and their daughters are in Myanmar buying rubies. Child of a dog! Someone shouts. Others call her even harsher epithets. But that doesn't mean the tide has fully turned. Many people here earn their livelihoods from Site. If they abandon her, then what will become of them? The tension is palpable. I worry a physical fight could break out. The Ruma stamps his staff. The crowd falls silent as he consults with the Nima. After considerable whispering and gesturing, the Ruma announces, We'll hold a ceremony in my house. We make a somber procession to the Ruma's home, where he and the Nima slip on their ceremonial cloaks. The elders sit in a circle around us. Once everyone is settled, the Nima beckons Site and me to kneel before him. He rubs soot from my forehead down to the tip of my nose. He repeats the process on Site. These two with the marks are who you are to look at and examine, he notifies Apomie, our supreme god. Next, he ties string around Site's and my wrists. Let them be joined together for the journey to the netherworld.
Last, he pours a little alcohol on the floor, where it seeps through the bamboo to the ground below.
I call on you, ancestors, to help us look for the truth. What, if any, spirit has been chewing on these women's souls and strangling our village?
His eyes roll back until we see only the whites. His arms and legs tremble, causing the coins and bones on his cloak to rattle. Unrecognizable words escape his mouth.
Ooh-ah-tsa.
The ceremony continues for 3 hours, during which the rain finally lets up. The absence of the constant clatter only amplifies the Nima's groans. When he comes out of his trance, Site and I are ordered outside so he can confer with the Ruma and the village elders. Every man, woman, and child of Springwell Village still waits in the misty drizzle. The divisions are obvious. The group that's most benefited from Site, and the group that's held on to their land and the old ways. I've been away for more than a decade, while she's been a constant and influential presence. I'm promising something intangible for the future, while she's already changed many lives. I'm asking for honor. She's guaranteeing livelihoods. The Ruma, Nima, and village elders join us. As is tradition, it's the Ruma's responsibility to declare the outcome and announce the Nima's recommendations.
Accusations have shot back and forth like poisoned arrows, he begins. But we have weighed everything, including what the Nima saw in the netherworld.
When he asks,
Could a spirit have entered Site?
I feel a touch of optimism.
If the Nima told me that her spirit was gasping for breath, then I would take banana leaves stuffed with ash, husked rice, and coins and rub her body with them. But she is not suffering thus. If she'd become wild, tearing off her clothes or howling like an animal, I would ask 3 honorable women of our village to urinate on a broom, which I would use to brush away Site's problems. But she is not suffering thus. If she had seizures, I would wrap her in magic vine, then sacrifice a goat, a pig, and 2 chickens. But again, she is not suffering thus. Site does not suffer from a spirit affliction. Everything she has done has come from her own hands, heart, and mind.
Relief floods through me, but Site is outraged.
How much did Leon pay you to say those things? Shamans and spirit priests don't lie,
the Ruma replies indignantly.
We can't lie. If we were to lie, the spirits would vex us. Now please, let me continue. A spark lights a fire. Water sprouts a seed. The Aka way tells us that a single moment changes destinies. Therefore, the Nima and I have searched through time to find the instant that changed every person in Springwell, but these 2 most of all. I am speaking of the occasion when evil spirits forced the birth of twins upon us.
Everyone instinctively recoils, but I'm thrown back in time, not to the birth of Deja's babies, but to my cleansing ceremony after the pancake stealing incident. I'd felt the Ruma had magically understood everything that had happened, but now I realize his gifts may have less to do with magic than with interpreting the world around him in a magical way.
For Leanne, the arrival of the human rejects caused her to begin looking beyond our spirit gate to the outside world,
he says, and I see how clever he is to allot a portion of responsibility to me.
For Site, we lost our wealth, our reputation, and my brother,
Site finishes somberly,
which caused you to work hard to regain your family's prosperity and position. You've even been able to bring back your brother, if not all the way back into village life, closer to you.
He stamps his staff.
Let us now, as a village, chase away the evil spirits who have haunted these two women. Release them! Be gone! Be gone forever!
He pauses before adding,
Now we will practice ceremonial abstinence.
Once, the routine requirements might have settled things, but this hasn't been a simple matter of someone touching the spirit gate or a dog climbing onto a roof. Someone yells,
What about my land? Will Site sell it back to me?
The suggestion jags through the crowd.
That might work for you,
Another farmer shouts.
but I can't return money I've already spent. Shouldn't Site be banished?
Another man calls out. Then a person from Site's faction lets his views be known.
Why should she go? I leased my land to her. Why can't I work for her and grow coffee? Make the outsider leave. Look at her. She's not a true Aka.
Several clicks of tongues reveal support for this last suggestion.
If a woman marries out, does that mean she's no longer Aka?
The Ruma asks.
In the past, when our men traveled the Tea-Horse Road for months or years, were they no longer Aka? If Lian wishes to stay among us, she is welcome. As for Site, she is not a human reject. She is not a murderer. I cannot banish her. She has her own home outside the protection of our spirit gate. Let her continue to live there. Those who want to do business with her know that good and bad spirits are watching.
None of this absolves Site, and it's clear she could easily rile the crowd again. Instead, she straightens her back and begins threading her way through the crowd, stopping here and there to speak to her supporters. Knowing the effect the birth of the twins had on me, I feel empathy for her and the losses her family endured as a result. I even grudgingly admire the desire that ignited in her when we were girls to help her family. But as she walks away, I know the two of us will never again be friends. Having exposed Site, I feel I need to be more present in the village. I want to help the people of Springwell regain pride in our tea trees, help revitalize the poor business, and stabilize and bring back the money everyone has come to rely on. Fortunately, Jin agrees. During the following weeks, as the monsoon season continues and little can be done for the trees themselves, I go from household to household trying to build trust, while Jin makes business calls on his cell phone and occasionally meets associates in Menghai or Jinghong. At night, we sleep in an abandoned newlywed hut. It's not the time of year to build a house, but the Ruma and Jin begin to seek a proper date for construction. On the appointed day, men go into the forest to cut bamboo. We women gather thatch and fashion bamboo lashing. Our new house, minus the modern conveniences Jin promises he'll provide eventually, is completed by lunchtime. We move in that afternoon. That night, I dream of water. 2 weeks later, I wake up sick to my stomach. I've come to a head. Jin is delighted. He calls his mother, and I can hear her joy through the line. Ama's smile is open and wide. She says, "It took you this long to figure it out? The sisters-in-law and I could tell a half cycle ago." Her words sound matter-of-fact, but her happiness radiates like the sun on a spring morning. And this is what I've wanted. This is what will make our lives complete. But the worries my condition stirs up are troublesome. What if I have a girl? "I don't need a son," Jin reassures me. "You don't need to do that for me." But he doesn't understand that every Aka wishes for a son first, followed by a girl, followed by a boy, followed by a girl. It's how we keep balance in the world. I had a daughter. Now I must have a son. Teacher Zong inadvertently adds to my anxieties when he and two old women from the family planning office at the Tea Collection Center visit Spring Well to paste posters on the sides of buildings marking the launch of a new campaign seeking to address the dark side of the miracle of the one-child policy. "China already has a huge surplus of men over women, and that number is expanding by about 1 million each year," Teacher Zong announces. Each poster has a different slogan, all bearing the same core message. Daughters constitute the next generation. Men and women build a harmonious society together. Nature will decide the sex of the newborn. Giving birth to a girl is the will of nature. The villagers don't remove the posters because all the slogans are in accordance with Aka law. Then, my 3 11-year-old nieces come home with memorized sayings, which they recite with alarming frequency. Care for girls. Support the girl class. Protect girl children. Benefit the state, the people, and families. To care for today's girls is to show concern for the future of China. All this should make me want to have a girl. But the more I'm encouraged to give birth to one, the more apprehensive I become. Let it be a son. In October, 5 months after the confrontation with Sitae, Jin and I feel comfortable enough to go back to Guangzhou so he can take care of business and I can visit the tea market to research what it would take to open a new shop. We have to pass through Menghai to get to the airport in Jinghong. So, as promised, Jin and I stop at the Social Welfare Institute. The rains should be over, but today they've reappeared. A beggar woman sits under a makeshift shelter on the steps of the orphanage. In this weather, with no one about? I wonder if she's the same person I saw sleeping under the cardboard sheets when I drove through Menghai on our way to Springwell. Jin splits off, drops a few coins in her cup, and bounds up the steps to catch up to me as I enter the institute. As soon as the door closes behind us, I'm overwhelmed by the smell of urine, which seems exponentially multiplied by the day's warmth and humidity. Toddlers scurry across the floor in walkers, foundlings squirm in metal cribs, and older children, most with physical or mental disorders, linger at the edges. One child, a boy, sits crumpled in a heap against a wall, his atrophied legs like broken twigs beneath him. Although leftover New Year's couplets and other decorations festoon the walls, the room, while clean, lacks toys or books. 3 women, wearing matching pink smocks and kerchiefs, hang diapers on a clothesline strung from ceiling hooks. One of the women leaves her chore when she sees us, As she wipes her hands on her smock, my Ama's bracelet slides into view. It's Director Joe. The room begins to swim. Welcome to Munghai's Social Welfare Institute. Do you drink tea? Have you eaten yet? She asks politely. We're shown to a sitting room with 2 overstuffed couches upholstered in faded fabric. Antimacassars cover the armrests and drape over each head position. The other 2 caretakers bring tea and a platter of sliced watermelon and light cheese. The tea is poured, adding more heat and dampness to the chamber. Once everything is served, the 2 women join us, ready to be part of the conversation. Are you looking to adopt a boy or a girl? Director Joe inquires. Many Chinese couples are adopting now because they don't want our children to leave the home country. Most want a boy, but all of ours have special needs. We are told they are the rubbish of society. She sighs. If you can only have 1 child, you want it to be perfect. For birth parents and adoptive parents alike, no? I can offer many choices for girls. Do you want a newborn, or one who can already do chores and care for herself? We are here on a different matter, I say. As I recite the facts, Director Joe nods slowly in recognition. The cardboard box was not unique. Many babies probably arrived similarly, but the tea cake was. More important, Sanpa and I were the only parents brave enough, or foolish enough, to come here to track down an illegally abandoned daughter. None of us have forgotten that day, the director concedes. I should have called public security to come and arrest you. Then you fainted. I am not without heart. The 2 other caretakers exchange furtive glances as the director pushes Ama's bracelet into her sleeve with her unadorned hand. This isn't like last time, though. I have Jin with me, and he takes over. Sure, the women cover their mouths and tip their heads as if in deep contemplation over the ethical dilemma. But the cash he holds in his hand is too great a temptation. We were told she was sent to Haolaiwu, Hollywood, the youngest one blurts. Hollywood? I grip the armrests. Have you been there? She asks. I nod, unwilling to give away anything more. All the women, including Director Joe, brighten. Does everyone own a car? Do all the women paint their nails? Then the questions become more sinister. Is it true that Americans adopt our girls so they can raise them until they're old enough to have their organs harvested? Or do they adopt our girls purely for sex? That's government propaganda, Jin chides. You shouldn't repeat such things. Are you sure she's in Hollywood? I ask. Everyone wants to go to Hollywood, the youngest caretaker exclaims. She knows not one thing about it, Director Joe says gruffly, drawing attention and the offered bribe back to her. She waits as Jin counts out bills and lays them in a stack on the table. When she's satisfied, she says, I told you last time that the baby was sent to Kunming. From there, she went to Los Angeles. Somewhere in the Los Angeles prefecture, she clarifies. We like to think it was Hollywood. Los Angeles isn't a prefecture, but the city is huge, and really, that could mean Yanye's anywhere from Venice Beach to San Gabriel, from Woodland Hills to, I don't know, Disneyland? Will you show us the file? Jin asks. The director locates it easily and hands it to me. The folder contains a photograph, showing an infant a few days old, with her head wrapped in an indigo cap decorated with silver charms, a footprint in red ink, and a single sheet of paper, which outlines the basics of Yanye's arrival at the Institute. These 3 items constitute the only tangible proof of my daughter's existence. Shouldn't there be more? I ask, running a finger over the photograph. The director smiles at me sympathetically. One of the photos and the rest of the paperwork went with your daughter to the Social Welfare Institute in Kunming for identification purposes. But a fire 7 years ago destroyed their records. You could visit the new facility to see if anyone remembers something. But babies are sent to them from all over the province for foreign adoption. I don't see how they'll remember one out of so many. So, no easy answers or traceable clues. Still, I now know where my daughter is. If this information is accurate, and if she and her parents have never moved. How could my daughter be in Los Angeles of all places, and I haven't been looking for her every moment? I begin to cry. The ladies are kind, patting me on the back, cooing, pouring more tea. The director even offers to return Jin's money, saying, "We don't often see the suffering of mothers here. We only see the babies." She gives me the photo and the footprint. Then the 3 women escort us to the front door. Babies wail in their cribs. The toddlers in their walkers push their way towards us. The older children seek our eyes, hopeless, knowing we haven't come for them. The director puts a comforting hand on my shoulder. The ridge of Amma's bracelet presses into my flesh. "I would help you if I could," she says. Through my tears, I ask, "If I can't have my daughter, is there something I can do for the other children?" "Oh, no, we're fine. We're given everything we need." Maybe... I try to think big. What about a washing machine and a dryer? "We could never accept such generosity," she says, but she's just being Chinese polite. So our flights back to Guangzhou will be put off another day. We open our umbrellas and step out into the rain. The beggar woman, who's been here all this time, waves to Jin to approach. He gave her money earlier, but he reaches into his pocket again and begins to move laterally over the steps to her. It hurts enough to see beggars in Guangzhou and the homeless in Los Angeles, but to encounter one in my prefecture? We grew up living on the land. If we caught or found food, we ate it. If we had nothing, we ate nothing. But the idea that one of us would beg? "Sir, please come a little closer," the woman entreats in broken Mandarin. "Let me show you something. I've been waiting for the right buyers. You and your wife look like people of fine standing. I know there are collectors from afar who will pay good money." I only had to hear the first few words to recognize the voice, and they catch me like a spring trap. It's Deja. The irrevocable loss I feel about my daughter, followed by this chance encounter with Deja, again feel as humbling and cleansing as a tidal wave. For a moment I can't move, because it's all so hard to take in. When I saw her on Sanpa's and my way to Thailand, she was barely surviving, but this is different. Deja, an Aka, has become a beggar. Unheard of. I sweep in a deep breath to steady myself, and then walk to my husband's side, where Deja, filthy, nearly toothless, and as brown and wrinkled as a salted plum, holds out her most special possession for sale. Her wedding headdress. She doesn't recognize me until I speak. That's how much I've changed. Fate sent you in one direction, she says, showing no embarrassment about her circumstances. Destiny sent me in another. Now, would you like to buy this headdress? I think you remember it. Of course I remember it, but I'm not going to buy it. You're coming with us. Jin raises his eyebrows, clearly surprised. No coincidence, no story, I recite before going on to explain. Deja once lived in Springwell. She and I have been together at our worst moments. I pause to look into her eyes. We've also bumped into each other in the most unlikely places. That has to mean something, doesn't it? The next 2 hours should be filled with the sad tale of Deja living as a hermit in the jungle for many years, before traversing mountain trails, always alone, back to Xishuangbanna Prefecture. Instead, a cacophony of laughter and hoots of surprise stream out of Deja as she experiences her first shower, her first flush toilet, her first restaurant meal, her first television program, her first mattress, her first air conditioning, her first nightgown, and her first use of electricity, flipping on and off the bedside lamp. Why are you doing this for me? She asks as I sit next to her on the bed, holding her hand, trying to assure her about sleeping inside a room with 4 solid walls for the first time in her life. Maybe it's not for you. Maybe it's for me. Tomorrow, we're going home. To Springwell Village? I can't go there. We're going to Guangzhou. Sun and moon, not possible. As Aka, we are linked in one long chain of life. Do you still believe in the malevolence of spirits and the power of our ancestors to overcome them? I ask. Of course she does. We were both on those steps today, I continue. We don't have to know why. All we have to do is accept that our spirit ancestors must want us to be together. Aka law tells us never to ignore portents or coincidences. The following morning, Deja gets her first experience in a car as the driver takes us to Jinghong to buy the appliances. Terror turns her face as white as a phantom. I keep reminding her that we can stop if she needs to be sick. The appliances cost barely $300, a modest amount for us, but a washer and dryer will change the quality of everyone's lives at the Social Welfare Institute. Not wanting to take any chances, we follow the truck back to Munghai and watch as the items are hooked up and proven to work. The 3 caretakers smile through their tears. The older kids shoulder in, wanting to get a closer look. The toddlers surround Deja with their walkers, and her laughter is as light and clear as water tumbling over rocks in a stream. It's close to 4 o'clock when Jin gives the installer a tip and sends him on his way. Director Zhou offers more tea and a meal. Now that she sees we've adopted a beggar, she expects us to take a child with us too. When I tell her I'm carrying a baby, she exclaims, "Wonderful news! Later, when you want him to have a little sister, you'll know where to come." She walks us to the door, takes my hand, and transfers something into it. Ama's dragon bracelet. "You have a big and generous heart," the director says. "I'm sorry for your sorrows, and for whatever part I may have had in them. But
We're required by the government to do our jobs. The weight of the silver on my wrist soothes my spirit, as though I'm setting things right. Although Guangzhou is shockingly large by any measure, Deja barely notices because she's so busy taking care of me. The phrase we Aka use for pregnancy is one living under another, meaning a wife lives under her husband and won't be able to run away. But really, Jin and I are both living under Deja. She's so bossy. We don't have a cat, but she reminds Jin at least once a day not to strike or kick one, or else our baby will act like a cat when it comes into the world. She forbids Jin to climb trees, which would cause our baby to quake with fear and cry endlessly. But Jin isn't likely to climb a tree anytime soon. When I reach 5 months, she bans him from cutting his hair, but she saves her strictest admonitions for me, for even the most minor things. You were raised to walk at an angle when you carry a baby, Deja scolds, so your belly will be less prominent. I am careful about that, but it's hard when so many mothers-to-be walk around Guangzhou in tight t-shirts and leggings, proudly announcing to the world the imminent arrival of their one child.
Dr. Arnold Rosen's Group Therapy for Chinese Adoptees, March 1st, 2008. I'm glad you young ladies agreed to see me in a group setting. Of course, we've been meeting individually, some of us for years, and some, like Haley, for just a few sessions. Let me go around the room and introduce everyone. Jessica, you're the oldest at 17, Tiffany at 16, Ariel at 15, and Haley will be turning 13 this year. Who would like to start?
I don't know why I have to share stuff with crappy-ass tweens.
Me either.
Putting the age differences aside, the four of you have many things in common. You all live nearby in Pasadena, Arcadia, and San Marino.
Great. So we'll run into each other on the street.
You all have similar educations. You've gone to Crestview Prep or Chandler, Westridge, or Poly.
I'm intimidated already.
You're all Chinese.
Duh.
And you were all adopted from China.
I still don't see why they have to be here.
They.
The little girls.
They're a bit younger than you, but they won't be afraid to speak up.
You mean they won't be afraid to speak up around me? You must have invited them to learn from my bad example. Hey, what are your names again?
Haley. Ariel.
Let me give you my advice, and then you can go home to your mommies. Don't give a random blowjob at a house party just because some guy asks for one. Don't drink your dad's best scotch if he's the kind of person who'll notice a drop missing in the bottle. Actually, don't drink scotch, period. Don't bother to self-medicate. You're seeing Dr. Rosen. He gives way better meds.
Thank you for your input, Jessica. I can see you're angry.
You always say that.
Can you think of another reason why Haley and Ariel are here?
Nope.
Maybe you older girls can learn from us too.
What do you mean, Haley?
My mom and dad sent me to you because I was having problems with my friends. I've had other problems too, things I don't like to talk about. Maybe Jessica, Tiffany, and Ariel will hear what I have to say, and I don't know. Maybe our lives are like gigantic jigsaw puzzles. You find the right piece and suddenly the whole picture has meaning.
Whoa, isn't she the smart one?
I bet every person in this room has had to deal with that label.
I have.
Me too. I hate labels. I hate the word labels.
Just because we're Chinese doesn't mean we're smart.
Yeah, but the expectation is there. The high school girls know what I'm talking about. God. All the hours I've spent going to Kumon, and now I have an SAT tutor? This year I doubled down on extra AP classes. The school called my mom to say they were worried about me. If she takes all APs, then how will she have time for extracurriculars? How will she make friends and become a whole person? Of course, my mom and dad got all worried, but it's a little late for that, don't you think? After they're pushing.
What do you say to them?
What could I say? Working hard makes me happy, Mom. Do I get in trouble, Dad? And they bought it, because we've been in this pattern since day one. Now it's going to be all work until I get into college. Debate, tennis, making blankets for the homeless, and all that crap. I'm sticking with my cello lessons, too. I'm busy promoting the Asian stereotype.
But are your parents Chinese?
Interestingly, you were all adopted by white families.
I'm a super student.
Brag about it, why don't you?
There's a big difference between bragging and the truth. I'm great at math and all the sciences. I have to play an instrument.
So do I. What do you play?
For me, it's cello and Yo-Yo Ma.
Violin. Sarah Chang, and she's not even Chinese. She's Korean. But I have to keep up with my violin because it'll look good on my college application. Like every other Asian kid in the country doesn't also get straight A's and play an instrument too. I don't know. Maybe I should stop with all the academic stuff, focus entirely on the violin, and go to Juilliard instead of Stanford, Harvard, or Yale. Man, what a burn that would be.
What about you, Haley?
I started violin lessons when I was 6. My mom and dad also said I could be like Sarah Chang. My dad inherited a ranch near Aspen.
Great. A brainiac and rich, too.
Jessica, please let Haley finish. Go ahead, Haley.
Last summer, we were in Aspen, like usual. They have a big music festival up there. We're in the tent listening to Sarah Chang. My mom has this thing where she'll lean down and whisper, "That could be you one day." She does it all the time, and it's always really bugged me. But that day, as I listened to Sarah play Sibelius's violin concerto in D minor, I realized that was never going to be me. Not ever. I haven't picked up my violin since.
And they let you?
They didn't let me. I just stopped.
Weren't you scared? What if
they send me back?
I'd send you back.
Come on, Jess. Who hasn't felt that? When I was little, Mother and Father thought they were helping me by telling me how lucky I was to have been adopted. Your parents wanted you to have a better life in America.
I heard that one too.
We all did, but please, that can't be the real reason for all our birth parents.
Lucky. People say I'm lucky to have been adopted. People tell my parents they're lucky they got me, but am I lucky to have lost my birth parents and my birth culture? Yes, I'm fortunate to have been adopted by nice people, but was that luck?
Damn, you are smart.
Mother and Father are lawyers. They always gave me way too much information.
Like what, Tiffany?
Because we've talked about it before.
But maybe you can share it with the others?
Stuff like I needed to know from a super young age about China's history of euthanasia.
They kill all the girls there.
I thought I was the only one who got that talk.
My mom used to say I had a morbid curiosity about euthanasia. Come on. I used to cry myself to sleep just thinking about it. Well, sleep, I guess I don't mean that literally.
For the longest time, I thought my parents were saying youth in Asia.
I heard it that way too. Last year in 5th grade, I got in trouble when I wrote something about it in my spelling homework. My teacher called my mom, who nearly had a cow. I said, youth in Asia or euthanasia. What difference does it make? Getting thrown in a river, left in the open to be eaten by wild animals, or dumped over a cliff? In the end, you're still D-E-A-D.
I don't get it, Doc. Why haven't her parents sent her back?
That's not funny.
Maybe we can let Tiffany finish her thought.
Mother and Father also told me that my birth parents had to give me away because of the one-child policy. People there want a boy instead of a girl for their one child, so there's that. But sometimes a woman gets pregnant more than once, and maybe that happened to my birth mom. If the authorities had found out, they would have fined her up to 6 times her family's annual income. I've heard that. And then forced her to have an abortion. They even force women to have late-term abortions. My parents are big into right-to-life stuff, so they say I never would have been born. As in, just think about it, Tiffany. If your parents had been caught, the Chinese authorities would never have let you come to term. As you can imagine, I couldn't sleep much either. Still don't.
The one-child thing scares me.
How so?
It makes me feel precious, but in a weird way. I wasn't precious enough for my birth parents to keep, but sometimes I feel like I'm too precious to my mom and dad. I'm their one child. Every year for as long as I can remember, my parents have hired a professional photographer to come and take pictures of me. Their excuse is they want a pretty image to use for our Christmas card.
At my house, too.
Probably all of our houses.
Yeah, so?
A lot of families send out Christmas cards featuring their kids. What makes yours different?
They take pictures in my room, at my computer, or painting.
We do ours in the library, and I'm reading a book or something. Once I was playing violin.
Ours are usually outside. I'm always the only thing in the photo. No mom, no dad, no whiskers, not even much of the house or garden.
Get it yet, Doc? These are pictures of us as treasured and adored daughters. The object and the focus of all attention and love. The object, okay? It makes me want to throw up.
The thing that really used to make me go ick was the way my mom would brush my hair, straighten my collar, pull on my hem, and...
Like they're never not touching me.
I'd spend the afternoon smiling this way, smiling that way, looking into the distance, gazing downward, pose, pose, pose. On the one hand, our birth parents in China couldn't get rid of us fast enough. On the other hand, we're the biggest gift to our adoptive parents. Sometimes I try to imagine what their lives would have been like if they hadn't gotten me. It's so weird, don't you think? In China, we were considered worthless. I mean, really worthless. Here, we're super precious, like I already said. But you could also say our moms and dads got cheated by getting the runts, the throwaways anyway, of the litter.
At least we weren't thrown in a well or whatever.
Could we talk a little more about parents?
It's your group. We have to do what you tell us to do, whether we want to or not.
I wouldn't phrase it that way. I want each of you to benefit from our sessions.
Don't forget, Doc, my parents are physicians. I know what's what. You're going to use us for...
Jessica, maybe we can talk about your need to constantly challenge me another time, but this session is for everyone. Can we get back to my question? Ariel, would you like to tell us a little about your mom and dad?
My mom makes me batshit crazy. Sorry, can I say that in here? Yes? Good. I love her, but she's such a mom. She wears things that are totally embarrassing.
Mothers can't help it. That's just the way they are.
That's very understanding of you, Tiffany, but have you heard your mom talking on the phone to her friends about you? The other night she called me a hormonal monster. Even when she says nice things, I love you and that kind of stuff, a part of me still feels like she's lying. One time I totally lost it. I yelled at her, "I wish I was back in China with my real mom." She got so mad, she yelled right back at me, "Yeah, well, go ahead, try to find her. See if she'll take you back." Later she came to my room crying like you wouldn't believe and apologized so many times. I'm like, okay, Mom, God.
Lots of young people say things like that. I wish you weren't my mom, or I wish I had a different dad. Maybe even your mom said something like that to her mom or dad when she was younger.
Maybe. So?
What do you think she was feeling when she came to apologize?
I felt real bad.
I hear that, but what do you think she was feeling?
Maybe she was upset because she'd said something so inappropriate to you. Inappropriate. I get that word a lot from my parents.
She should have felt guilty for acting like the worst mom ever.
Yeah, maybe, but maybe she was right in what she said. I mean, could I ever find my birth mother? No. So who else do I have but my mom and dad?
My mom and dad always say that the parents here and the baby girls they adopt have happy endings and the holes in all their hearts are filled with love. But what happens to the birth parents? I think about that when I can't sleep. Were my birth parents left with holes in their hearts, or did they just forget about me?
I wonder what it would be like to be a biological child. Or white. When I was younger, I couldn't grasp the idea that a pregnant woman would keep her baby. If I ever have a baby, I hope she'll look like me, even if I marry someone white or whatever.
People will come to the hospital and say, "Oh, she looks just like you."
No one has ever told me I looked like someone in my family before. When I become a mom, I'll never have to answer questions from strangers about where I got her, if she belongs to me, or
if she's from Mongolia.
And she'll never have to answer questions about who her real parents are.
Oh my God, I hate that. I mean, screw them. What's real anyway? Isn't it just what we're stuck with?
I'll be a great mom. For sure my baby will look like me. She won't be in rags and have ants all over her face like when my parents got me. She'll be my only blood relative that I know, and I'll love her forever and ever.
Don't you think your mom and dad will love you forever and ever?
Of course they will. But I don't know if I can explain this. I love them and they love me, but it's like Ariel said. It bothers me that I don't look even a little bit like them. They both have blonde hair. Everyone in their families has blonde hair. We spend a lot of time visiting relatives, and there are a ton of them in Indiana. Once at Thanksgiving dinner, when I was like 6, I asked, "Why am I the only one here with a tan?" Uncle Jack answered, "You're our little yellow one."
You've got to be kidding. Jesus Christ, that seriously sucks.
You must have been really hurt. It would have hurt me.
But you haven't heard the worst part. That label, yeah, another label, stuck. Now the Indiana relatives call me our little yellow one. Mother and father have asked them about 1 billion times to knock it off. Forget it, they think it's cute. But the thing is, I'm not just tan in Indiana. All my parents' friends are white. Nearly everyone in our church is white. I hate it. I stick out like a sore thumb. It's really hard because it makes me feel like I'm not a part of them.
I'd love to go to China to find my birth mother.
Don't bother. There are like a bazillion people over there.
Ariel, you said you wanted to find your mother. What about your father?
Yeah, I've always wondered about both my birth parents. Who are they? Where did they meet? Do I have a brother or sister? Grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins? Why did my mother give me away? Does she think about me? Has she ever looked for me?
I noticed that you shifted again to just your birth mother. Why do you think that is?
I'll answer that one. It's not hard, Doc. We grew inside our mothers and they threw us away.
If I went to China, I'd want to look for my mother, even though I know it's hopeless. That upsets me a lot.
You're alone in the world, just like the rest of us.
But now we have each other.
Have each other? I don't even know you. You and the other one, the brainiac, are in middle school. Am I right? Those are the suckiest years ever.
Yeah, mean girls.
Yeah, it's still really bad for me, and I'm in 10th grade. We have a ton of Asian kids at my school. Who's studying in the library instead of hanging with friends during lunch? Who's getting the best grades? Who's skipping parties and other social activities to do an extracurricular? Who's going to get into the best university? We aren't competing against all the kids to get into college. We're only competing against the other Asian kids because we have to check that particular box on our college apps.
At least our names aren't Chinese. A girl in my school, Chinese, born here with immigrant parents, asked if she could change her last name to Smith or something like that so she would stand out. I thought that was pretty funny. San Marino High is mostly Asian now. I'm Asian, but I'm in the minority because the non-adopted Asian kids don't consider me one of them because I grew up with white people. To them, I'm basically white. Those kids are really judgmental.
And what about the white kids? They think I earn my grades easily because of my race. They don't know how hard I work.
I came home with an A- on a history test, and my mom went all crazy. She's like, if you want to get into a good university program, you have to work harder. And if I don't, then you'll end up like, well, it isn't anyone you would know. Anyway, I said, Mom, I'm in the 6th grade. I got an A-. That's all. I promise to do better next time.
It sounds like you're all talking about two different things. Academic pressure.
It's more like expectation, like I said before. We look Chinese, so we should be completely obsessed and working our asses off like those kids with Chinese parents.
I stand corrected, Jessica. My other point has to do with social pressure.
Like who has richer parents?
It used to be the old money Pasadena girls, but now it's the children of millionaires and billionaires from China.
Who gets a car right when they turn 16, and what model is it?
A BMW or a Volvo or a Nissan.
I got a car when I turned 16.
Who has the best house?
A mansion on Oak Knoll. One of those big brick ones. Old money.
Let me guess. That's where you live, Haley.
Nearby on Hummingbird Lane. My dad inherited.
Let's try to stay focused on the social implications, the effect all that has on you.
Okay, so are you in a house where a bunch of Chinese immigrants are still living out of plastic bags, or are you in one of the gaudy castles the Chinese billionaires have purchased? You mean like that? Father says the poor immigrant Chinese are feeding off our American hospitality, while the rich are probably a bunch of criminals, like Chinese mafia or something.
What a bunch of narrow-minded bullshit.
I didn't say I believed that.
My mom and dad say that rich or poor, those people worked really hard to get here. Everyone wants the American dream just like my birth mother wanted for me. That's why she gave me away.
I'm hearing everything you girls are saying, but can we think about social pressure in a more personal way? Jessica, earlier you cautioned Haley and Ariel about what's coming for them. What did you mean by that?
Oh, you know, the usual. It's all about who's popular. Like what girl's the most stylish. And that changes all the time. Did you come from Hong Kong, Shanghai, or Singapore? Those girls? Wow. Rich and mean. Or did you move here from West Hills, Chino, or like the real boonies?
And who's getting invited to house parties? Who's being left out?
Who's hooking up? Jessica, you might know a little about that one.
I have a friend named Jade. The kids in school now call her Jaded.
That's harsh. And you're still just a kid.
I heard my mom tell my dad that Jade earned her nickname the old-fashioned way, whatever that means.
Blowjobs.
Geez, Jessica, can you lighten up a little? Even I don't need to hear.
For the Chinese girls in my school, no question is more important than the color of their skin. Who has a complexion as pale as the moon? One girl, a red princess, and the great-granddaughter of someone who walked side by side with Mao on the Long March, okay, we get it, you're a big deal, wins that prize hands down. I know lots of girls whose mothers take them to doctors for treatments to lighten their skin.
Lighten their skin? How do they do that?
And all the American-born and Chinese-born girls make fun of us adopted Chinese girls because darker skin marks us as the daughters of peasants.
My skin is darker, but I also look different than the other girls. Not Chinese enough, they say.
So we're talking about perception.
It makes me so mad. I guess that's why my mom and dad sent me here.
Dr. Rosen, aren't those stereotypes, though?
Oh, God, not another brainiac. How old are you again?
What do you mean, Ariel?
Well, Chinese used to be seen as low, right? Working on the railroad and laundries and stuff like that. Now they're seen as smart and wealthy. I mean, isn't there the stereotype of the model minority? I read an article for school that said people like us, not you, Dr. Rosen, are now labeled as inquisitive, persistent, and ambitious, with ingenuity, fortitude, and cleverness.
Jesus, kid, you won't even have to take that stupid SAT prep course. You've already got all the big words down cold.
All I'm saying is that there's no underestimating how cruel girls can be to each other. I've been reading about it because I'm scared of... Dr. Rosen, I don't know if I should say this.
Please, go ahead. I want you to think of this as a safe place.
I'm afraid of girls like Jessica. Is that why my parents sent me here? To toughen me up? I can be tough. Really, I can. Or is there another reason, Dr. Rosen? You'd tell me, wouldn't you?
Each of you is here for her own reason. What I feel comfortable sharing with all of you is that each of your parents wants you to be happy. Now, we've talked about a lot of different things today, but I'd like to circle back to a couple of themes that have emerged.
Like none of us can sleep?
I'm happy you picked up on that, Haley.
I've always crept around the house in the middle of the night, which is how I've heard my parents arguing about work, about this one woman who's dad's client and what to do about me.
For me, it's stress, obviously. At school and at home. It seems like my whole life I've spent the hours from 2 to 6 in the morning awake, staring at the muted TV screen, obsessively doing my homework, and trying to learn to knit, to do something productive, as my dad said. He bought me knitting lessons for one of my birthdays. Knitting lessons. And Jessica isn't the only one who drinks. I sneak gulps from the wine left over at dinner. My parents are so stupid they've never even noticed. I've smoked weed in the backyard. I had another doctor before you, Dr. Rosen, who prescribed me Ambien.
I just can't sleep. My mom says it's because I'm still on China time.
Hardy har har.
What happens when it's time for you to sleep?
Sometimes when I turn off the light, I feel myself start to wake up. I'm flying out the window and across the ocean to my orphanage in China. I see rows and rows of cots and Chinese ladies like the waitresses at Empress Pavilion who push the dim sum carts, walking up and down. I imagine the moment when I was loaded onto a bus or a truck and brought to the hotel. I bet I was scared. I bet I was crying already. Mom and Dad said it was like plop, plop, plop as each baby was dropped into a new mother's arms. Did I go to the right mom and dad? Is there something wrong with me and that's why I look different from the other babies given out that day? Different from the other girls and families with children from China? Different from my friends at school? Then I have to turn the light back on.
Dr. Rosen, I don't get this. I know a lot of girls from Heritage Camp for adoptive families who don't have a single problem. They're all happy. Or they look that way to me.
She's right, you know. I've known the girls in FCC since we were babies. They don't let the stupid things people say get to them. I remember this one girl. We were like 8 years old. A stranger asked her if she was a foreign exchange student. That kind of thing really bugs me, but you know what she answered? Most exchange students are not 8 years old.
Have you ever been asked why you don't speak English with a Chinese accent? I have. I hate when people ask if I know English or if I've adjusted to America yet. Come on.
In our church, we have a group that's special for girls like us. Adopted, but from Russia and Romania and places like that. We had a meeting where we were supposed to learn how to respond to jerks who ask things like, "When did you know you were adopted?" Most people picture a scene where the parents sit you down and you find out who you are. I didn't need that meeting to know how to answer because all I had to do was look in the mirror. When people ask me that question, I always say, "When did you find out you weren't adopted? How do you know your mother is your birth mother?"
That seems a bit snarky. I'm just saying.
You could try something like the phenotypic differences between my parents and myself were always evident. I can only guess at how it would feel to be a biological child or be born white to match my parents.
Phenotypic differences?
I did a project for my school's science fair on that. I won...
I hate to interrupt, Haley. Do you mind? Jessica, you've been unusually quiet. Would you like to share what's going on with you?
I've been thinking about what Ariel said earlier about me. Does everyone here think I'm a bully or mean or...
You act tough, but I bet you're as scared as the rest of us.
I'm not scared. Of what?
I'm going to step in here. I know from listening today that you girls don't like labels. I don't particularly like labels either, but my profession, like most professions, uses them. So let's take a moment to consider one that's being applied to Chinese adoptees, like the four of you.
Great. Just what I need. Another label. What are you going to call me?
Does the phrase grateful but angry have resonance for anyone? You could be grateful you have your mom and dad because they love you and they've given you good lives with all kinds of privilege.
Some more than others?
So the grateful part seems pretty obvious, and as Ariel pointed out, there are many adoptees who are perfectly happy.
Most of them, I bet.
That's probably because they weren't born with brains.
But often, adoption is about loss. Loss of your original family, loss of culture and nationality, and of course, loss of a way of life that might have been. This is where the angry part comes in. Now, just today, you've shared lots of variations on anger and why you might be angry. Now, my profession narrows it down to this: anger that your birth parents abandoned you. So the label is grateful but angry, but in our private sessions, you've heard me talk about anger in a different way. Haley, do you remember what I said?
You said anger can be a cover for something deeper.
Do you want to share what that was for you?
Sadness. Really bad sadness, because somewhere out there, I had a mother and a father who didn't love me enough to keep me. They gave me away. They got rid of me. For their one child, they didn't want me. I've never had a way to grieve for that. I mean, how can I be around mom and dad, who I love a ton, and cry for my birth mom and dad because I don't know them or have them in my life? At the same time, why wasn't I good enough for my mom and dad in China? Now I have to work really hard, and not just with my classes, to be someone they would have been proud of if they'd known me. And for my mom and dad to be proud of now.
You mean I'm sad because my birth mother cared so little about me that she left me in front of a train station? By myself. In the middle of the night in winter. And she didn't even want to know me.
Who wouldn't be sad when you put it like that?
I'm not sad, I'm pissed!
Youth in Asia.
Fuck this! God damn it!
I'm sorry I made you cry.
That's okay. I think that's what we're supposed to do in here. And by the way, Haley, don't pay attention to what I said earlier. You're probably going to do a lot of stuff I do. The drinking and all. But take it from me on the true down low. Keep up with your homework. Don't forget to do some extracurriculars and don't get caught, okay? Don't get caught. And I'll try to be nicer to kids like you. It's just kind of hard for me.
All right, girls. I'm afraid our time is up. This was a good first session. Can I count on all of you to come again next week?
Breathe, breathe, breathe. Jin, his mother, Tea-Master's son, Deja, and I returned to Springwell Village at the beginning of March 2008, just before the start of tea-picking season. My mother-in-law, who has not one good memory of life in the countryside, makes quite an impression on Ama and the sisters-in-law when she volunteers to haul water on her first morning. Mrs. Chang will do anything to be with her son and the child growing inside me. I'm 6 months pregnant, and my baby, let it be a son, rolls and kicks and jabs. He stretches against my lungs, pushes a foot on the inside of my rib cage, and leans on my bladder. Ama makes sure I eat her special soups with pig's feet, dates, and peanuts to nourish him and me. As for Deja, I was prepared to pay the fee to the headmen, village elders, Nima, and Ruma for whatever sacrifices and ceremonies might have been required, as did Site for her brother, to allow Deja back in the village. Although the birth of her human rejects was brought up by the Ruma during the clash with Site, not a soul, and by that I mean everyone but Ama, and she won't say a word knowing how Deja cares for me, recognizes her. She had been married into Springwell Village for barely a year when her twins were born. 20 years have passed, and her life has been very hard. She looks older than Ama, and stranger than anyone people have seen on their televisions with her new dentures. If we lived entirely by the old ways, what I am doing would be a violation of Aka law. But if her human rejects had been born today, they wouldn't have met their sorrowful ends, and she and Sido wouldn't have been banished. Deja and I aren't taking any chances, though. We will keep her identity a secret. Fortunately, Deja is a common name, and Sido and his new family are on a trip. The Ruma and Nima announce the day to begin picking. Early on that morning, when it's still dark, I'm asked to say a few words. What is stranger, that half the village stands before me, or that this worthless girl has overcome her past? And the risks are great for all of us. What we're doing has to work, or else Site will take over. I begin with what Tea-Master's son taught me. If you don't love tea, you can't make good tea, I recite. Our tea trees are gifts from God. We can see the Aka way in them. If you have cloned terrace bushes, one gets sick
and they all get sick. Same with pollarded trees, which are so weakened by the brutality of constant trimming. But when we find a wild tea tree, we know certain things. It has been strong enough to survive and grow on its own. It has its own separate and unique genetic makeup. If one tree gets sick, others surrounding it are unaffected. We Aka understand this because we have a taboo against close relatives marrying. This is why we recite the lineage. People murmur their agreement, understanding what's beneath my words. Purity, not counterfeits. As we pick today, let's remember our progress can only be slow, one bud set at a time. If we find perfect leaves, the tea we make will be the best. Together, we'll share the Aka way with the outside world. When I step off the platform, Teacher Zong approaches. "May I help?" he asks. I hand him a basket, and he joins us as we walk up the mountain, guided by the last of the moonlight. The sun comes out, and still we work, breaking only to have tea and eat rice balls. Once our baskets are full, we return to the village, where Tea Master Sun oversees laying out the leaves for their first rest. The next day is even longer. We pick leaves and lay them out for their sunbath. Then we spend hours tossing 6-kilo batches of yesterday's rested leaves over walks to kill the green. After 14 hours, we sit outside together, families with families, eating meals prepared by those daughters-in-law who have remained in the village to care for the children too old to breastfeed and too young to help. On the third morning, who should arrive? Mr. Huang and his son. "I'm on spring break," Xianrong announces, peeling out of the SUV. He's as skinny as ever and a little pale, the last probably from the ride through the turns, bumps, and ruts of the mountain. "And I'm looking—" I hold up a hand to stop Mr. Huang from uttering another word. "Don't say it." "To help," Mr. Huang finishes with a grin. He wears a straw hat, a rumpled shirt unbuttoned halfway down his chest, khaki pants that he's rolled up to his knees to keep cool, and plastic sandals. Tea Master Sun rushes forward to shake hands. "Old friend, young friend, so good to see two such expert tasters." The men exchange cigarettes, not that any of them smoke, as a gesture of friendship and cordiality. Mr. Huang is as disconcerting to me as he's always been, and I'll always be uncomfortable around him. But if Tea Master Sun trusts him, then maybe I should try to trust him a little bit. As for the boy, Amma has already pulled him inside and is probably serving him one of her special brews before they go picking, continuing the friendship they've had since he and his father first came to our village. The rest of us pick up baskets, sling them over our shoulders, and begin the long hike up the mountain to the tea trees. The next 8 days are our busiest, as we pick the first flush of leaves and process them. Once this is finished, Mr. Huang and Xianrong prepare to return to Hong Kong. The boy looks better than when he arrived, less pale and with a little weight from first sister-in-law's good cooking. And, of course, Mr. Huang asks about my hidden grove, and I complete our customary ritual by refusing to show it to him. Some things will never change. I pass on to my Abba and brothers and other men in the village what I learned at the tea college. My plan, as was Mr. Huang's all those years ago,
involves separating our leaves into 2 batches. One for maucha, the semi-processed tea that people will be able to drink as is or let age naturally, the other artificially fermented. For now, we convert the 2 largest drying sheds in Springwell into fermentation rooms. The semi-processed tea is built up into piles a half-meter high. We sprinkle them with water, cover them with burlap, and let the natural heat of decomposition begin to do its work. I know all is going well when bees begin to hover outside. So attracted are they to the sweet and warm scent. There's no evidence of mold or the sour odor of rot. Instead, the piles smell of earth and life, ripe apples and pollen. These 2 sets of tea will later be steamed, pressed into cakes, set outside on trays for another round of drying, and finally wrapped in our new Springwell Village wrappers made of the finest rice paper. Every evening, Tea Master Sun brews and pours tea for us. Ama, Abba, Mrs. Chang, Teacher Zhang, who is made to laugh in a way no one has seen before by my mother-in-law, and my brothers gather around the table along with Jin and me. We test the astringency of each batch of tea every 3 days to see how it's progressing. These are happy times with my family, even though the sisters-in-law must remain apart as custom dictates. My favorite moments, though, are those spent with the women in my family, doing a task that I always considered the most monotonous, sorting every single leaf into different grades. Yellow or defective leaves can be made into a low-grade tea for retired teachers, factory workers, and farmers in other provinces that we'll sell for 40 yuan a kilo. The best leaves, and there are so few, are put aside for special batches I'll be making. And then there are all the leaves in between that will eventually find a proper purpose and the right buyers. Sitting around baskets outside my house, we women sort, a leaf, a leaf, a leaf. I learn who's in love, visiting the flower room, stealing love in the forest, getting married. I hear about petty squabbles. I'm told all the stories I missed during the years I was away. And I get to see how much life has changed for young girls like my 3 nieces, who tell me about a new government campaign aimed at ethnic minority girls like them to achieve independence, self-strengthening, intelligence, and dexterity. They're supposed to do things like learn to weave handbags with symbols showing their unique culture, but I don't see how that will help them become village cadres, go to college, or start their own small businesses. But when first sister-in-law's daughter recites popular slogans, "Give birth to fewer babies, plant more trees," and "If you give birth to extra children, your family will be ruined," I understand that all 3 of them are thinking about and planning their lives in ways I clearly didn't at their age. As for Ama, she presides over us in the same way she always did, with a stern but fair hand. She's particularly tough on Deja, who's adept at tea sorting, but has far more important responsibilities ahead of her. "My daughter will need to eat beneficial foods when her baby comes out," Ama says, speaking to Deja as though she's a servant. "Every new Ama needs liver to replenish her lost blood, green papaya to help bring in the milk, and pig kidneys to alleviate her aches and pains. She needs food that will cause warming, ginger, chicken, and pumpkin. You will make sure the new Ama eats this way for 3 cycles. 36 days and not 1 day less." Deja is illiterate, so she recites recipes to herself as she sorts tea. As for me, I have a different idea of what will happen when my baby is ready to fall to the earth. Although our days are long and it isn't monsoon season, I ask Amma to help me make a proper aka cap for my baby. Soon enough, all the women and girls in the household want to participate. Tonight, we sit together, a variety show on television blaring a pop song, 55 Minorities, One Dream, in the background. The Olympics are coming, and the campaign, to find 55 sets of twins, has inspired pride throughout the country. My 3 nieces giggle as they peer at my laptop screen, checking websites that post photos featuring the most beautiful girls of the 55 ethnic minorities, and peruse polls asking, which of the 55 ethnic minorities has the most beautiful and marriageable girls? While my sisters-in-law try to remind me of skills I haven't used in years. Third sister-in-law still does the best handiwork, and she's as sharp with her lessons as ever, moving from gentle to cross in seconds depending on how well I'm doing. Needlework shows a woman's diligence and virtue, she reminds me. You will want to add coins, dried red chili peppers, and animal teeth to your baby's cap to drive away evil spirits. A well-protected baby should wear at least 10 kilos of silver, which is not going to happen, but I don't tell her that. And don't forget to add some tiny mirrors, she recommends. Spirits hate to see their own reflections. But when it comes to my embroidery, wah! I'm supposed to incorporate a frog, rabbit, monkey, and cat to show that my baby will be as smart, fast, vibrant, and vigilant as those animals. My eyes sting to see such ugly work, she scolds. You would let your baby be seen in that? Everyone will know his ama doesn't love him. As I pull out my stitches, the other 2 sisters-in-law try to distract third sister-in-law from her ongoing criticisms by discussing the way the baby is lying within my body. The baby sleeps on wife of Jin's right side, first sister-in-law observes. Surely it's a boy. No, second sister-in-law objects. The baby rests on the left side. Sadly, it's a girl. Third sister-in-law can be easily swayed, and her opinion can shift depending on her mood. One night, my baby is a boy. The next night, she's convinced it's a girl. Tonight, though, she shrewdly asks Amma, "What do you think?" Amma answers, "Anyone can see girl is going to give her husband a son." Later, when Jin and I are alone, I tell him the news, but his reaction is as expected. "Boy or girl," he insists, "I'll be happy. A healthy baby. That's all we want, isn't it?" With each passing day, I love him a little more. My family admires him too because, even though he's a member of the Han majority and I've married outside our tribe, he's respectful of our traditions. Hard work, mutual respect, and a united goal are the threads that now bind Jin, my baby, my family, the people of my village, and me together. After consultations with the headman, Ruma, and Nima, an auspicious date is selected for the annual rebuilding of Springwell Village's Spirit Gate, which includes carving new protective figures of a man and a woman with their giant sex organs, as well as a dog and birds, all made from wood selected by the Ruma for the strength of the tree's souls. The top male of each household participates, and Abba takes Jin along as the head of the household in which I live. We women stay behind as is required, but the Ruma's voice carries to us through the trees.
Let our spirit gate divert all bad things and make them go around the village,
he trumpets.
Let our spirit gate chase away the hawk and the tiger. Let it bar seizures and leprosy. Wicked spirits, vampires, and werewolves, see how our male has the strength of iron between his legs to drive you in another direction. Gods, see how fat we've made our female figure. She'll make sure lots of babies will be born in Springwell in the coming year.
Last, he addresses the carved figures directly.
Powerful man, powerful woman, let all goodness and purity enter. Dog, bite all robbers and those who would wish us harm. Birds, allow riches to come in, but not corrupt us.
The men are done by noon. We celebrate by sacrificing a pig, so the entire village, whether they are of Sitae's faction or mine, can share a banquet. Only on the next morning are we women allowed to visit the new gate. But this will not be our only security measure. Jin and I drive to Laobanjiang to see what the people there are now doing to protect the authenticity of their teas. The headman shows us guard gates and tells us that 3 years of future harvests will be confiscated if someone is found selling counterfeits. So in addition to our traditional spirit gate, the men of Springwell install an electric gate with a sentry post so that every vehicle that arrives can be inspected to make sure that passengers are not carrying in outside tea, and every vehicle leaving is inspected to make sure that no outside tea has been fraudulently wrapped with our label. Every cake we process is also packaged with a newly required protection ticket, proving where it came from and what it is. After 2 months, all the tea has been processed. Tea Master's son returns home. I hire Teacher Zong to run the business and oversee things when I'm away. He promises to write to Mrs. Chang. Jin, his mother, Deja, and I must go back to Guangzhou so my husband can resume his business without the inconvenience of distance. I can test if the teas we've made are as good as I think they are in my new shop, which I'll open upon my arrival, and Deja and my mother-in-law can fight over who can fret over me more. Following what has become an unspoken tradition, Amma and I visit my grove on my last day on Nanuo Mountain. As Amma picks among the parasites on the mother tree to make her remedies, she has me scrape the yellow threads from the bark into a tiny container. When we're done, we wander through the grove, and I confess to her my wish. I'd like to come home to have my baby, I say. I want you to deliver it. She doesn't take a moment to consider. I must say no. Because it's taboo? I ask. You brought Yanye into the world. It's not that. I'm honored that you've asked me. But all outside people go to a hospital or clinic to have their babies. I'm not an outside person. I don't want you to go to just any hospital. I've discussed it with your husband, and he's promised to take you to America to have my grandson. What about the taboo of not visiting another village, or else I might have a miscarriage there? You've already traveled a lot with the baby inside you. But Springwell is my childhood home, and I want you to deliver. Girl, you need to have your baby in America for 2 reasons. First, so you'll be near Yanye. Maybe in her heart she'll learn she has a brother. And second, to give your son American citizenship. Anyone who can afford it does it. Even I know that. Will you come with us? The silver charms and coins on Amma's headdress tinkle and twitter as she shakes her head. I need to stay here in case someone gets sick. And a baby is due to arrive soon in Shelter Shadow Village. I could never let that bride go through delivery with just her mother-in-law to help her. Later, Amma gives me things to take to the American hospital in case they don't have proper medications. Monkey callus, for the doctor to rub on my back if the labor settles there. Pangolin shell, to massage my stomach to help contract my womb after the birth. The filings off a bear's claw in case I bleed badly, and a special weed to put between my legs after the delivery to help heal up my end. If your baby gets an eye infection, squeeze a little of your breast milk into his eye, she advises. Do they have malaria over there? You already know the treatment, but I made a weak poultice for a newborn, just in case. The opening of my new shop goes splendidly well. Within days, my 3 tea-men are back, too. It's wonderful to see them again, and they banter with me about the size of my belly and which of their names I will choose to name my baby. Sweetly funny. Obviously, this wasn't the best time to start a new business, but so many people are relying on me, and tea picking and selling follows its own schedule. So, just 2 weeks after saying goodbye to Amma in our grove, I leave the care of my shop in the hands of my mother-in-law. The next day, Jin, Deja, and I take a flight to California. 1 week later, on the morning of May 15 in the Western calendar, I go into labor. When we arrive at Huntington Hospital in Pasadena, Jin fills out the paperwork, and I'm wheeled into a labor room. Deja promised Amma not to leave my side, but within minutes, she's out in the hallway arguing with Jin, who promised me not to leave my side. If a husband sees his wife give birth, he may die from it, I hear Deja squealing like an irate sow. My husband's voice comes through the walls, low, calm, and insistent. In the end, they both stay with me. I'm glad for their company and support, but this is so far from Aka tradition that together we vow never to tell Amma. The hospital staff is patient with us, but how can anyone argue with Jin and win? If my wife says she needs to drink hot water to help the baby come out, he tells the nurse, then get her some hot water. If after the birth my wife needs to have a shell rubbed on her abdomen, he tells the doctor, then this is what will happen. But when Deja lays out a piece of indigo cloth on the side table and places a knife, some string, and an egg on it, Jin pulls out his wallet and tries to palm money into the doctor's hand. I'm just trying to see to your wife, sir, the doctor says stiffly. That kind of thing is not necessary. The contractions become more intense. Jin keeps saying, breathe, 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 because it's something he's seen in movies. I love him, but in the worst moments, I rely on Deja. She helps me into a squatting position. I feel very high on the bed. The doctors and nurses try to crowd in, but she elbows them out of the way. Remember what your Amma said about the fish? Deja reminds me. Just let your son slip out. One more push, and whoop. Will you please let me see the baby? The doctor begs. I'd like to clear his airway. Is it a boy? I ask. Jin answers, a big smile on his face. Yes, it's a boy. I edge away from the baby and ease myself back onto the mattress with my legs on either side of him. He's covered with slime, of course, but he's got a full head of black hair. His skin is pink and full of life, and between his legs are the 3 swollen things that will make me a grandmother one day. Deja's lips move as she silently counts. 10 toes, 10 fingers, 2 arms. "Will someone tell this woman to move?" the doctor demands. Deja doesn't speak English, and Jin doesn't know what must happen next. "In a minute, please," I manage. "A baby is not truly born until it has cried 3 times. The doctor sighs and backs off a step. With each of my baby's strong wails, Deja speaks the ritual words. The first cry is for blessing. The second cry is for the soul. The third cry is for his lifespan. Then she motions for the doctor and nurse to come forward. She clips the umbilical cord and allows Jin to tie the string we brought below the clip. Then, snip, a push, and the friend living with child comes out in an easy whoosh. Deja hands me the heart-forget egg to eat, but already I'm forgetting the pains of childbirth. I feel tired, but euphoric. The doctor takes my son to another table, where she and one of the nurses check his APGAR score. He's perfect. When I'm allowed to bring him to my breast, I whisper into his face, the 4 great spirits are the sun, moon, sky, and earth. But you also must learn about the lesser spirits who guide the wind, lightning, waterfalls, lakes, and springs. Everything on earth has a soul, even a single rice kernel. Jin punches in the number for Abba's new cell phone and hands it to Deja, who makes the announcement in Aka. The family will have game to eat now, meaning I've given birth to a son. Abba's hollers come all the way through the phone to my bed. In the middle of the night, Jin goes down the hall to watch as our baby is circumcised by Dr. Katz, a pediatrician recommended to us because he sees a lot of Chinese children. 2 mornings later, we're ready to be discharged, but we can't leave the hospital until we've given a woman on staff a name to write on my baby's birth certificate. Paul William Chang will be his American name, Jin announces. Baby Paul, wearing the cap I made, is tucked into his car seat, and we go home. Deja follows us upstairs and into Jin's and my room. He pulls back the covers and props up the pillows so I can rest on the bed with the baby. Deja clucks and frets. But when Jin climbs on the bed next to me so we can gaze into our baby's face together, she starts darting from one side of the room to the other in agitation. What's wrong, Deja? Jin asks. She refuses to look at Jin and sends her words to me in rapid Aka so he can't possibly follow. The rules say that a husband and wife may not sleep on the same mat together for 10 cycles, 120 days. Because if you get pregnant again and another baby is born within a year, it will be considered. She is so distraught, she can't finish the sentence. Remembering the taboo, I'm filled with sorrow for her. A baby born within a year of an older brother or sister is considered a twin. Deja, come. I pat the mattress, and she sits down reluctantly. I understand your worry, but I'm not going to sleep apart from Jin. What about the intercourse? She whispers. I just had a baby. Men are forbidden from trying to attempt the intercourse at this time for the reasons you know, and to give the wife time to recover in her parts. She persists. But a man is a man, and 10 cycles lasts a very long time. I smile. Don't worry. Jin and I will be fine. She finally relents, up to a point. She goes out for a walk and comes back with lengths of ivy ripped from Rosie's yard. I can't find magic vine, so this will have to do. She drapes the leafy strings on our front door and on the door to the nursery to bar baby-attacking spirits. After this, she shyly returns to my room. She pulls out from under her tunic a clear plastic bag with something red and squishy with a long eel-like thing floating inside. I took the friend living with child when the man at the hospital wasn't looking, she practically crows. You stole my placenta? I ask, which causes Jin to look up. My husband, who's been brave throughout, goes as white as sand when she flops it carelessly on the bedside table. I'm going to bury it under the house, beneath where you keep the family altar. Your son can't be separated from it. And don't worry, I'll take all the responsibility for watering it twice daily until it shrivels to nothing. Later, she comes back covered in cobwebs and dirt from the crawl space. The next morning, we do our best to perform an Aka naming ceremony. I should have bought a rooster and raised it for Jin to sacrifice. Deja has pestered me endlessly about this. Instead, Jin goes to a butcher shop in Monterey Park, watches a chicken get killed and cleaned, and brings it home. After Deja cooks the meal, she dips 3 strings in each dish, then ties them around Jin's, the baby's, and my wrists so we'll never be separated for long. Then she picks up my son and recites, Get big, be strong, don't cry, may your crops be good and your animals healthy. The name Jin has only 1 syllable, so we name our baby Jin Ba. I hope he'll be the first in a long line, Jin says. My feelings about Aka superstitions have wavered from the time I was a little girl, and they're part of what drove me to ask for Teacher Zong's help so many years ago. But if even one of Deja's precautions will make Paul safe, then I'll never object. And I'll teach him the right traditions, like never crossing his legs near adults, and when thunder comes, dumplings must be made. I'll whisper in his ear that spirits are not too smart, and all the ways to fool them. I'll tell him that earthquakes are caused when a dragon living underground pulls at roots and shakes them, and that lunar eclipses are caused by a spirit dog eating the moon. I'll tell him stories about Amma Mata, the mother of humans and spirits, and how she divided the world. And, of course, I'll teach him to recite the lineage, even if it's only for my family and not his father's. 2 months later, Jin, Deja, and I eat dinner in front of the television so we can watch the opening ceremonies of the Olympics taking place in Beijing. I rub a little food from our meal on Paul's lips to let him know we are eating, but really, we are all distracted, mesmerized by the pageant our homeland is mounting for the world. The parade of twins from China's 55 ethnic minorities looks to be made up mostly of Han-majority people dressed to look like minorities. Nevertheless, Deja cries at the spectacle. Jin says the most beautiful of all China's women are Aka, but what else can he say? And I contentedly hold my son. The next few months in Arcadia are the happiest of my life. Jin's an ambitious and busy father. I've helped my village, and my new shop in the Fengcheng tea market is doing moderately well, giving me hope that the value of poor will return. I'm 30 years old. I love my son more than my own life. I'll do anything for him. So personally, I've bounced back once again. But during this same time, world economies have been faltering. Now, they take a deep dive. By the end of the year, property values in the United States and China have fallen into a chasm. All across the globe, people close their purses and fold up their wallets. Everyone is so scared that they stop buying toys, air conditioners, flat-screen televisions, and all manners of goods that would be shipped in cardboard. We are unsure if Jin's company will make it through this difficult period. But as Mrs. Chang reminds us on the phone one afternoon, you and Jin are fortunate to have a son in the era of the one-child policy. That is what gives Jin the strength to fight for his business, and me the determination to help him as he has helped me.
Part 5. The Tea Girl of Hummingbird Lane, 2012 through 2016. Assignment. In AP English, we've been focusing on writing essays in preparation for the college applications you'll be writing next year. Now I'd like to take a different approach by exploring your images with a short story. No groans, please. Writers are often told to write what they know. Take something that happened to you and reimagine it as a piece of fiction. You may write in the first or third person. You may also change the names if you feel that will give you more freedom. Submissions will be read only by me. Please remember that for your college apps, everyone does a sport, aspires to be a doctor, or writes about their parents' immigrant experience to America. You can't get in with these cliched topics on your applications. Be creative, expand your minds, and let's see if you can come up with something that will be translatable to a college essay designed to make you stand out. Due October 13th, 2012. The Disappointment by Haley Davis. On a dark night in March, Adam and Alice Bowen sat their daughter Amy down for a talk. Was it going to be another lecture about not raiding the liquor cabinet? Or concerned inquiries about what was happening in therapy? Or would it be the same old, how was school today? How did you do on your AP chemistry test? Did you finish your homework? Were they going to tell her they were separating, which honestly wouldn't have surprised Amy one bit. Maybe her dad had been diagnosed with cancer or needed open-heart surgery. This would have terrified Amy, but wouldn't have surprised her either because her dad was already pretty old when she was adopted. Instead, when Adam began, "This summer," Amy's hopes flew through the roof. Were they finally going to relent and let her go to Europe with her friends by themselves? "We're taking you to China. We want you to discover your roots." That was about the last thing in the world Amy wanted or would have asked for, really. Because who would want to go on a family vacation at her age? But what can you do? Fight against it. That's what. "I'm not going on one of those stupid heritage tours," she said. Once upon a time, she would have loved to have gone to China. She'd wanted to get information about the object she'd been found with. Most babies abandoned in China were left with a special gift from their birth mothers, a locket, a good luck charm, a hand-knit sweater or a hand-sewn quilt, maybe even a little Chinese money. Amy knew this because she had seen those things in pictures. Some new mom and dad posing with their baby and holding up her little gift like it was a soccer trophy. Amy's memento from her birth mother, however, was a little unusual. A round cake of tea, decorated with meaningless symbols and weighing about a pound. When Amy was little, she used to take it out every night and stare at it. It had to mean something, but what? Then there'd been this incident in the 2nd grade when she'd done a project and told everyone in the entire school and their parents that she was the first person in her family to come to America. It was the truth, but she'd caused her adoptive parents pain, which hadn't been her intention at all. Amy had gotten really scared. Would they send her away? She still struggled with her identity and sometimes searched the internet to see if she could find anything about her birth mother or the tea cake. In secret, because she'd never forgotten the repercussions of the 2nd grade episode. She didn't want to hurt her parents again, but they just weren't getting it. After all, what did they think she'd get out of a trip to China now? She wouldn't find her roots, she wouldn't get any answers about the tea cake or her identity, and, here was the kicker, the trip would make her feel worse. She already ached with loss over her birth mother. Traveling to China would be no help. Besides, practically all the girls she knew who'd been adopted had already gone there with Roots and Shoots Heritage Tours, a company that specialized in expeditions for families with adoptees, so a trip like this wouldn't make her special or anything. She was merely a part of a big wave that had brought thousands of girls like her to these shores. Pretty weird, pretty sad, and no big deal. "Have we ever taken you on a tour anywhere?" Alice asked. "We don't do tours, you know that." "But this might be the last time we all travel together," Adam said, and again Amy flashed that something might be wrong with him. "After you graduate, you'll probably want to go on a trip with your friends. Damn straight. And after that, you'll likely be spending your vacations in a lab somewhere, or out in the field, or helping some scientists change the way we view the world, like your mom." Oh, Adam. It went on like that, some stupid love fest, but Amy didn't put up much of a fuss, because what if this was the last vacation they all took together? Still, did it have to be China? Why not go back to the south of France or do something new, like hike the outback? And of course, once the itinerary came in, Amy saw how her parents were shaping the trip to be a heritage tour, even if it wasn't called a heritage tour, because their last stop before flying home would be Yunnan province, where she was born. The Bowen family left LAX at night. They were all half dead by the time they landed in Beijing 13 hours later. They went through passport control and customs. Then they pushed through a set of double doors and, oh my God! Always Amy had felt like the one Chinese face in a sea of white faces. Now here were a bazillion people who looked like her, and it was her parents who stood out. They spotted a young woman holding a card with the Bowen name printed on it. She introduced herself as their Beijing guide, and her English was pretty pathetic. She wore a wrinkled skirt, a little white blouse, and scuffed shoes. A super cheap plastic purse hung off her shoulder. She led the way through the writhing throng with her arm extended to clear a path for the mismatched threesome. Amy was 17, but she clung to her mom like you wouldn't believe. They went through another set of doors, and it was like stepping into an oven. Truly. Like you got a baking sheet already with cookie dough, and your mom was going to let you slide it in the oven, but when you did, all you could think about was Hansel and Gretel and the way the witch wanted to cook them. People pushed and shoved as they loaded their suitcases, beat-up cardboard boxes, and these satchel things made out of some kind of plastic woven material in red, white, and blue into trunks, the underbellies of buses, even onto the roofs of cars. They shouted. They noisily sucked junk from their noses, coughed, and spit on the ground. It was beyond gross. And the smell? Too much garlic, like Amy had landed in a gigantic mouth with really bad breath. Add to that too much sweat and too much cigarette smoke wafting off people's clothes. Nasty. "Honey," Alice said, "you're cutting off my circulation." Amy loosened her grip on her mother's hand, but not by much. They piled into a minivan. The guide sat up front with the driver, who didn't say a single word. The traffic? It was crazy, and it was the middle of the night. They crept past apartment buildings, gray with dim fluorescent lights illuminating a room here and there. It took Amy a while to figure out what was hanging out all the windows, bamboo sticks draped with laundry. They arrived at the hotel, and it was ginormous and super fancy. Adam handed over their passports and his credit card. A uniformed boy put their luggage on a cart and escorted the family to connecting rooms. Alice and Adam were excited, talking non-stop about all the things they were going to do. Suddenly, Alice stopped mid-sentence to stare at her daughter. "Do you have to sneer?" she asked. "We're doing this trip for you." Later, after she got in bed, Amy heard her mother say, "Teenagers." A part of Amy wanted her dead. When Amy woke the next morning, she was disoriented because her mom was still talking about everything she and Adam had planned, except now she was wearing shorts, a t-shirt, and a Dodgers baseball cap. Amy was so embarrassed she wanted to pull the covers back over her head, but that wasn't on the itinerary. An hour later, showered, fed, and sunscreen slathered on every exposed piece of skin, they left the hotel. The air outside was disgusting. By the time Amy got to the minivan, her arms were totally wet. No one could sweat that fast, but there was so much moisture in the air that it was like someone had sprayed her with hot water. And it was only 9 a.m. They walked across one blisteringly hot square or courtyard after another, the Temple of Heaven, Tiananmen Square, the Forbidden City. The sun glared down. Adam asked the guide how hot it was. She answered, "The government gives people the day off if it goes over 40 degrees centigrade." He asked, "So again, how hot is it today?" She gazed across the square like she wasn't with the Bowens. "I heard it was going to be 44 degrees centigrade and 80% humidity." Adam whistled. Alice sighed. Amy took the trouble to make the calculation to Fahrenheit. 111 degrees! Adam bought bottles of water. The Bowens drank and sweat and drank and sweat some more. Adam took Amy's picture about 1,000 times. She saw more people from around the world in the first hour than she had in her entire life. And then there were the Chinese. They were everywhere. Since the weather was so gross, Amy ended up changing her clothes 3 times every day, even her bra and panties. The Bowens visited more tourist spots, the Summer Palace, the Great Wall of China, the Tomb Soldiers in Xi'an, the Bund in Shanghai. China was strange, though. It didn't have much connection to what she'd learned about it in Families with Children from China, or even from going to her friends Jasmine's and Jade's houses. It was big, polluted, and crowded. If Amy had once daydreamed about meeting her birth mother, she now understood it would be impossible to find her. One woman out of the proverbial 1.3 billion people. Finally, they flew to Kunming in Yunnan, where it was much cooler. They stayed at another fancy hotel, which prompted Adam to ask Alice, "Can you believe how much everything's changed since the last time we were here?" You've got to hand it to Deng Xiaoping. To get rich is glorious. When they were out with their new guide, Amy heard sounds that were vaguely familiar yet had no meaning. She saw people with skin like hers, darker, who turned out to be members of hill tribes. Sometimes people nodded to her on the street or pointed at her, but what did that mean? Did they recognize her in some way, or did they simply think she looked peculiar with her white parents? A couple of times people came up to her and spoke to her in Chinese. "I don't speak Chinese," Amy always answered in English. Then those same people would turn to her parents and ask, in perfect English, "Is she your tour guide?" But how could Amy have possibly been their tour guide? The Bowens spent the next 2 days hiking up mountains to take in this or that scenic spot. Amy's opinion? One view was just like another, even if these had a temple or a big statue on them. Still, something about the air and the panoramas got to her. Like she had something in her eye or pollen up her nose or a memory she could sense but couldn't capture. Then one day, during one of their sightseeing hikes, she was standing and looking at yet another view. The pattern of the hills, a stream running through them, a path winding up through the terraces. "Mom, look!" "What is it, honey?" "Do you see it?" She pointed, buzzing with excitement. "It's just like my tea cake." "What do you mean?" Alice asked. "We've always looked at the V's as V's, like simple bird drawings, but don't you see? They're the canyons between the mountains. The wavy lines are terraces. The design that meanders," she traced what she could remember from the tea cake in the air with her index finger, "is a river or creek or something like that. The design on my tea cake is a map." "Oh my God," Adam exclaimed. "You're right." But Alice, ever practical, asked, "But a map to what?" "To where I was born." Amy was so energized by her discovery that she was practically jumping up and down. "So I can meet my birth family." Adam and Alice exchanged glances. Amy thought, "Don't ruin this for me." Her father looped an arm over her shoulder, pulled her close, and stared at the view with her. It is a map, and it's amazing you figured that out. Truly amazing. But honey, remember how there's that design in the middle of the tea cake? Amy interrupted. I've always thought it looked like a tree, but it's gotta be my real mom. Alice edged away. Your mom is your real mom, Adam said softly. I didn't mean it that way. Amy didn't either. But think about it. X marks the spot. It's gotta be her. Maybe you're right. He still had that gentle tone, trying to manage his wife, who was all upset that Amy didn't consider Alice to be her real mother, and his daughter, who was as excited as she'd ever been. But with any map, you need a starting point. The V's, the canyons and mountains could be anywhere. We don't even know which direction is north. What felt like a bomb going off obliterated Amy's elation. Her father was right, and it was a huge disappointment. But then she realized, I always thought my birth mom was trying to send me a message. I was right. Goosebumps rippled along her arms. I'm sorry, honey, Alice said, extending her hand. Amy took it because she didn't want to hurt her mother's feelings any more than she already had when what she felt inside was a buoyant thrill. Her birth mom was real to her in a way she'd never been before. That night, Amy dreamed about her birth mother and the map. In the morning, she tiptoed into the adjoining room and stood at the foot of the bed, waiting for one of her parents to wake up. Alice's eyes flickered open first, and she startled when she saw her daughter staring down at her. What is it? Are you okay? My birth mom, wants me to find her. Adam blinked awake. What's going on? Let's put up a flyer, Amy announced, like for a lost dog. Where would you put it? Alice asked, doubtful. On telephone poles and restaurants, like what people do at home, please? What do you think, Adam? Alice asked. He sat all the way up and propped some pillows behind his back. He had the same grave look on his face as he'd had yesterday when he told Amy she needed a starting point for the map. We picked you up in Kunming, but you aren't from here, he said. You were brought from another orphanage. I know, but what if she's visiting? Amy wasn't going to let this go. We're visiting. What if she's visiting too? What if she moved here? What if she's outside right this minute? What if... Alice echoed, shaking her head sadly. Please, Amy begged. If we do this, we don't want you to have false hope, Adam said. We don't want you to be disappointed, Alice added. You have to consider the odds. Amy went back to her room, opened her laptop, and signed in to the hotel's internet service. Numbers came easily to her, so she expected to find a quick set of figures to noodle with. Except true numbers didn't exist. The first 61 adoptees came to the U.S. in 1991. That number continued to rise, to close to 63,000 between 1991 and 2005. After that, the stats were harder to find, with a steady decline in adoptions from China. But if there were something like 100,000 Chinese adoptees and approximately 650 million females in China, then Amy had a 1 in 6,500 chance in finding her mother. The chances got a lot better if you considered only women in their childbearing years. If the numbers on the internet are accurate, Alice said after Amy presented her findings. Amy pulled up a story she'd once found and bookmarked on the laptop screen. Look at this, Mom. Here's an article about someone who found her mother. It says here that 20 families have been reunited. How? Alice asked as her husband picked up the laptop and began reading. She was on a trip like this with her parents. They were walking down the street when a total stranger came up and said, You look like my sister's daughter. And guess what? That woman turned out to be the girl's aunt. That's a 1 in a million occurrence. Amy leaned over her dad, hit a few keys, and pulled up a different story. Then what about this one? Another family was on a trip just like ours. Her family made a flyer to post. The first place they went in was a cafe. They asked if they could hang the flyer. The couple who ran the cafe looked at the flyer and burst into tears. It was their daughter. Now the two families spend every Christmas together. Those sound like made-up stories, Alice said. There's all sorts of nonsense on the internet. Adam looked up from the laptop. Actually, honey, what Amy's telling you is from an article in the Boston Globe. The first one was in the New York Times. But what are the odds? Alice asked, repeating her earlier concern. I don't want Amy to be disappointed. I promise not to be disappointed, Amy said. Mom's right, you know, Adam said. Please, Dad, please, Amy pled, turning all her focus on her father, because he rarely said no to her. Will you let me do it? Please? But Alice gave in first. There's no harm in trying. Get some paper from the desk. Let's figure out what you want to say. They spent the next hour working together, narrowing down the details and keeping the English simple. My name is Amy Bowen. I was born on or about November 24th, 1995. I am looking for my biological family. I was found in a cardboard box. I was wrapped in a blue blanket. There was a cake of tea in the box with me. I am short. My skin is dark compared to most Chinese. In case you want to know more about me, I am good at science and math. I like to ski and ride horses. I also like to hang out with friends. I am very nice. I hope you would like to meet me. To contact me, please email my father at abowen@abarbor.com. After breakfast, they went to the business center. They hadn't brought the photo of Amy taken when she was first found or any of those that Alice and Adam took the day they got her. All they had was the 4th grade school picture from Alice's wallet and Amy's current passport photo. She positioned them on the piece of paper with the note and pushed the button to make copies. Then they walked around the neighborhood where they were staying and tacked up the notices. By the time they were done, Amy knew that nothing would come of her plan. Maybe her birth mother didn't read English. Maybe she didn't have a computer to send an email. Maybe she didn't know what a computer or email were. And so many people lived there. What kind of coincidence could there be in the world for Amy's birth mother to be walking down this particular street, see a picture of Amy in her school uniform, and think, oh, there's my baby? Amy was very disappointed, and she felt herself spiraling into sadness. Her mom and dad worried about her because she had a history of anxiety and depression. Her dad tried to distract her with jokes. Her mom offered to take her shopping for souvenirs to give to her friends. But Amy had a serious case of the blues. On the last night of the trip, Alice knocked on the door that connected the 2 rooms. May I come in? She asked, opening the door a couple of inches. Sure, Mom. Alice sat on Amy's bed. I'm sorry this didn't work out. I'm sorry we brought you here. Don't worry about it. Oh, honey, I wish I could make you understand. The way Alice's voice trailed off forced Amy to ask. Understand what? How your dad and I felt when we got you. What you meant to us then. What you mean to us now. In the months leading up to the phone call that told us we could come and get you, I did everything I could to understand Chinese culture. I went on a walking tour of Chinatown. I devoured Amy Tan's books. I watched Chinese movies. And we had all the practical stuff to do, too. Our finances were critiqued and notarized. We were interviewed and authenticated. We traveled with 6 other family units. 3 couples were married, 2 were gay, and there was a single woman with her mom. The way you cried. I've seen the photo album, Amy said. In those pictures, you could see the family unit people weeping and laughing. All the babies were crying too, but her mouth had been a giant gaping hole. Her eyes were squished shut. Her legs and arms, her whole body actually, were as stiff as a board, and her cheeks were bright red because she was screaming her head off. I cried and I didn't sleep. The other babies cried, but you howled, Alice agreed. You howled and you wouldn't sleep. I'm sure you understand the objective cause and effect reasons for that. Objective cause and effect reasons? Can you for once speak to me from your heart and not like a scientist? I'm trying, Alice sighed. I know I can be frustrating sometimes, but I only want the very, very, very best for you. I wish for you to feel smart and invincible. To Amy's ears, her mother's wishes sounded more like pressure to do more and achieve more, but she didn't say that. You see, Alice continued, your crying was only natural. You were older than the other babies. You'd never seen a white person before. We don't think you'd been picked up or held very much. You needed a lot of love. We gave you the love and you stopped crying, but honey sweet, we're still waiting for you to sleep. Ha 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 and blah blah blah. I know, stupid humor, I'm sorry. Would you please stop saying you're sorry? What I'm trying to tell you is that I've always wondered if you were crying because you missed your birth mother. I've thought about her every day since we got you. I couldn't have a baby myself, so I wondered if she was afraid when you were born. Was she in a hospital? Was she alone? Was your birth father at her side? I've wondered the same things too, Amy admitted. Not a day has gone by when I haven't wondered if I hurt you more than helped you by wresting you away from your homeland and your culture. Even when you were a baby, I wondered when you would start to resent me for that. Maybe even hate me. I don't hate you, Mom. The first night your dad and I had you, we piled pillows on the extra double bed in our room to make a protective nest for you. Your dad fell asleep, but I stayed awake all night. I wept when you grabbed my finger and held it tight. Your birth mother gave me the greatest gift of my life, a beautiful, talented, and kind daughter. Every day I take a moment to thank her for that. Your first smile, your first tooth, your first day of preschool, your first everything. I thought of her and thanked her. And she is with you always. Your birth father, too. They're in your tears, they're in your laugh. They're in you in ways you will never be able to count. And their love is what sent you to me. Tears began to well in Alice's eyes, and Amy felt herself being swept into her mother's ocean of love. From the first moment I saw you all the way to today, and for as long as I live, I know that you are the daughter who was meant for me. I can never be a replacement for your birth mother, but I've done and will continue to do everything I can to complete what should have been her journey. I love you, and I'll always love you. Amy held on to those words like they were a lifesaver.
Evaluation. Haley. While you completely ignored my admonition not to write about the immigrant experience, I congratulate you for coming at it from a unique angle. There's much you can work with here as you begin to think about your college app, but bear in mind that there will be other young women across the country who may write similar essays about their own adoption experiences. A few nitpicking points. Amy, Alice, and Adam feels a bit cloying to me. Do they really all need to start with an A? Watch your language usage and remember that a thesaurus isn't always your friend. And, of course, you'd never want to use bazillion or ginormous on a college app, but I'm sure you know that. I'm quite conflicted about the ending. As your teacher, I would have hated to see you fall back on the Shakespearean trope of coincidence. As a mom, I really wanted your main character to find her birth mother. For a math science girl, you did an excellent job. Now take the nonfiction elements and run with them, making sure you keep the emotional resonance of your fictional narrative.
Cherry blossoms in spring.
Amma! Amma!
My son's screams pull Jin and me out of sleep. It's all right, I say, patting my husband's arm. I'll go. I pad barefoot down the darkened hallway to Paul's room, where he sits up in his bed, shaking, his hands clutching his duvet, tears streaming down his face. Dr. Katz, our pediatrician, calls what Paul gets night terrors. They've worsened the past 2 weeks, which the doctor says is completely normal. Usually children are scared when they start first grade. They're with all the big kids now, but in second grade, a lot of kids are scared about space aliens. Maybe that's what's happening here. The Ruma, Nima, and Amma would see things differently. They'd say Jinba is being stalked by bad spirits. Deja has taken precautions, but stringing ivy around his room hasn't seemed to help. In fact, it may have made things worse, because the kids who've come over on playdates see it as two, whether they're white or Han majority. Paul, look at me, I say gently as I sit on the edge of the bed. Do you see me? The saddest thing about his night terrors is that he's not asleep, but he's not awake either. He looks at me, but sees something beyond or through me. His eyes are wide. He trembles. He screams again. Amma! I hold my hands out to him and rub my thumbs against the tips of my fingers in the traditional Aka gesture to bring him to me. He climbs onto my lap, but I won't know he's fully conscious until he calls me Mom. Rarely is he lucid enough to tell me what his dreams are about, apart from monsters. Tonight, though, he tells me a little of what he remembers. I got lost in the forest. The trees looked cracked and broken. I didn't hear any birds. It was quiet and hot. So much sweat was running down my legs, I thought I'd peed my pants. I tighten my arms around him. He's had a few bedwetting episodes lately. If he'd been raised in spring well, the liquid would have just spilled down between the slats of the bamboo floor. Here, Dr. Katz calls it something we need to be concerned about. Then the rains came, Paul sputters. Monsoon, like you've told me about. I felt like I was drowning. Drowning in the forest is a terrible death. Isn't that what you said, Mom? Mom. Good. You aren't going to drown in a monsoon. You live in Arcadia. We're in a drought. But Mom! Shh. Close your eyes. I'm right here. I hum to him until I feel his breath deepen. I don't need Amma to help me interpret my son's dream. He's scared about school. I understand that, but he's also picked up on some of my anxieties. I need to be more careful when I'm talking on the phone to my brothers. And I need to be extra vigilant in my conversations with Jin. Over the last couple of years, the dry seasons in the Tea Mountains have lasted longer, while the monsoons have become more intense. Our tea leaf bud sets are bursting early, and the 10-day picking season has been prolonged. Worse, the new weather pattern is stunting growth, just as Paul saw in his dream. I can taste the change in the leaves, but I'm not a scientist and I don't know what it means. Still, I worry, and that worry has invaded my son's sleeping hours. Nothing is worse than seeing your child suffer. Every morning I ask about his dreams. Did a tree fall? Was there a fire? A dog on a roof? Or a broken egg? Instead of these questions calming him and helping him understand his place in the world, he's become even more scared and his dreams more tormented. I feel terrible about it, and honestly don't know what to do. I slip out of bed at sunrise, heat water for tea, and roll rice balls in crushed peanuts for Paul's lunch. Jin wanders in, kisses me, sits down, and opens the paper. May I have a peanut butter and jelly sandwich instead? Paul begs when he comes into the kitchen and sees what I've prepared. Just today. Just this once. As if I would ever do such a thing. Into my silence, he says, Auntie Deja would make one for me. Deja would, too. She spoils him to the extreme, but she's in Yunnan for a month visiting her natal family, as she now does every year. Mom, my son persists, why is what I want different than a ball of rice with peanuts on the outside? White outside, brown inside? Brown outside, white inside. Same thing. Is that what the Han majority children eat? I ask, because if they aren't eating Chinese food in school, maybe Paul shouldn't either. Oh, Mom, everyone brings Chinese food from home. Then Addison likes peanut butter and jelly. Addison. I taste the 3 syllables on my tongue. I glance at Jin, who looks up from his copy of the Chinese Daily News. Addison. What kind of name is that? I drive carpool in the mornings, so Paul and I pick up 2 other kids on the way to school. Music plays on the radio. The kids sing along. I pull up to the curb for the carpool drop-offs and hit the button to unlock their doors. Paul's the last to get out. He lingers by the door as he puts on his backpack. Is this Addison white or Han majority? I ask. But he just waves, slams the door, and runs to a group of boys I recognize. All born here, all Han majority. I can't stay to watch him enter the building. Too many cars and minivans behind me, but I feel a tug on my heart. We may not have strings tied around our wrists any longer, but I will always be connected to my son. Driving home, I have time to reflect. I'm 37, in the summer of my life. My husband is successful. He's kept his cardboard business, but that's not his real focus these days. During the darkest days of the recession, when stocks kept tumbling and real estate prices crashed, he began buying houses at the bottom of the market, which he fixed up and sold to men like himself who wanted a foothold in America and a safe place to park their money. When our son turned 5, Jin underwent yet another transformation. He was finally able to put away the ghost of his father. Paul is the same age I was when I betrayed my father, he told me. I now understand that he would have loved me, no matter what I'd done, as I'll always love my son. With the burdens of a lifetime lifted from Jin's shoulders, he started building housing tracts in Walnut, Riverside, Irvine, and Las Vegas for Han majority people, featuring walk kitchens and following feng shui construction practices. Still not content, he opened real estate offices in the lobbies of the Hilton and the Crown Plaza, the top San Gabriel Valley hotels for Chinese tourists, and hired jumper consultants to provide information on mortgages and schools, help people through the U.S. EB-5 visa process, and sell properties ranging from modest houses for speculation to luxurious mansions starting at $10 million for sons and daughters attending USC or Occidental. I found success as well. Since 2008, the price for good tea has steadily risen. Then this year, boom! Pu'er's value skyrocketed again. My company is large, with offices in the San Gabriel Valley and Guangzhou. We sell raw, processed, and aged pu'er from inexpensive to extremely rare and expensive blends that are given as gifts to the most powerful leaders in China. I have plenty of capital, and I do my own sourcing. I have arrangements with nearly every village on Nanuo Mountain. Farmers come to me each year, hearing I pay fairly and reliably, to tell me they've discovered ancient tea trees or abandoned tea gardens high up on the mountain. I tell them Their tea must come from trees at least 300 years old. And the farmers themselves need to drink from the leaves first to make sure the trees aren't so wild that they'll make people ill. My 3 brothers check every batch, and if a farmer ever attempts to sneak poor quality leaves into what he sells me, we'll never do business again. I even have a fermenting factory in Munghai. The main room is as large as an American football field. Piles of tea, each 12 by 30 feet and a foot deep, cover the entire floor, each weighing 5 tons and each at a different stage of fermentation. The whole complex is surrounded by a high wall topped with barbed wire. I receive many requests for tours from international connoisseurs, dealers, and scientists. I turn them all away, saying, "If you want to learn about our ancient tea trees, come to Nanuo Mountain." Every tea I make is artisanal. No pesticides, no mechanization. All that can carry on without my presence, except for tea picking season, when Paul and I return to the mountains to supervise picking, processing, and fermenting, because I have the help and trust of my family. My 3 nieces, who were all born in the same year, are now 19 years old. The government has a message for them. Your duty to the nation is to have a child of high quality. But not one of them has married. They dismiss those busybodies who tell them that soon they'll be as yellowed pearls, too old to be fully loved. They still have 8 years before they're officially labeled shengyu, leftover women. So they laugh at the television shows that show women desperately trying to get a man at any cost. The price of being a shengyu. Go, go, shengyu, and even shengyu get crazy. They tease each other about the 12 products to help shengyu forget about loneliness, and give those items as birthday gifts to keep the joke going. A garlic peeler, rainbow-colored linens, and single-serving teapots. First sister-in-law's daughter works for me in my shop in the Fengcheng tea market. Second sister-in-law's daughter has remained in the village, but travels all through the mountains on her motorcycle to make sure the farmers who sell to us are picking the very best leaves. Third sister-in-law's daughter lives in the San Gabriel Valley and handles my internet sales. When and if my nieces decide they want to go work-eat with a husband, they'll have plenty of men to choose from, for there are 30 million more young males seeking mates in China than there are prospective brides. But how to convince them? I do what I want to do, first sister-in-law's daughter told me the last time I saw her. I go where I want to go. Be that as it may, I know for a fact that my mother-in-law now sits on her bench in Martyrs Memorial Garden when she's in Guangzhou or wanders San Gabriel Square, what we sometimes laughingly call the Great Mall of China, when she's visiting us to look for eligible, wealthy and handsome, husbands for my nieces. Let them try to get out of that. Site and I still avoid each other, but I hear a lot about her, as I'm sure she hears about me. She's converted much of the land she subleased to coffee, as she vowed she would 7 years ago. Yunnan has even become a tourist attraction for Han-majority coffee enthusiasts. And it's said that by the end of the year, more than 1 million people in our province will be working in the coffee industry, since we provide over 95% of China's coffee production. As an added benefit, growing coffee has become a way for our government and those of our neighbors, like Laos, to replace opium poppy crops. CITES sells Yunnan coffee to Starbucks for use in its Asian outlets and helped Nestle found a coffee institute in Poor City, while I acted as the go-between who assisted the town of Libourne in France, home of the Pomerol and Saint-Emilion vineyards, in signing a marketing and trade agreement with Poor City to cross-promote their wines and our tea because both share polyphenols, which are reported to be so good for health. I pull into the garage and find a note from Jin saying that he won't be home until late afternoon. Sitting at the kitchen counter, I open my laptop and scan through my emails, looking for one in particular. During my last trip from the airport in Jinghong to Menghai, I saw among the many billboards that now line the roadway one that had been purchased by an individual family. It showed an infant's face blown up so big it was blurry. The type, however, was completely clear. I was found outside the post office in Jinghong on May 21st, 1994. My American name is Bethany Price. If you are my mother, please contact me. The birth date and clothes were wrong, and even as a newborn, she looked more Dai than Aka to me. But seeing the billboard inspired me to send an email to the girl. Could this Bethany have passed through the Social Welfare Institute in Kunming as my daughter did? Might her parents have met the parents of my Yanye? Does Bethany know other girls adopted from Xishuangbanna Prefecture? Today, again, no return message. Nor do I have any inquiries from the messages I left on various websites. A year ago, after finding posts written by adopted girls looking for their mothers, or more infrequently, mothers like me looking for their daughters, I wrote on my own. Yunnan birth mother, searching for daughter left at Menghai Social Welfare Institute. She was given to new parents by Kunming Social Welfare Institute. My baby was born on November 24th, 1995, in the Western calendar. I named her Yanye. I put her in a box. She was found by street cleaners. I hid to make sure they delivered her to safety. I now have a 7-year-old son. I would love to find my missing daughter. You have a brother and a mother who love you very much. I didn't mention the tea cake. In a murder investigation, as I've learned from watching American television shows, you always hold out the most important evidence. Would someone take the bait? But the few emails I've received ask the same basic question. Are you my mother? I respond with, were you found with anything in your swaddling? We are trying to grasp fish with our bare hands. I've never forgotten what Amma said to me before I left Nanuo Mountain to give birth to my son. She wanted me to have him in America in hopes that my daughter might intuit she had a brother. I know Yanye is out there. I have the photo and footprint from the Social Welfare Institute. I'll forever be grateful that she was cared for by the good matrons there and not a baby who was stolen or confiscated from her parents. Even the Chinese government estimates that between 30,000 and 60,000 children go missing each year to be trafficked illegally and exported like so many factory products. I ache for the mothers in China and the mothers here who must always wonder. Nevertheless, shouldn't there be more clues and traces of Yanye? So, I search the internet when Jin is in meetings, at night when I can't sleep, and on Wednesday afternoons during Paul's soccer practice. I've stumbled across several sites advertising orphanage reunion tours. where girls and their families can see the cribs they slept in and meet the people who once watched over them. Could my daughter have gone to China with our Chinese Daughters Foundation or Roots and Shoots heritage tours? Even if she did, would a tour operator take a girl and her family to a town as small as Menghai? Wouldn't they show people like Mai Yanye the larger social welfare institute in Kunming where she was picked up? Mightn't she or her parents want to look at her file? But all the files were destroyed in the fire. Still, once a week, I go to the tour website and examine the photos of white parents or single white mothers traveling with their Chinese daughters. The girls seem totally American with their flip-flops, shorts, and Hello Kitty t-shirts. Would Yanye look like me? Like Sanpa? Like my ama or his ama? But I haven't seen a girl with Aka characteristics or who resembles anyone of our blood. On a Facebook page, sponsored by an international group of Chinese adoptees, I saw photos of babies from the day they were found and the day they were delivered to their new parents. One infant was dressed in a dirty snowsuit with a purple knit hat. Her cheeks were chafed with heat rash. Another, sound asleep, wore a blouse with a flouncy polka dot collar. Yet another, perhaps 18 months old, wore a diaper that hung down to her striped knee socks, which in turn ended in red plastic sandals. I found photos of babies in ethnic minority caps, hats, and scarves, but none of them showed Aka handiwork. My heart filled with hope the day I discovered a website looking for DNA material to match mothers with daughters. I sent in mine, but never got a response. I've gone to the Los Angeles chapter of Families with Children from China to teach a cultural class about tea. The group, I've been told, is a shadow of its former self. The people who now run things, all volunteers, are new. Plus, apparently, they never kept great records to begin with. I've also developed tea tasting programs at the Huntington Library for adults and kids. And on the weekends, I visit garage sales to look for old tea cakes. Because what if my daughter or her parents decided the tea cake I left with her wasn't worth keeping? None of these activities has yet brought me luck. I check my watch. It's 10 o'clock and business email is arriving, but I decide to scan the human interest articles first. In China and America, in newspapers, and on a few blogs I've come to admire and trust, to look for pieces about adopted Chinese girls who found their mothers or parents or siblings. These stories keep me optimistic and make me wonder if my daughter is searching for me too. If my daughter were ever to post an inquiry, where would she do it? If my daughter were ever to buy a billboard, where would it be? If my daughter were ever to try to learn about her tea cake, where would she take it? It's said that great sorrow is no more than a reflection of one's capacity for great joy. I see it from the opposite direction. I'm happy, but there's an empty space inside me that will never stop suffering from the loss of Yanye. After all these years, it's a companion rather like the friend living with child. It's nourished me and forced me to breathe when it would have been so easy to give up. Suffering has brought clarity into my life. Maybe the things that have happened to me are punishment for what I did in a previous life. Maybe they were fate or destiny. And maybe they're all just part of a natural cycle, like the short but spectacular lives of cherry blossoms in spring or leaves falling away in autumn. I will never give up searching for Yanye. But now, at 11 o'clock, I force myself to move on to business.
Email between Haley Davis and Professor Annabeth Ho regarding Stanford senior thesis, first week of October 2015. Professor Ho, I so appreciate your agreeing to be my advisor next year for my senior thesis. When I visited during your office hours last week, you asked to see a draft of my research proposal. This is the first pass. The impact of climate change on sensory and medicinal attributes of tea. Camellia sinensis, grown from tea trees in the tropical regions of China. This thesis will have 2 areas of study. 1. How are compounds that create the taste, smell, and look of tea, a combination of amino acids, catechins, theobromine, methylxanthine, and free sugars, being influenced by global climate change? 2. High levels of biodiversity in the tropical forest lead to a rich food chain, which helps to minimize insect and parasite infestations. Specifically, the compounds previously listed make up defensive agents against pathogens, predators, and oxidative stress that have arisen among tea trees growing in their biodiverse and increasingly threatened habitat. In numerous studies, these natural protections have also been shown to be beneficial to Homo sapiens. Of these, catechins, a group of polyphenolic flavin 3-ol monomers and their gallate derivatives, are considered to be the primary health-giving compounds in tea. The most important of these is EGCG, which is the most bioactive and which has entered the domain of well-being culture. With the intensified monsoons brought about by climate change, many of these antioxidant compounds are decreasing by as much as 50%, while other compounds are increasing. Therefore, how are tea trees' natural protections being affected by global climate change, and what will the consequences be on the health benefits of the tea leaf? Materials and methods include farmer surveys, interviews, and the gathering and testing of tea leaves. Thank you for your time, and I hope to hear your thoughts at your earliest convenience. Haley Davis.
Haley, this looks very ambitious, but what else can I expect from a student with 2 majors, biology and earth sciences? You must be aiming not just to graduate with honors, as all those who choose to write a senior thesis will achieve, or even to graduate with distinction, assuming your GPA is high enough, which I'm sure it will be, but with the Firestone Award for Social and Natural Science. Before we get into the meat of your thesis, I have a few practical questions. 1. I'd like to know your personal interest in such an arcane subject. Don't get me wrong, the winners of the Firestone Award seem to specialize in arcana, which the committee appreciates. It will behoove you to flesh out that aspect. 2. I assume you plan to go to Yunnan. Are you applying for a fellowship or some other type of funding? Would you consider an internship with a larger academic study already underway? My concern is how you'll get to these farms, where you'll stay, and how you'll communicate. On behalf of the university, I can say we don't want you to do anything that will put you in danger or outside your comfort zone. 3. This looks like a multi-year study. Do you plan to carry on with your research in graduate school? 4. Regarding the health benefits to which you refer, we know that green tea has high levels of polyphenols. These antioxidants fight free radicals, which many scientists believe contribute to the aging process, including damage to DNA, some types of cancer, cardiovascular disease, etc. But apart from the University of Maryland Medical Center's study, can you point to proven health claims? I'm not interested in marketing, anecdotal evidence, or supposition about tea that isn't backed by fact or reason. I want to see legitimate documentation on this before you move forward. 5. I presume one reason you approached me to be your advisor is that I'm Chinese. As such, I hope you'll consider adding a 3rd area to your thesis, even though it's not within the hard science realm. How do we reconcile the poetry and philosophy of tea with the practicalities of growing and processing the product? I grew up hearing ancient beliefs about tea from my immigrant parents. Every hour spent drinking tea is a distillation of all the tea hours that have ever been spent, and truly you can find the universal through the particular of tea. Personally, I see a real disconnect between a sentiment like, tea is the cup of humanity, and the hard-scrabble life of tea farmers. If you can incorporate these humanistic aspects in your materials and methods, I believe the awards committee will take notice, and your thesis will rise above others. I hope I haven't overwhelmed you. Professor Annabeth Ho.
Professor Ho, thank you for your thoughtful and thought-provoking questions. I realize now I should have given you a little more background. Let me try to do that, as well as answer your queries. Last summer, I went to the World Tea Expo, which happened to be in Southern California, where I'm from. I sampled teas from Thailand, Vietnam, India, Sri Lanka, Ghana, Uganda, seemingly everywhere. A whole section of the expo was devoted to the teas of Yunnan, especially pu'er, which is extremely rare in China and even rarer in the world. People at the expo were gambling that tea will be the next big thing here in the United States, where sales of loose, bagged, and ready-to-drink teas have steadily risen over the last 2 decades. This year, the estimated wholesale value of the U.S. tea industry is $11.5 billion. The clincher, it seems to me, is Starbucks' purchase of Teavana in 2012. It also doesn't take a genius to notice the similarities between tea and wine connoisseurs. They both talk about vintage, harvest seasons, varietals, geographic source, the effects of light, soil, weather, and, of course, age on taste. Even the language to describe flavor is similar. Acidic, followed by notes of orchid and plum. At the expo, I also met a whole set of people I never expected to see, scientists and doctors. Yunnan is known as a global biodiversity hotspot. The province is said to have as much flowering plant diversity as the rest of the northern hemisphere combined, which gives it a lushness found nowhere else in the world. The province makes up only 4% of China's landmass, yet it's home to more than half its mammal and bird species, as well as 25 of China's 55 ethnic minorities. All this got me thinking about global warming and its effect on the quality and intensity of light, which in turn will change the final product, whether wine or tea. Plants with medicinal qualities are coming out of the Amazon rainforest. Couldn't something come out of the tropical forest of Yunnan? And just as in the Amazon, the tea mountains of Yunnan are being encroached on by development and pollution, particularly air pollution, which I know is of particular interest to you. Lastly, at the fair I met a man named Sean Wong. I showed him a tea cake that I have. He encouraged me to take it, what he called an ideal specimen, to the place of origin, as so many connoisseurs and collectors do. This was not the first time someone has suggested this to me. He said I could travel with him. I'm jumping at the opportunity. I hope that's a help. Haley.
Haley, I need you to dig deeper and answer my very specific questions. I'm here to challenge you. I hope you understand that. And please don't take this the wrong way, but I also need to inquire about your relationship with the person who invited you to travel with him. What do you know about him? Is he actually going to help you with your research? What is his motive to take a young woman to such a remote area? I'm sure you understand where I'm going with this, and it makes me very uncomfortable even to bring it up. You have a promising academic career ahead of you. With that comes great opportunities and responsibilities. I suspect you'll be offended when you read this, but if I ultimately agree to be your advisor, I have a duty to know you'll be safe, on behalf of your parents, the university, and my own peace of mind. Professor Annabeth Ho.
Professor Ho, to answer your questions, 1. My interest in this subject is very much tied to my upbringing. My father is an arborist. As a child, I rode along as he worked, managing orchards and visiting sick trees. He showed me how to mix compounds to feed or spray them for different needs. He once told me, "You're learning at my side." And I was, because I listened to every word he said and I absorbed them into my body like the trees absorb their medicines and nutrients. Thanks to my father, I've had a front row seat to observe the devastating effects of California's drought on our trees, which, in their weakened state, have been preyed upon by pests and parasites. Unlike most Stanford students, and indeed most scientists, I've witnessed the suffocating deaths of countless trees brought about by what we can only conclude is global climate change. My mother, Constance Davis, is a biologist. Perhaps you've heard of her? I'm a product of both of them, and that's where my interest in my thesis topic comes from. 2. Yes, I plan to go to Yunnan. I don't need outside funding. My family will provide it. I'll take my first trip over spring break, which corresponds to Yunnan's tea-picking season. I agree that joining another study would be opportune. Tufts Institute of the Environment, in cooperation with the Ethnobiology Department of the Chinese Ministry of Education and sponsored by the National Science Foundation, is currently doing a multidisciplinary study. The team includes a chemical ecologist, cultural anthropologist, soil and crop scientist, agricultural economist, and others, on the effects of extreme climate events on terrace tea and wild tea crop yields in Yunnan. I've been in contact with the study's leader, Dr. Joan Berry, and she's agreed to my participation in the project, much of which I can do on my laptop in my dorm room and by analyzing tea samples in the lab here on campus. The current plan is for me to travel in the tea mountains for a week by myself to enlist informants and gather tea samples for my project. Then I'll join the Tufts team for the second week. Dr. Berry says she looks forward to seeing the results of my research. 3. Yes, I see this as a multi-year study which I hope to pursue, whether I'm accepted into Stanford's graduate program or I go to one of the East Coast universities already recruiting me. For now, though, I'd like to begin my research in the way I outlined in my earlier email. 4. As for your question about the health benefits of tea, let me just say that there are currently 200 studies being undertaken around the world addressing this topic. Believe me, I'm going into this with my eyes wide open and with all the skepticism and rigor Western science should bring to the table. 5. Point 1. The fact that I asked you to be my advisor has nothing to do with your race. I thought, and continue to believe, that your work on the effects of air particulates on children living in the Yangtze Delta was a good match. Point 2. I appreciate your suggestion that I incorporate Chinese poetry and philosophy into my thesis. In fact, I've already done a little research and think it might be more inclusive and provocative to include some popular American thoughts about tea as well. For example, a recent issue of Bon Appetit devoted space, I believe for the first time, to tea. In it, American culinary pioneer Alice Waters credited Pour for helping to lower her cholesterol by 100 points and get her off coffee. It's not poetry, obviously, but if someone like Alice Waters says something like that so publicly, especially if it's in a food magazine and not a scientific journal, won't that drive interest in tea in general and Pour in particular? And won't that in turn make the issue of the effects of climate change on tea trees even more pressing? In closing, I need to address your concerns about my traveling companion. While no one can fully understand another person's motives, I doubt he has any romantic interest in me. I assume that's what you were suggesting. If not, I'm hugely embarrassed. He's a tea nerd. I hadn't known such a thing existed, but it does. I feel lucky to have connected with an expert in the field who can address so many of your logistical concerns. I hope you will still consider being my advisor. Sincerely, Haley Davis.
Dear Haley, of course I know your mother. Everyone in our field knows your mother for the quality and importance of her work. We've been attempting to recruit her for our biology department for years. She's always said she didn't want to uproot her family. I should have put 2 and 2 together. It's my own ignorance that didn't allow me to match your name and your talents to her face. I apologize. I apologize as well for my part in the other misunderstanding. I will gladly be your advisor. Come to my office hours next Tuesday for further discussion. Among other things, I'd like to know, given your last email, if you'll be looking at tea in general or just this Pour that you mentioned. I see some real benefits in narrowing from a panoramic and encyclopedic view to going in-depth on one varietal. Until Tuesday. Professor Annabeth Ho.
Dear Professor Ho, Yay! My mother will be so excited when I tell her. I am very much looking forward to working with you. Haley.
As uncontrollable as the wind. Are you stalking me? I ask. No matter where I go, there you are.
Ah, Tina.
Mr. Huang gives me an ingratiating smile.
Maybe we're meant to know each other. Have you ever thought about that?
No.
I'll call you by your American name, he says. When will you start calling me by mine? John.
Never. We're on the terrace of the tea house in the Chinese Scholars' Garden at the Huntington Library. It's early February, and we're here to celebrate the forthcoming Year of the Monkey and to help raise funds for the final phase of the Chinese garden. Heaters warm the terrace. Chinese lanterns hanging in trees along the lakeside cast a ruby glow. Champagne and appetizers are passed. Anyone who's anyone in the Chinese-American community in Los Angeles is here. East-West Bank's Dominic Inn and his wife, Panda Express's Peggy and Andrew Chern, and the toy mogul Wu brothers. Some speak in Mandarin, but most use English so as not to be rude to the old money Pasadena couples who've been supporting the Huntington for decades. Is Xianrong enjoying his new home? I inquire, trying to be polite. Jin's company sold Mr. Huang and his son houses, mansions really, in San Marino and Pasadena, respectively. He shrugs.
It's good to have him close by. The economy is slowing in China. We can make more money with my cranes here. You'll be seeing us much more now.
I smile, but he's known me so long that he has to realize it's not sincere.
I'll be going to the tea mountains in the spring for tea picking, he goes on, unfazed. May I visit?
You're always welcome in Springwell Village, I answer. I'll never forget how you and Xianrong helped me when the bubble burst.
This year will you take me to your hidden...
I am not too old to be still learning new English words. Incorrigible. Do you know that one? He drops all pretense of casual conversation.
Have you heard that the Poor Tea College now has a study base with a GPS system that can locate every tea tree over 1,000 years old on Yunnan's 26 tea mountains?
A knot instantly forms in my stomach. I swallow to push it down.
They want to protect China's most precious gifts, he continues. Once recorded, they can watch to make sure no one cuts down a tree to pick its leaves easily or carve graffiti in its bark. From high in the sky, they can see through mists, fog, and clouds to the outlines of mountains, boulders, and hollows.
Attempting to keep my expression as bland as possible, I let my eyes float over the crowd. Where is Jin? I need him.
The Poor Tea College is not the only institution or person to have GPS.
Mr. Huang intrudes on my silence.
Did you know I have access to it? Do you know what that means? For 21 years, I've been searching. No!
Unable to stop myself, I turn away. Moving through the mingling couples, I escape onto one of the little paths that wends around the lake.
Lian, wait!
He calls, switching to my Aka name. I try to compose myself.
There's so much you don't know,
he says when he reaches me.
I don't want to hear it. You've never trusted me, but you need to start now.
Why?
So you can wheedle and pry your way into my life? That's entirely unfair,
he responds, heated and defensive.
Somehow you blame me for things that happened to you when you were young, but I don't know what they were or what I did that was so terrible. Couldn't you think of it another way? Maybe my visits to Nanuo Mountain helped pave the way for your success.
You taught us about poor.
But you've had nothing to do with what I've made of my life. Really? Then how do you think you got into the tea college? You know that Tea Master's son and I are acquainted, but did you know the two of us have been friends for a long time? Why else would he accept you into 2 programs when not a single other person from a hill tribe was admitted to either? Then I thank you for changing my life, I say. I start to leave, but he gently takes hold of my arm. Have you ever wondered who your secret partner was in the Midnight Blossom tea shop? Green Jade? A hand goes up to my mouth in surprise. Was that you? One of my companies, yes. I was your partner. He pauses to let the unbelievable news sink in. And I came here tonight to warn you about the study base's plans. I don't understand. Why would you do any of those things? I need to repay your family. His voice fades, and he gazes across the lake. The red reflections from the lanterns ripple across the surface. I wait. Finally, he goes on. Your mother saved my son's life. What are you talking about? My question comes out sharper than I intended, but I can't help feeling he's trying to put something over on me. You've never asked about my wife, he says. This is so. How odd. He pulls out his wallet and shows me a photo of a pretty young woman holding a baby in her arms. I loved her very much, he says. She got breast cancer right after Xianrong was born. She didn't live to see his first birthday. I'm sorry. To lose a wife is terrible, and I'll always miss her. But nothing prepared me for the anguish I felt when Xianrong was diagnosed with bone cancer. He was 3. I'm speechless, trying to reconcile this information with my memories of our first encounter. The sound of the old PLA Jeep grinding its way through the forest, the initial unsettling sight of Mr. Huang in his strange clothes, and the little bald boy in what I now know was a Bart Simpson t-shirt, skipping up the path from the spirit gate to the main part of the village as if he knew exactly where he was going. Everything about those moments was alien and frightening. How was I to know Xianrong was sick? He'd had chemo and radiation therapies, Mr. Huang says, addressing my doubt. We'd tried alternative treatments. I won't go into every detail, but some friends in Hong Kong told me about the medicinal qualities of pu'er. I had to find the purest and most potent. Once I got to the Tea Mountains, I asked everywhere for the name of the best village doctor. But you came to us because you were a connoisseur. I wasn't a connoisseur, but I had a dying son and had to become one very quickly. You said you were a collector, I insist. You came to make pu'er. We made it. You took it away. I made pu'er, and I took it away, true. I sold most of it, which is not what a collector would do. Were we so gullible that we believed everything he said back then? Of course we were. Even so, I must look like I need more convincing. How can I best prove it to you? Ah, so easy. I could have been the one to make truly simple elegant. Mr. Lu and I each had what we needed to make an iconic tea, but I wasn't on Nanuo for that. I came to Spring Well for your mother. She was the person everyone mentioned. If there was a cure for my son, then she would have it. I replay those weeks in my mind. Xianrong's exuberance never lasted very long, and he must have been bald from his treatments. And despite Ama's continued distrust of Mr. Huang, she'd always shown a particular fondness for the boy.
letting him stay with her in the woman's side of the house in the afternoons when he was tired. And there was Mr. Huang's behavior, which at the time had seemed so strange. How easy he was to bargain with. How he'd said, "I need this." How much he was willing to pay for the mother tree's leaves during his second visit. Through it all, I'd been so absorbed with thoughts of Sanpa and uninformed about the outside world that I hadn't searched beyond the surface of his words. "Your mother's tea healed my boy." You don't truly believe that. But I do believe it, and I want to prove it. I've been funding pu'er studies around the world, and we are discovering all kinds of benefits. But there's something about the tea from your grove that's different. So you're asking for my tea for your personal gain? No! He puffs his chest, insulted. Don't you see, Lian? We have to protect the trees. If I can find your grove, how long before the study base or some unscrupulous dealer does? The camphor trees won't hide your special trees forever. Which tells me he really does know the location of the grove. Maybe he's been there already. The 2 special tea cakes we made. His voice drifts off again. They had yellow threads which grew and spread. I remember you telling me this before. Amma always relied on those for her toughest cases. And they're in Yanye's tea cake. Those threads are what's so powerful. For years, I've scoured the mountains looking for other sources, but I haven't found one. They're only in your grove, and they're what saved Xianrong when he had a recurrence in 2007. I remember Mr. Huang coming to my shop in the tea market and telling me that he'd been to my village, and wondering why no one, not even Amma, had mentioned it. And Amma treated him again? I ask. He nods. I told Xianrong the tea would help settle his stomach post-chemo. And since he loved your mom and Nanuo Mountain, he never asked questions and was content to obey. He's been cancer-free ever since. Then let it go and be grateful. Lian, he pleads. My son has recovered twice from cancer. My wife died from it. Did they have a genetic predisposition, or was it just bad luck? How can I know what will happen to my grandchildren and great-grandchildren? Xianrong isn't even married yet, I respond, trying for a lighter tone. And you never like the girls he goes out with anyway. But this isn't the time for levity. One day he'll find the right girl. Mr. Huang leans in. Then what? You recite the lineage. What about my lineage? What about Xianrong's? You've known him for 21 years. What if he or his son or daughter gets sick? Your mother might be gone. You and I might not be here either. There would be no way to protect my family's security and longevity. You've never trusted me, but you should start now. I am a man who loves his son very deeply. What would you do for your son? I don't tell Jin about my conversation with Mr. Huang. I don't call Amma to discuss what he said either. I hold all the information inside me, trying to process it. Out of everything he said, one question lingers. What would you do for your son? I find myself watching Paul when he draws his bow across his violin strings, when he kicks the ball during soccer practice, when he wakes screaming in the night. We Aka think so much about our ancestors and the spirit world in which they reside, but our sons and daughters in the world of the living prolong our lines in the direction of the future. They will be the next ancestors. They should be protected, but at what cost? By the time Paul and I leave for China the following month, I know what must happen. I hope my conviction will be enough to sway Amma. On our way to Springwell, we make a quick stop at the Social Welfare Institute to deliver clothes, toys, books, and other necessities. Paul always likes these visits, and even though he's only 8, he likes to make things for the kids, like puppets made from lunch bags, but this time he asked if we could bring 3 laptops. They could play games. They could even learn to read a little. When they're older, if they aren't adopted, they could do their homework. Mom, please! Before we left home, I told Jin that our son is destined for a great university because he's already building his community service record. My husband had laughed and kissed the top of my head. And then it's on to Nanuo Mountain. Tea picking season is always so busy that Amma and I usually don't visit my grove until I'm just about to return home. Not this time. Directly upon our arrival in Springwell, I ask her to come with me to my hidden grove. My Amma has reached 78 years on this earth. She's lived on Nanuo Mountain her entire life, breathing clean air, eating fresh food, and walking these mountains to care for tea trees and people alike. She's strong, and I lag behind as she strides up mountain trails that grow progressively narrow until the last one seems to disappear. She waits for me at the boulder, and together we shimmy around it. What is another year to the mother and sister trees? In the 28 years I've known of their existence, they seem unchanged. Once I had thought of the grove as a place of pain, suffering, and death. Now I am honored to have it as my legacy. But it may be so much more than that. I go straight to the mother tree and caress its bark. Yellow powder comes off on my palms, which I hold out for Amma to see. "Do you know what this is?" I ask. "It's a gift brought here by our nomadic mothers as they journeyed." Mr. Huang thinks it's something more. Hearing his name, she scowls, turns her back to me, and walks to the edge of the cliff. I keep my yellowed hands before me as I come to her side. Together we stare out over the mountains. "He says the yellow threads cured Xianrong," I say. She looks at me out of the corner of her eye, deliberately avoiding my hands. "The boy was dying when he first came to us. Anyone could see that. I did what I could. I gave him tea from the mother tree and many other remedies. And I made 2 cakes of tea solely from the mother tree, which Mr. Huang took for his son. I only knew about the one." I wait for further recriminations. Instead, she says, "Then you helped him too. Not everyone recovers on our mountain, as you know. He was lucky." "What if he gets sick again?" I ask. "Each year when he visits, I look at him. He is healthy. If someday he comes to me sick, I'll do what I can for him as I do for every person on Nanuo Mountain." "What about when you become an ancestor? What if one of Xianrong's children gets sick?" "You can—" I don't let her finish. "I can deliver a baby and help a girl with a pimple. Beyond that, you are the last woman in our line with your skills. And we don't know why Xianrong got better when many others don't." I give Amma time to absorb what I'm saying. Then, "And there's one more thing. I'll never stop respecting my ama. She's farmed, harvested vegetables and threshed rice, raised and slaughtered animals, cooked for an entire household, spun thread, woven cloth, made clothes and embroidered them. She's walked every trail on our mountain. She's attended births and cared for the weak, ill, and dying. I love her, and having to explain the idea of satellites and GPS to her hurts me deeply. They are as far-fetched to her as electricity, telephones, and televisions once were to me, and she looks horrified as I come to my frightening conclusion. People are looking for this place. Mr. Huang already knows where it is. But no man can see it, Ama says, her insistence carrying the weight of generations. I'll never let that stranger. Don't you see? It might not be him. A choke of understanding grabs my throat as I finally accept what he told me that night at the party. It won't be him. He warned us. Consider what that means. The inevitability of what's coming, as uncontrollable as the wind. No man can come here. It's agonizing for me to hear her fear and sadness. They'll die as your grandfather died. This is brutally tragic and terrifying for me, too. But I come back at her with the type of reasoning I know she'll understand. What happened to grandfather was fate. It could have happened anywhere. But we must keep this place a secret. I raise my palms so she can't avoid seeing them. Isn't it time we learn what this is? Where it came from originally, and if there's more out there? How and if it works? If it can be recreated? If it can help? But the women in our line. Yes, the women in our line, including you and me, are linked by these yellow threads. You and the generations before you protected the mother and sister trees from wars, caravans, and nomads that passed across Nanuo Mountain over many centuries. But now, people, maybe callous men, maybe evil women, maybe deceitful dealers, maybe ruthless scientists, are going to come here with their GPS whether we want them to or not. Maybe our line has been protecting the mother tree for this moment. I'll always help the boy, Ama says, despairing. If you can treat him, then why not those on the next mountain? Would you turn away someone who came to you from Yiwu or Laobanjiang sick himself, with an ailing wife or a feverish child in his arms? Of course you wouldn't. If you say yes to someone from the next mountain, then what about people from other parts of China? Ama begins to weep. I've cornered her with undeniable facts. Suddenly, she looks like a broken, frail, old woman. I've done that to her. Who can we trust to take it out? She mumbles, her voice trembling. What's going to happen to the trees once others know about them? I take her in my arms and hold her tight. I don't know the answers.
A pilgrimage to the place of origin. We linger at the entrance to the TSA security line. Mom looks elegant in a pair of cream-colored trousers and a peach cashmere sweater. Dad's wearing shorts and a Lakers t-shirt. I'm in skinny jeans and a hoodie. My hair is pulled back in a ponytail. In my carry-on, I've got my tea cake, laptop, books, and other necessities for the flight. I want to meet him, Dad says for about the 50th time. How many variations of a response can I come up with? He'll get here. Maybe he's inside already. Even if he doesn't show up, which he will, I'll be fine. This time I try out, I'm sure he's coming. Dad gives me a look, and Mom says, Now, Dan, stop worrying. Think of the places I've gone for research. I don't like that either, and you aren't my little girl. She'll be 21 in the fall, I know, but look, you two, I'd better get through security, I say. I don't want to miss my flight. Dad sighs. Are you really going to fly off to China with some random Chinese man none of us have met? Oh, Dad, you're such a dad, and I love you for it. He gives me a weak smile, but truly, why didn't I introduce everyone when I had the chance? Because I wanted to do this on my own, prove I was capable, impress Mom and Dad with my independence, etc. Mom hugs me and whispers in my ear, I love you. Be careful. We'd prefer if you call, but if you can't, promise to send an email or text every day so we know you're safe. When I start to pull away, she draws me even closer. I've known worry before. Those terrible nights when you nearly died and your bad spell in high school. But this is a whole new level. So don't get me wrong. Your dad would never forgive me and I'd never forgive myself. There's nothing to worry about, I whisper back. I'll be fine. Which is about as far from the truth as I can get because despite my brave words, I'm scared half out of my pants. Where is he? How am I supposed to do this trip by myself? I go through more or less the same routine with my dad. I join the line and pull out my passport, but Mom and Dad don't leave. Even after I pass through security and start up the elevator to the gates, I see them standing where I left them. One last round of waves and smiles, and then I'm on my own. When I get to the gate, the first and business class passengers have already boarded through a special door. The cattle, of which I'm a part, are funneled down a separate jetway, so I don't get to see if Sean's already seated. My parents volunteering, if that's the right word, to buy me a coach ticket for the flight from LA to Guangzhou was just one of the many ways they tried to dissuade me from this trip. They have enough miles to have gotten me a seat in business, and it wouldn't have cost them a dime. By the time they accepted the fact that I was going no matter what, and they offered to pay to boot me up to business, it's the least we can do. I had to act above it all, as in, oh, Mom, Dad, thank you so much for offering, but I want to seem like everyone else. And now I'm squished in with a bunch of strangers going on an adventure to the middle of nowhere, as Sean and the people on the Tufts team have repeatedly described it. At least I'm on the aisle. The plane taxis to the runway. The pilot revs the engines and we barrel along until we lift off, passing over the sandy beach and above the ocean. The plane banks to the right, north. My hands grip the armrests as we hit a few bumps. I wouldn't be here now if I hadn't met Sean. A year ago, on a whim really, I'd gone to the Tea Expo at the Long Beach Convention Center. On the first day, I attended a seminar on using the unique flowers of different teas to make artisanal cocktails. It's the coming trend. It was the Expo's most popular event, and I came out of the meeting room more than a little tipsy from sampling Earl Grey infused whiskey, vodka with hibiscus tea ice cubes, and drinks with names like Tea Teeny, with vodka, lavender, rosemary, and chamomile, Sencha Flip, with gin, Japanese green tea, and frothed egg whites, and Liber Tea, made with wild turkey, honey, tea, and basil. If I weren't going to Stanford, I'd commented to one of the other attendees, I could open a bar and serve all kinds of drinks using tea, dry ice, spherification, foams, and infusions. Chemistry another way. The woman didn't even crack a smile. Those tea people take themselves very seriously. Next, I'd gone to a panel on the science of tea. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't a rundown of studies going on around the world looking at the purported health benefits of something I'm interested in for personal reasons but don't drink myself, except for boba milk tea that I buy in the San Gabriel Valley, which is all about the tapioca balls anyway, and now maybe cocktails. Or that even, in a seminar like that one, they were going to serve tea. These scientists from Tufts University, the Tea Research Institute, and a place called the Antioxidants Research Laboratory, whatever that is, started in with all this data about a particular kind of tea called pu'er that reportedly can help with diabetes, lower blood pressure, prolong longevity, and produce palliative outcomes for everything from altitude sickness to gout to symptoms of HIV/AIDS. Talk about a buzzkill. I thought, some people will believe anything. I hate people who prey on the weak or sick, giving them false hope when they should be relying on medicine and science. So I was doing a whole pat myself on the back thing. I'm going to Stanford for real science, when they start showing slides like I'm in a chemistry or biology class. Randomized double-blind placebo-controlled clinical trials, RCT. Effects of tea on body weight, energy metabolism, and recovery from stress. Beverage formulated with green tea catechins, caffeine, and calcium. Increased 24-hour resting energy expenditure, REE, by 106 kilocalories, 4.6%, in 31 young, lean individuals. In 12-week RCT with green tea extract GTE 750 mg containing 141 mg catechins to 60 sedentary and overweight BMI 27.7 individuals, increase in REE and decrease in body weight despite no change in food intake. In 6-week RCT with black tea, 76 males divided into 2 groups. Half receive caffeinated beverage made from tea, half receive caffeinated placebo. Both groups presented with challenging tasks with cortisol, blood pressure, blood platelet, and self-rated stress levels measured pre and post. 50 minutes after completion of tasks, cortisol levels drop 47% in T group compared to 27% given placebo. Suddenly I felt on much firmer ground. They showed slides with chemical percentages, dosages, and study methodology for different age groups, sexes, and countries in studies that covered glucose tolerance, cardiovascular disease, bone density, cognitive function, neurodegenerative disease, and, of course, various types of cancer. Outcomes ranged from compelling to equivocal at best. Not exactly ringing endorsements, but I was intrigued, and I sure couldn't blame it on the second sample of sencha flip I drunk earlier. At the end of the presentation, I asked for cards from all the participants, one of whom was Dr. Berry, who later agreed to let me work on her study. Feeling a bit giddy, I walked down the aisles of the show, and it was much like any expo, with a whole range of vendors, from the English tea cozy ladies to Kenyan tea plantation promoters, from Japanese women in kimonos doing a formal tea ceremony to Portland hipsters with flower-based products. I stopped for a moment to watch a man, Chinese, handsome, and 5 or so years older than I am, pouring tea for a group of people, letting the liquid slosh over the rims of the cups. It was truly messy and completely unlike the elegance in the Japanese booth. The man caught me observing him and called, "Join us." When I hesitated, he beckoned me with what had to be a Chinese proverb. Every passing moment is the passing of life. Every moment of life is life itself. Who says that to a random stranger? It certainly wasn't a line I'd heard before, so I entered the booth and sat down. He introduced himself as Sean Wong. "Here," he said, pouring tea from a glass pitcher into a white porcelain cup. "I want you to sample my pu'er." The first sip of liquid blossomed in my mouth. Bitterness bubbled away by sweetness. He watched my reaction, smiled more to himself than to me, and then proceeded to brew several more vintages of pu'er, each one better than the last. One tea had such strong huigan, what he described as the overwhelming effect that this tea has on breath and opening the chest, that for a moment the world went dizzy. "That's because you're drinking history," he explained. His laugh made my heart race. And honestly, I could barely take my eyes off him. His cheekbones were sharp, his eyes seemed wary, his hair shone like lacquer. He was friendly and obviously some type of tea connoisseur. The careless way he poured the valuable teas, letting them overflow their little cups to show abundance, was oddly entrancing. Why he'd set up a stall at the expo wasn't and still isn't clear, but I'd gone to high school with plenty of girls like him, and now I was surrounded by his ilk, guys and girls at Stanford, who are part of the People's Republic of China's wealthy and international jet-setting elite. I don't know what made me do it, but I mentioned my tea cake, bragging, I guess, or wanting to prolong my time with him. He was immediately intrigued. They say that the most valuable tea will be found right here in Southern California, he said. It would have come with a sojourner 100 years ago, been given as a gift or received as a payment for something. How valuable? I asked. Last year, a cake of pu'er weighed 390 grams, a little under a pound, sold at auction for 1.2 million Hong Kong dollars. That's about 150,000 US. My tea cake can't be worth anything like that, I said. How do you know? The next day, I brought my tea cake to see if he or someone else could tell me about it. People offered exorbitant sums to buy it, but Sean had the most tempting offer. Just as a person is searching for tea, the tea is searching for the person. Come with me to China for a week. We'll make a pilgrimage to your tea cake's place of origin. Put yourself in my hands. I'll take care of everything. A pilgrimage to the place of origin. I'll be going anyway, he added. You may as well take advantage of me. My expertise, I mean. Okay, so I wasn't completely forthright with Professor Ho, my parents, or even myself. Sure, I'm totally into the project I got Professor Ho to advise me on. I've also got the Tufts project on my laptop, and I've looked at plenty of tea samples for Dr. Berry in the lab, which will help create a baseline for my research. When I'm in China, I'll meet farmers and collect my own tea samples. I'm going to win that Stanford Award. But there is something about Sean. Because having an on-the-ground guide who speaks the language, that made me say yes to his offer. I went back to Stanford and we communicated by email. We met at his house once when I was home for winter break to go over plans for the trip. I'd figured he was rich, so I wasn't surprised by the address in Pasadena, practically around the corner from Hummingbird Lane. It turned out to be a little more than a house, however. It was a grand old mansion built back in the day by some mucky-muck. I figured it must have cost $15 million, give or take, which means that Sean isn't just rich, he's super rich. The grounds and the house looked beautiful and well-maintained from the outside. Inside, it had been gutted down to the studs. We wended our way through the construction to the old housekeeping quarters. The rooms were cozy and warm. One thing could have led to another, but he was all business, and so was I. And we need to keep it that way. We have separate rooms booked for every stop. I have the emails to prove it. Besides, nothing can happen if he isn't on this plane. As soon as the seatbelt sign is turned off, I walk toward the front of the plane. When I reach the curtain that divides coach from business, I pass through, trying to look like I belong. Most of the people are Chinese. About half of them are drinking champagne. A flight attendant asks, "Is this your cabin?" Busted. Back at my seat, I pull out my laptop and try to do work. I've gathered a lot of material about where I'm going, and want to see if there are differences in how the various hill tribes use tea and rituals and folk medicines, as well as how they process it for drinking. Down the rabbit hole. About an hour later, a man's voice says, "You should have told me you're interested in Yunnan's ethnic minorities." It's Sean. He perches an elbow on the seat in front of me with his hand languidly hanging just inches from my face. He looks unbelievably elegant, which is not a word I've ever used about a guy. "I thought you might have missed the flight." I try to keep my voice even, but I'm not sure it works because I'm so relieved he's on the plane I can barely think. His mouth comes up at the corners. Not a smile, not a smirk. I have no idea what's in his mind. "I know some Dai, Bulong, and Aka farmers," he says. Everyone writes about the Dai because there are so many of them and they have their own written language. The hand that droops off the seat in front of me shoos away the idea as unworthy. He seems to run through the list in his mind, checking off each tribe one by one. Then, "You might be interested in the Aka because their culture is very similar to that of the Cree. The culture is animistic. Every living thing has a spirit." I've read about them and the whole Cree thing. Downside, the Aka get to have a bad rep similar to that of Native Americans. They don't save their money, they drink, they take drugs. His eyes flash. It's easy to fall for stereotypes. Ouch. I wasn't saying I believe those things. In the West, you think the individual is supreme, but the Aka see themselves as one link in the long chain of life, adjacent to all the other links of people and cultures, all carrying a collective wave toward the beach to throw a newborn up to safety. I feel myself bridling. Interesting that you bring up newborns. If everything has a soul, then what's up with that stuff about twins? That ended a while ago, he says, looking a little annoyed now. They had a cultural belief for, to them, common sense reasons, which they followed for millennia. Who are you to condemn their culture? Before I have a chance to clarify or defend myself, he taps the seat a couple times, done here, and glides back down the aisle, disappearing behind the curtain that divides the plane. Well, that sucked, the girl next to me comments. He's waiting for me when I get off the plane in Guangzhou. I've had plenty of hours to formulate a proper answer to his question. Just because a group has a cultural belief, whether it's foot binding in China or female genital cutting in Africa, doesn't mean that we as humans should sanction the practice. But he seems to have forgotten our misunderstanding or whatever it was. We go through the border formalities, pick up our bags, pass through security for domestic flights, and board the plane for Kunming. Again, we aren't seated together, nor are we together on the last flight to Jinghong. After 3 back-to-back flights over many hours and time changes, I'm so punchy with exhaustion that I notice little about the airport other than it's small, drab, and dimly lit. Outside, a driver meets us to take us to Yiwu, the ancient collection center for the 6 great tea mountains, starting point of the Tea Horse Road, home of the Queen of Pur, and our base for the next 4 nights. It's about a 6-hour drive, I've read, with bumpy hairpin turns. This after all the flights and layovers. I take a Dramamine, roll my hoodie into a pillow, and rest my head. On his side of the back seat, Sean immediately nods off, but as tired as I am, I can't fall asleep. China. And I'm heading to the middle of nowhere. This is a far different trip than the one I took with my parents. I quickly need to become accustomed to squat toilets, using toilet paper for napkins, and seeing people spit their chicken and fish bones right on the floor. For breakfast, and jet-lagged as hell, we go to an outdoor stand and order chili-flavored soup noodles being cooked over a brazier. We sit on plastic kiddie chairs around a low kiddie-sized table, which is plain weird, that looks like it's never once been wiped down. A dog chews on a bone at my feet. I don't see a single white face, but there are others who are clearly marked as foreign to Yiwu. Chinese men dressed in spiffy trousers, starched shirts, and polished loafers. Tea traders, Sean whispers. Watch how they act with each other. It's like the gold rush out here. I've found my load, and I'm not going to tell you where it is. They're checking us out, too, to see how prosperous we are and determine if we'll drive up the price of tea this year. When our noodles arrive, I follow Sean's example and pour steaming tea over my chopsticks and other tableware, then toss the dirty liquid on the ground. The alternative would be the trots, or worse. Every pandemic in the history of the world has come from China. The tea traders leave as quickly as they came. Sean calls farmers and dealers on WeChat, an instant messaging system that allows him to speak into his phone instead of typing complicated Chinese characters, giving me an update after each. I told them to expect us at 4 o'clock, or they said drop by tomorrow. I've never brought a woman with me. They're eager to meet you. We're just about to leave when a man who introduces himself as a new dealer sits down next to us, unzips an overnight bag to show us bundled wads of 100 yuan notes, and asks where he should go find good tea. Sean sends him to a family-owned tea processing factory up the road. As we walk away, I ask, should I see it too? I'm going to take you somewhere better and more authentic tomorrow. Today, let me show you around the town. From what's left of it, I imagine Yiwu must have once been very beautiful, but the main street is just a strip of clunky concrete enterprises all coated in dust and dirt from the old houses being torn down and from the cheap and ugly buildings going up. We walk part of the Tea Horse Road, which disappointingly doesn't look like much. Just a 4-foot-wide cobblestone path that snakes through the old part of town and then heads down a hill. On our way back to the main drag, we pass along quiet lanes where a few traditional buildings made of unfired clay bricks and upturned eaves still stand. Chickens peck at the ground and flowers drip over walls. Before every house, women, the younger ones in jeans and t-shirts, the old ladies in traditional clothes, and all of them wearing scarves or headdresses, sort tea a leaf at a time. This is what Yiwu must have looked like before prosperity hit, and it's much more quaint and charming, giving the feel of ageless China. The next day, our plan is to go to Lao Banjiang, the home of the King of Pu'er. We're driven over an impossible one-lane dirt road. We pass villages made up of between 10 and 50 houses. I glimpse a few handmade wooden gates that look a lot like the entrance to our ranch in Colorado, 2 posts and a beam. Our gate has our brand carved on a wooden disc and mounted on the beam. Here, the embellishments on each gate are, let's just say, out there, with carvings of a man and a woman with outsized genitals verging on the pornographic. It's odd to reconcile the primitiveness of these figures with a country that's now an economic superpower. The cultural disconnect is magnified when the driver is forced to stop the car because a tangle of minivans has blocked the route. Japanese tourists take each other's photos posing against tea trees that cling to the hillside. Here, in the middle of nowhere. We get out of the car and chat with them for a bit in English. We're surrounded by mountains, blanketed in gray haze, and I mentally try to match them to the markings on my tea cake, to no avail. The tourists, so strange to see them out here, get back in their vans. Sean waves the various drivers through the contortions required to clear the road. Finally, we're able to get back in the car. Our driver takes us to a prosperous grower's house, modern and clean, with several outbuildings for processing tea. In the courtyard, about 24 women sit around big flat baskets sorting tea. The owner, a Mr. Pugh, introduces me to the group as an American scientist, and they show me every step of the tea-making process. I even get to try killing the green and kneading. Around noon, several cars arrive, bringing buyers from around the world. We sit in a pavilion on, of course, little plastic kiddie chairs around a low table and taste tea worth $1,000 for a 2-ounce cup. I don't speak Chinese, but they all speak English. When a dealer from Taiwan asks about my project, I tell them a little about it, ending with, almost everywhere I look, I see another opportunity for scientific study. For example, what effect will pollution have on the tea industry? We have no smog here, Mr. Pugh scoffs. Really? Then what's that stuff in the air? I ask, pointing to the haze that lies between the hills. I grew up in Los Angeles. I know what smog looks like. What you're seeing could have drifted here from 1,000 miles away. But I'm wondering, too, if the slash-and-burn agricultural practices of the ethnic minorities are now catching up to them in this era of climate change. The others nod politely, but I'm not sure they agree with me. How can the exact age of an antique cake of pu'er be known? I continue. Is there something in it that could actually promote longevity? Is pu'er a medicinal tonic, a drinkable antique, or merely a beverage? What about social issues? Sean asks me. Could tea be seen as a symbol of worth, a commodity that represents change in value for women and for China on the world stage? At the word women, the others exchange glances like we're all a bunch of teenagers instead of an international group of travelers outside a farmer's house miles from anything resembling what I think of as civilization. But they pull themselves together quickly, because everyone seems to have an opinion about where I should go, what I should see, and whom I should meet. Soon, most of them have pulled out their cell phones and are making even more connections for Sean and me on WeChat. I'm going to have plenty of subjects for my project by the time I meet up with the Tufts team. After we've sampled about a dozen teas, lunch is served at an adjacent, child-size again, table, stir-fried cabbage, tomato and scrambled egg, beef with sliver ginger, and some type of crunchy root. Once the meal is finished, we move back to the tea table. Just as everyone's getting settled, Sean says, "Haley, why don't you show them your tea cake? Maybe someone here will recognize the wrapper." I pull it out of my bag and lay it on the table. People are polite enough not to touch it, but they stand to get better views, craning their necks, pointing and discussing. It must be from a lost tea company, Mr. Pugh guesses. Or a lost family, the dealer from Taiwan offers. Or from a long-abandoned garden high in the mountains, someone's girlfriend suggests. "How old is it?" Mr. Pugh asks. "I don't know," I answer. Tea cakes made before the 50s had no wrappers, someone said, so that's a clue. But it's clearly much older than that, the dealer from Taiwan interrupts. It looks to be hundreds of years old. Somehow it's gratifying that the tea cake is as mysterious to them as it's always been to me. Have you tasted it? Mr. Pugh asks. The idea seems shocking to me. I've never opened it, I admit. Let's do it now, Mr. Pugh says, reaching for the cake. Let's taste it. Quick as a snake, Sean clamps his hand over our host's wrist. It's for Haley to decide when and if she wishes to open it. An awkward silence falls over the little group. He never brings a girl to visit, Mr. Pugh jokes, trying to diffuse the tension. Now look how proprietary he is. The others laugh. Sean releases his grip. More tea is poured. A few hours later, Sean and I pile into the car. My bag is filled with tea samples and tea gifts given by our host, who says, "So you'll always remember our day together." When we get back to Iwu, we walk down the dusty street to a restaurant with smears of I don't know what on the plate glass windows. Sean orders soup and a simple assortment of vegetable dishes. Everything has been so go, go, go that we haven't had much of a chance to talk about anything beyond travel logistics and tea. But now he asks if this is my first time to China. Do I look out of place? I ask. He raises his eyebrows. Yes. It's my second trip, I say. I was 17 the first time I came. I'm adopted, and my parents brought me on a heritage tour to find my roots. And did you find them? He asks coolly, showing no surprise about my background. My roots? Nope, but that's all right. I feel compelled to explain. I have a loving family. I grew up in a beautiful home. I'm getting a great education and following my dreams, which is why you're here with me. Yikes. An awkward silence. I force myself to forge ahead. A few years ago, someone told me about a concept called the grateful but angry Chinese adoptee. Yes, I've been grateful, and yes, I've been angry. It was hard for me to separate what I should be grateful for and what I was actually grateful for. I guess that's why I decided it should be grateful and angry, not but angry. That was a long time ago. Now what I feel is something more like survivor's guilt. Do you know what I mean? Perhaps I do, he answers with a hint of sadness, but I don't feel comfortable probing into his background. I could have ended up in a sucky life, I yammer on. Instead, I got a fabulous life. A lot of girls like me feel we need to account for ourselves in a bigger way than people who just come home from the hospital, no questions asked. I will myself to stop talking. But then, maybe this is more than you want to know. I want to know everything about you. I guess I set him up for that, but it's such a dopey line I can't even drum up a comeback. Even he looks embarrassed. Is he going to talk about himself for a while? I'm not that lucky. Do you see yourself as Chinese or American? 100% American and 100% Chinese, I answer. I'm not half and half, I'm fully both. I'll forever wear my Chineseness on my face, but these days when I look in the mirror, I don't see how mismatched I am in my birth family or that I don't feel Chinese enough. I just see me. My comment startles me. I struggled so long with who I was. Have I actually come to a place of acceptance? You're a new kind of global citizen, he says. You can be a bridge between two cultures and two countries. That's going a little far, don't you think? Not really. And it's not just about you, is it? You and your cohort are products of the one-child policy, which is now over, right? I've heard that over 400 million births were prevented, but all of you are in a special category. Your perspective and those of other women like you is unique. It's larger than any of you as individuals. In a way, you do have immense responsibility. I used to resent that, but it has given me a sense of purpose. The power of international Chinese adoptees all around the world could be a force to be reckoned with. Now for sure he's teasing me. I give him a half smile, and we return to our meal. Later, he walks me all the way to my hotel room. My dad would undoubtedly be relieved to know that another night goes by without any funny business. On the third morning, we visit a villa so remote that there isn't another house in view, with a vista that reminds me a lot of Topanga Canyon back home. The living room is floored in white marble, a gigantic flat-screen TV blares from a cabinet the size of Nebraska, and a fortune in tea, packed in oversized bags, is stacked against the walls. Our hostess asks us to stay for lunch. We'll kill a chicken, she says, and the next thing I hear is a chicken's neck being snapped just inches from my ear. I taste whatever's put in my bowl, including anteater and bear paw, out of politeness. I show her my tea cake, but she doesn't have any ideas about it. From here, we stop in to meet several farmers. Wherever we go, 3 things happen. First, as soon as we arrive, water is heated, leaves rinsed, and tea steeped. We meet those who treat it as something treasured. But more often than not, we're across from a farmer or his son who chain smokes. Ashes and cigarette butts overflow ashtrays, even though we're tasting something that relies on aroma and flavor. One man even uses his electric razor while we're sipping his tea. People tell me incredible stories of poverty, hardship, sacrifice, and overnight wealth. Farmers proudly point out their running water, televisions, and motor scooters. Second, I show people my tea cake. Everyone has a theory about it, but no one can tell me definitely what it is or where it came from. And third, folks are kind to me, but they rib Sean mercilessly. He laughs, he blushes, he ducks his head and runs his hand through his hair, chagrined but pleased. He then translates everything, or I think he does, because why else would he tell me things like, "They say your hair looks like silk. They wonder if you're an ethnic minority and how many children you can have in America. And they want you to know that you'll always be safe and happy with me." As we drive from place to place, he sits on his side of the back seat and I stay on mine, but the roads are bumpy with lots of curves and the laws of physics, so there's that. But otherwise, we don't do any of the obvious things like walking so close together that our fingers touch, or staring too long into each other's eyes when he says something like, "In drinking the best tea, you and I are having a conversation with the wind and the rain that the ancient Taoists had above the mountain clouds." Through the tea liquor, across streams, and under moon shadows, we can understand that the separation between man and nature is not real. I mean, come on! Who wouldn't want to sleep with a guy who talks like that? But he doesn't make a move, and I mostly keep my eyes on the scenery. I've had casual hookups and even a few short relationships, but this feels different. I can wait, but the anticipation only fuels my desire. Our 4th day is spent entirely in the car as we're driven down from Iwu to Munghai and then up Nanuo Mountain, which he tells me has the largest number of ancient tea tree groves. We check into a rustic inn. The main building has a kitchen, tea shop, and small tea processing area on the ground floor. The family lives upstairs. Guests stay in bungalows built in the traditional style, bamboo and thatch on stilts that edge a canyon. Mine is outfitted with a bed, period. There's no electricity, and the toilet and shower are in a separate building to be shared by everyone here. Sean and I eat outside by candlelight. The proprietor's mother makes a simple meal from ingredients grown on the property, a soup flavored with fresh mint, string beans sautéed with chili, greens with slivered chilies, and scrambled egg and tomato, which we eat seated at the ubiquitous tiny chairs and table. After dinner, fiery homemade liquor is brought out and the proprietor performs Dai drinking songs for the handful of guests. Last, he asks us to join in a call-and-response Aka love song that was recently made into a hit on a talent show on Chinese television. Sean translates as the other male guests sing to the women. The flowers bloom at their peaks, waiting for the butterflies to come. Then the women sing to the men. The honeycombs wait for the bees to make honey. Then back to the men. A beautiful flower calls to her love. We're both able to join the chorus. After the festivities, we're handed oil lamps. Sean guides me to my bungalow. He leans in, barely brushing his lips against mine. He pulls back to gauge my reaction. The air feels so heavy between us I can barely breathe. He puts a hand on the small of my back and pulls me to him. Our kiss is like nothing I've ever experienced. In another minute, we're in my little room. The oil lamps flicker. He slowly undresses me. You're beautiful, he says. Nothing in my life has prepared me for what I feel when we make love. Afterward, I lie in his arms. Something extraordinary is happening, but is it too fast? He edges up onto an elbow so he can stare into my eyes. I don't know how, but I feel as though he knows me completely and somehow I know him. And then he says the most remarkable thing. I've loved you from the moment you walked into my booth at the Tea Expo. I've brought you to the place I love most in the world. Wouldn't it be incredible if we could spend our lives traveling the world, drinking tea and reading the great poets? The realities of our lives escape me for a moment. We make love again, and it's even more exquisite. When he falls asleep, I let my breathing follow his. The next morning begins as it usually does, with Sean on WeChat, contacting the people we're going to see, but with every second heightened by blissful joy. Then we get in the car and set off. After an hour, we're driven onto a narrow, unpaved stretch you could barely call a road. We reach a gate, watched by a couple of men. They recognize Sean immediately and wave us through, but we don't go far before we reach another gate. It's decorated like some of the others I've glimpsed off the side of the main road, with a man with a gigantic penis and a woman with bulging breasts. We need to walk the rest of the way, Sean says. The driver parks the car. Sean and I pass through the gate. He warns me not to touch the posts, and proceed along a path. The wind rustles through the trees, cicadas whine, birds trill. The moist tropical air feels warm and soothing on my skin. The first thing I see when we reach the village are some barefoot children washing dishes in a pig trough. In the end, though, it's much like the other villages we visited. Everyone is involved in tea processing. People are bringing in baskets of tea leaves and spreading them on raised platforms to wilt, killing the green in outdoor walks over wood fires, kneading, steaming, or doing the twist on the heavy round stones that will press the tea into cakes. We reach a house where a group of women sit around flat baskets sorting tea. One of them is quite old and wearing full ethnic minority clothing. A little boy, 8 or 9, sits next to her. "Shanrong! Mom said you were coming," the boy squeals in English without a trace of an accent as he runs to Shan and jumps into his arms. The old woman rises. "Shanrong." I look at Shan quizzically. "They know me by Huang Xianrong, my Mandarin name," he explains. "And this is Paul." "Jinba when I'm here with Grandma," the boy says cheerily. "He lives in Arcadia," Shan goes on. "Then we're practically neighbors," I say. What a trip. The old woman, who's introduced as Sosa, doesn't speak English, but she seems happy to see Sean. She pulls us to another table under a bamboo and thatch pavilion where one of her granddaughters, whose name I don't catch, pours tea. "I really want you to meet Tina," Sean says to me, "because she might have some ideas about your tea cake. While we're waiting for her to arrive, why don't you show it to Sosa? You never know." When I pull it out of my bag and lay it on the table, the old woman gasps and then scurries away as though she's seen a ghost. The boy from Arcadia laughs. "Grandma, she's so superstitious." The woman lingers at the edge of the main house, peeking out at us, wiping her eyes, then disappearing again. Sean looks at me and shrugs. The granddaughter pours more tea, but the whole thing is weird. "Is she crying? Maybe we should go," I say, rising. Before Sean can respond, the old woman sidles back to us and angrily addresses him. "She thinks my father has sent us," he translates, but he sounds as confused as I feel. "Your father?" "My father and this family have a long history together." She gestures up the mountain and rattles off a stream of sentences directed at me. "She wants you to go with her," he translates, obviously editing. "She says the two of you must go alone." "What does she want?" I asked nervously. It's one thing to be in a remote village with Sean, but it's quite another to go off with some crazy old bat. "She says, no men are allowed?" Sean answers, but his voice goes up at the end as if in question. "You'll be fine." His words are hardly reassuring. "I don't want to go anywhere." Then the old woman snatches my tea cake and runs away. Without thinking, I take off after her, but she's a lot stronger than she looks. She's sure-footed as she dashes up the narrow mountain path. I'm a lot younger, but I'm not a farmer, and I'm not accustomed to the altitude. I have to grab onto the limbs of trees and scraggly weeds to keep from falling. Higher and higher we go. I should have turned back after 5 minutes, but now it's too late, because now I truly am in the middle of nowhere, in the forest, picking my way through a spidery network of pathways. Monkeys screeching, birds calling alarms. A half hour, an hour longer. I can't lose sight of the old woman, because if I do, not only will my tea cake be gone, but I'll be hopelessly lost. My lungs burn, my thighs ache, and all I can think about are my mom and dad, how much I love them, and how broken they'll be if I don't come home. The old woman stops in a small clearing, finally allowing me to catch up. I'm gasping for breath, but she's fine. She gives me a steady look, takes my upper arm with a firm hand, and turns me toward the view. She holds up the tea cake and then points to the mountains. Instantly, I see it. The V's, the terraces, the stream. The realization makes my knees buckle. Is the old woman my mother? She can't possibly be. She practically drags me up the hill. We're climbing and climbing. The whole time she's jabbering something that sounds like "ama, ama, ama," stopping occasionally to point at her belly and then up the mountain. Pretty soon the path disappears entirely. Up ahead I see a boulder, the squiggly circle I know so well. No one could find this place without the map, because it's so well hidden. The old woman tucks my tea cake inside her tunic. Like a crab, she edges around the boulder with me right behind her. I'm shaking badly, but I make it to the other side. Camphor trees, centuries old, create a canopy above us, sheltering several tea trees. The old woman pulls out the tea cake, but I don't need her to point out the tree that's been the symbol I've dreamed and wondered about my entire life. Up in the boughs, a woman picks leaves, which confirms my impression that this grove, while hidden, is both well cared for and private, as though only these two have ever been here. I start to feel something. Memories. Although I can't possibly have a single memory of this place. Then, from deep within me, a profound sense of love radiating out to everything around me, complemented by reciprocal waves of love coming at me, enveloping me. All that seems impossible, too. I'm both perplexed and overwhelmed. Finally, the woman in the tree notices us. Her eyes widen. Then she becomes so still. It's as if her heart has stopped beating and her muscles have frozen. At last she begins to move, slowly climbing down, stepping gracefully from limb to limb. When she reaches the ground, she looks from the old woman to me. A moment of confusion, then recognition. I know her too, because I've seen traces of her in my face in the mirror. My mother, my Amma.
The Tea Girl of Hummingbird Lane, a novel, was written by Lisa C. and read by Ruthie Ann Miles, Kamiko Glenn, Alexandra Allwine, Jeremy Bobb, Joy Osmansky, Emily Walton, Erin Wilhelmy, and Gabra Zachman. It was recorded by Noriko Okabe. Editing and post-production by Frog Pond Productions. The mix engineer was Terry Hogan. Tiffany Ferrari was the associate producer. The Tea Girl of Hummingbird Lane was produced and directed by Tara Thomas. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Tea Girl of Hummingbird Lane, a novel, is available in print from Scribner.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.